In his early childhood, the little boy had a dream. The architecture fascinated him so much that even the baby could not take her look away from her. He once fell out to make his dream a reality during an important game. He immediately undertook the development and creation, putting the whole soul into business. He worked tirelessly until his dream building appeared before him. She was perfect, just as he thought. The message appeared on the screen. It logged in. At this point, the guy, kneeling in front of the girl, reached out to her with a proposal to become his wife. The girl was flooded with a thick blush. The guy who watched all this through the system of the system laughed and asked if everything was really the same again today. Similar moments became the usual everyday life for him. This was the embodiment of dreams in reality. Its personal universe is a Graz. This virtual world has gained popularity in Japan. Even the most urgent players enjoy the fascinating battles. However, the opportunities of this world are not only reduced to battles. In this incredible place, you are able to create a variety of things and architectural masterpieces. Many masters from all over the world were passionate about this striking freedom of creativity and actions. Miyabi was one of those who were giving up to the end. He devoted all his free time to this case, and when he finally fulfilled his dream, he built a dreamy place. It became the perfect shelter for lovers. The young man watched the lovers and wondered their ability to stay together in one place for hours. At first, such couples were terribly annoyed, but then he was used to it and stopped paying attention. In his ordinary life, he was only an average office worker. It seemed wonderful that a person like him was able to create something in this game that brings the joy of so many other people. He came across comments on people who sincerely wished Miyabi to meet his beautiful wife and thanked him for it. Reading these warm words, the guy smiled involuntarily. In the heart, there was a feeling of quiet pride for himself. He sincerely wished all these people happiness. Suddenly a message sounded. He immediately paid attention to the letter. This time, it was not another news about someone's wedding. Unpacking the letter, he immediately noticed the sender, the administration. Miyabi was immediately surprised because, in his opinion, it is too early to report the results of the event. The system told him that it was thanks to his incredible architecture that many people were able to find true love. Even the system expressed gratitude to Miyabi for uniting people. The young man with a certain inconvenience realized that he seemed to have got the role of a kind of Cupid. At the same time, he noted that to receive approval, quite natural. He smiled. The letter stated that they seek to invite Miyabi to a special server as a sincere gratitude for her contribution. The guy was surprised to learn about the server he was allocated. The system reported that his personal data was not needed here, so they were curious to know if he would agree to such conditions. Miyabi thought that if it was an opportunity to work here, he would certainly take advantage of it. Clicking the button, he found himself in the hall of a bright radiance. The blinding flashes of light were spinning around. The glow completely absorbed him. At the last moment, the inscription broke out before his eyes. "The goddess of love wishes you good luck, boy." It passed for a while, and the guy was in a completely different place, waking up from sleep. From the tree that attracted the attention of Miyabi, a leaf in the air broke slowly. The guy sat down under the tree and watched the leaves fall. After scratching his back, he wondered. It seemed that he had just been unconscious. Miyabi was a little confused, because the entrance to the server was too strange. Suddenly, the guy noted that he was not at all where he was just. The surrounding space changed beyond recognition. He immediately grabbed his feet as suddenly cries were heard. Someone ordered the man not to move. There were several robbers around, armed and smiling sinister. They ordered the strangers to leave their cargo with them. Miyabi was surprised and suspected that these people were ordinary robbers. Having looked at the tree he hid, he wondered, do robbers occur in the world of dreams? The horse cart suddenly intercepted the robbers. Miyabi thought it was probably another update of the game. It seemed that everything really happens. The robber stood in front of the middle girl, who courageously tried to fight him with his weapon. Suddenly, Miyabi noticed how the stranger had crossed with him. He felt clearly. There was visual contact between them. Miyabi tensed. I was convinced that she had just thrown at him. Her insightful, vigilant vision again tucked into him. Suddenly, the girl began to gesture, showing something with her hands. Miyabi had a strange feeling that she was about to start a business. The young man thought that he would do in his place if it was a game world. Probably, it would be necessary to distract their attention. Miyabi stepped out of the tree and exclaimed loudly, addressing robbers asking what they needed here. The bandits returned immediately, surprised at a guy who suddenly appeared in front of them. A harsh man, apparently the leader of the bandits, returned to his handy. He said loudly that it seemed that someone dared to look for adventures here. Hearing this, Miyabi suddenly changed on her face. In her eyes, he flashed a shade of anxiety and fear. Meanwhile, the leader of the robbers rattled the team, ordering to kill everyone without exception. Suddenly, behind the backs of the bandits, a loud explosion thundered. The girl, who a few more moments, so she only desperately reflected, now stood confidently, squeezing her charming staff in her hand. She cast a grateful look at Miyabi and thanked the boy for his help. The girl strongly squeezed her staff into the ground. A wave of magical power spread her energy, covering everything around. Noticing this, the leader of the robbers was worried. The girl's rod suddenly shone with a powerful light, and dozens of bright rays flew from him, rapidly rushing to bandits. Girl's magic favorably dumped robbers one by one. Miyabi was only enthusiastically observed because she did not have time to intervene. Suddenly, a little pebble hit Miyabi in the head, leaving no trace. Noticing this, the guy is noticeably faded. He immediately turned his gaze to where the stone had just fallen. The confusion enveloped him. Thoughts were confused in his head. Miyabi wondered whether it was the pain he felt in the game. A moment. And in his mind the idea flashed. No matter how reliable this game seemed, for him she will remain only a game forever. She is not able to do any real harm to the boy. He does not take his eyes off the road in front of him. Meanwhile, the girl dealt with the bandits, and her cart remained stationary. He lifted his gaze to the sky, to the majestic mountains. Miyabi thought that this sight was much more like a real world than a game he has plunged into for many years. After a while, the young girl dealt with robbers. Washing dust and dirt from her hands, she dropped her eyes on the bandits, which now sat in front of her, tied. They looked at the girl with expressive gratitude and dissatisfaction on the faces. The girl decided that these robbers should be transferred to the city authorities. She cast a smiling look at me, Abby, and suddenly remembered that she had not yet called her name. After these words, the girl called Liz, bowed politely, and apologized for drawing the master into the whole story. Miyabi smiled kindly in response, assuring that nothing wrong, everything happens in life. Therefore, he introduced himself, saying that his name, Miyabi. He was delighted that the fight seemed extremely exciting for him, and for the first time in his life he had to take part in such a duel. The girl already said that she understood everything, but suddenly the real meaning of Miyabi's words came to her. She asked in surprise what it means that it was his first battle. The young man confirmed. Yes, it was his debut in a real battle. Hearing this, the girl asked if Miyabi was an adventure seeker, or perhaps an ordinary person. The shadow of guilt was already reflected in the face. Hearing this, the girl wrapped in the cloak even more, hiding her face. Liz appealed to Miyabi with apology. The young man, in confusion, asked why she suddenly apologizes to him. The girl removed the cape and, slightly guilty, confessed. At first she thought that Miyabi already had experience in battles. The girl explained that she turned to him because he had the appearance of a true experienced traveler. His clothes were quality, and the appearance is attractive and confident. In addition, Miyabi apologized to Liz for misleading her. When the conversation approached the end, Liz wondered whether Miyabi was going to Angela. She suggested that if they rode alone, they could go to the city together. Miyabi, without hiding joy, said whether Liz really implies. He exclaimed that her company would have become a great support for him, because he feels a little confused here. The guy approached Liz and asked if she could stay a little. He had unfinished things. The girl, although she was a little surprised, agreed, emphasizing that she would only be short for long. Departing, Miyabi heard Liz followed, asking not to go too far. The young man smiled, gratifying a brave traveler, and assured that he would not be back shortly. After long searches in the forest, Miyabi finally collected a small bunch of branches, leaves, and pebbles. Starting this treasure, the guy loudly stated that these materials would be enough to carry out his plan. He said everything, why, no matter how much he would try, he could not remove the VR Sheol. His vain power was so striking that he had already begun to worry, watching him. Miyabi decided to act with extreme caution, so as not to raise suspicion among other residents. Before fainting, Miyabi read a mysterious letter that came to his intra-game mail. He decided to first find out what the essence of the message and to consider his further actions, because he found himself in difficult circumstances. Thinking about it, Miyabi suddenly remembered the inventory and tried to open it in the same way as he did in the game. Earlier, he had just to reach out and pull out the window, because in the dream world it was a common thing. However, this time no changes happened. and the guy doubted whether this method was really working here. He decided that there was probably a different approach to this case. He dropped on the floor and wondered if he should not try here. Perhaps for this, he just needed to think carefully. After focusing, he thought the word inventory, wishing to open it. As soon as the guy opened his eyes as he found himself in an empty space where rows of empty shelves stood in front of him, Miyabi was surprised, but immediately decided to explore the surrounding area. Looking around, he noted, in the dream world, everything obeys other laws. Miyabi wondered how to proceed. It is likely that now the guy will only be able to interact with the inventory in his own mind. Inside a small imaginary dome, he lifted the previously collected branches and stones and noticed that these items were present here. Miyabi realized that another attempt awaits him ahead. It was about creating objects. Combining several items in his inventory, Miyabi decided to try to create something new, and this time he even better than expected. Having connected the branches, the guy saw a huge table in front of him. Miyabi sighed enthusiastically, watching the fruit of his own work. He noted with noticeable pleasure that the object has the function of automatic craft. It was a lot of pleasure, because he no longer has to spend as much effort on every stage of creation as it was in the game. With the help of the Miyabi system, he could get a recipe for any subject. It was only necessary to think about it. This is how we managed to learn how to create a shovel. Thinking, the guy acknowledged that although he noticed some differences from the game he used to play, everything in this world of dreams functions almost the same. Miyabi stopped and decided that the next step would be to create a stone axe. Finding a recipe for this tool did not take a lot of time from the guy. He found him almost immediately. Stone axe. It can be used not only for cutting firewood, but also as weapons. To get started, the thing is really indispensable. Miyabi smiled, mentally adding 10 branches and 30 stones to the list. He thought that he would be able to make a stone axe from available materials. For a long time, he gathered everything he needed, and soon in his hands was ready-made. A joyful guy lifted the item and said with a smile that everything was finally prepared. Going to some tree, he wondered. Now it's time to check how this thing works. He hit the trunk twice, and the tree, not standing, was scattered on piles. Miyabi gladly decided that his task was successfully accomplished. The guy was amazed at a pleasant surprise that all the objects themselves immediately appear in his inventory. He was glad that he only needed to hit the wood 3 times while standing in place. The happy guy smiled. I am convinced that now everything became clear. Miyabi realized that he would now be able to lead a peaceful and full life in this world. His plan was simple: to find interesting materials and create your own favorite things. The guy dreamed of fascinating adventures and a carefree life. In his imagination, he has already seen a future wife and a child who gave him a smile at his own home. He dreamed of living in a home built by his own hands. Miyabi could not restrain his joy. Her heart trembled with happiness because his desire finally came true. Subsequently, Miyabi got out of the forest and turned to Liz, who was already going to go. He called the girl, asking to stay for a few more minutes until he approached her. The girl turned and noted that he was already late. Seeing Miyabi, Liz did not hide as a surprise. She exclaimed her throat and asked the young man that he was holding for strange stone pieces. Miyabi's smile was sincerely worried. She was too angel as it was for a person who holds a real weapon in his hands. She could not stay, and asked why he smiled so mysteriously. Suddenly, the guy mastered himself and realized that emotions should be handled more carefully. Sleeping smiled. He said that he had previously considered an axe with his future tools. Liz, with tension in her voice, confessed that she had already been frightened. The girl trembled with tension, asking the guy where he had an axe, because he had nothing like this. Miyabi seemed that her view was filled with some strange suspicion. He told Liz that he just collected branches and stones, and then made their weapons. Hearing this, the girl asked in surprise, "Did he really create all this?" She decided that he was probably an artisan. The girl immediately wondered if it really was. In her opinion, anyone who goes on a trip will not go with empty hands, so he probably knows how to use equipment and various things. Miyabi asked in surprise whether this means that Liz could not use the equipment. The girl nodded and explained, "Yes, just so, because she is a witch." 2 knights, who still silently followed the conversation of the boys, suddenly said, "They say, if he is taken for such a matter, then without at least one accompanying him cannot do." The second knight suggested that perhaps Miyabi just didn't have enough money for it. The first immediately supported the opinion of the friend. Liz turned to them, looking at the knight with annoyance in her gaze. The girl exclaimed that such a rough remark was unacceptable to throw a person who had just met. The knights were confused for a moment, but suddenly Miyabi reassured the girl, assuring that everything was fine. While Liz expressed his dissatisfaction with the unhappy knights, Miyabi thought that he apparently considered them ordinary people. Even if they behaved somewhat roughly, it seemed to him that masters and artisans in this world were not particularly respectful or demand. One of the knights approached Miyabi, apologized, and said that his words had not affected the guy. Miyabi smiled and assured that nothing wrong had happened. It passed for a while, and the boys gathered their things and successfully placed them in a cart. When everything was ready, Liz turned to Miyabi, inviting him to pack his possessions. Miyabi agreed with her words. Finally, after all the preparations, they went on the road. Although the route was not too long, the trip was surprisingly exciting. The boys tried to deal with the incomprehensible card, and in parallel, they also had to repel the monsters that happened to them on the way to the city. They made a short stop for an elderly woman who was traveling in a cart. In a calm environment, travelers were confidently approaching their destination. Seeing something ahead, Liz smiled widely and called on everyone to look forward. Before their eyes, the city of Angulum finally appeared, a destination to which the boys were headed for so long. The boys quickly reached the city gates. Miyabi looked at the architecture with living interest, while admiring the huge gates that greeted them at the entrance. Watching the guards, he realized that the city is, after all, quite large, and local protection is strict and determined. As soon as the guards noticed the carriage in which the boys were traveling, they suddenly froze, passionately taking care. Miyabi, paying attention to this, was involuntarily surprised. The next moment the boys rushed a large number of guards, surrounding them from all sides. Seeing this, Miyabi was not frightened. His face became quite pale. The views of the guards, filled with distrust and threats, forced the boy to strain. The frightened Miyabi exclaimed with anxiety, asking if they did not do something wrong. Liz reassured the boy, explaining that it was a very familiar procedure. Meanwhile, the guards quickly surrounded the bandits she had just caught. One of the men noted that catching these robbers was a difficult task. He introduced himself to the commander of the soldiers of Angulum. He also added that he needs the head of this detachment, some named Liz. Miyabi sighed with relief, deciding that the knights came to pick up the robbers. He was already sure that the head was Liz, one of these brave warriors, and suddenly the girl came to them and confidently stated that she was the main one here. Miyabi's face faded when nothing had happened. She stepped quietly to the commander. The man politely turned to the girl, asking for permission to examine her adventurer map. Liz, without any emotions, handed him his card. The commander got acquainted with the information that Liz was the title of Caesars of the Marine rank, and specified whether 6 people were indeed in her detachment. The girl shook her head, pointed out on Miyabi, and explained that he was not an adventure seeker. The guy turned and saw how the knights who accompanied Liz in their journey were leaning forward. Miyabi, looking in surprise, asked, "Did she go? Their headman?" The boys immediately checked this information. The girl warned him so that he was not surprised. It would not change anything. Among adventure seekers, there is an unwritten rule. Leadership always gets to someone who has a higher rank. One of the knights came closer and smiling, saying that climbing greatly. The girl was a little embarrassed and scattered. The next night, there was another guest that stated that this girl is a real master in identifying their enemies. Hearing this, Liz blushed even harder. After that, Miyabi apologized for his behavior. He confessed that he was truly impressed, learning that their leader was a girl. However, even more experienced adventure seekers undoubtedly obey her, so she was really extraordinary. The girl again flowed with a blush and looked away. She sighed deeply, and Miyabi, looking at her, laughed loudly, admiring her charming shyness. At the end of the inconvenient conversation, the guard reported that in this case they would take these bandits with them. He added that Liz could receive a reward for their detection in guild. The girl nodded, making it clear that she understood everything. The middle-aged woman who was in a cart thanked the boys for the help provided. Liz assured the woman that she could now sell her product in bulk without fear. The girl also added that they delivered the cargo whole and unharmed. The knight smiled gently and said that in this case they would go. She assured that everything would be fine with Miyabi and Liz. Together, the boys waved goodbye to the night guests who were already moving away. Suddenly, Miyabi remembered something and asked Liz to let him ask questions. The girl looked at him with surprise and wondered what had happened. The guy stated that the entrance to the city requires a person's identity. Liz made sure that, And then, with a tense note in her voice, she wondered if he did not lose his own. The girl wondered if it could happen that the certificate still remained among the boy's things. In response, Miyabi only shook his head and denied that he had never had such a document with him. Lisa thought and noted that in this case she had to pay. She noted that it would cost about 5 copper. Miyabi said that he really has no penny. Hearing this, Liz was left without words. Miyabi triumphantly lifted his finger up and added that he was a special case. Neither money nor documents he had. After these words, intense silence reigned in the air. Miyabi rushed to the guards, shouting that he urgently needed help, because there is a risk that he was about to zoom in something. Liz grabbed the boy for his clothes, at the moment when he shouted loudly that if you allow this girl to act so impunity, the angel would soon become the focus of lawlessness. Thanks to the cry of Miyabi, the girl finally retreated and promised no more to touch him. The girl sighed, extending the boy with a temporary pass, valid only for 3 days. She explained that if he intends to linger for a long time, then he would have to issue a certificate in the Adventurers Guild. The time passed, and the streets of Angeli enveloped a calm silence. Miyabi and Liz were walking through the city when the guy sincerely thanked the girl for her support. The guy also thanked her for the money she gave for the expenses. Liz also noted that she had only borrowed his money, and he would return them as soon as he could. She assured that she would make the boy fulfill all these conditions. Miyabi replied that he was well aware of everything. Earlier, Liz put forward 2 requirements. The first is to join the Adventurers Guild. Miyabi suggested that he would be able to collect his own team, and the guild would know where she is. The whole idea was that Miyabi had no chance to escape. The young man realized that he should collect all the necessary materials to create as soon as possible, and then be sure to register in the Guild of Adventure. The second requirement was to work for a girl for a while. While the boys were walking through the city streets, Miyabi looked at a variety of structures with enthusiasm. For example, a real smithy that attracted her special attention. As soon as she made her request, she at the same time asked her to help her with luggage. The young man looked at the outskirts. He was unbearably looking to look around. However, there was no opportunity for this. Every time Miyabi stopped for a moment, Liz immediately called him back. The boy had to apologize even for leaving other shops. Fighting will undoubtedly be difficult, but if you choose the role of support, you may be able to cope. One day, when Miyabi was immersed in his own thoughts, a man with a thick beard paid attention to the boy, but remained silent. Subsequently, Miyabi and Liz reached a small building that turned out to be a hotel. The guy asked, unless they had to go to the Adventurers Guild. The 2 of them stopped at the lobby of the hotel, not far from the registration rack. Liz emphasized that the first and most important rule for every adventure seeker is to take care of the roof over his head. She noted that inexpensive hotels were buying places instantly, so they had to hurry up. In addition, the girl's suitcase was quite difficult. Miyabi listened carefully to the satellite's story, recording the most essential details. A woman at the registration rack reported that the cost of 1 night is 5 silver coins. Without spending time, Miyabi immediately climbed into his pocket for money. The guy got a small coin, mentally noting how good he borrowed a little money in advance. Paying to the last penny, he went to his room. He remembered how he gave 5 silver coins a night in this room. 1 gold coin was equal to 10 silver. For comparison, the usual room in Japan's business hotel costs about 5,000 yen. The guy imagined a gold coin that was equivalent to 1,000,000 yuan. The city's transition cost Miyabi 5 copper coins, and it still has 2 gold, for all sorts of costs and everyday needs. Now Miyabi felt some debt to this younger girl. With this thought, the guy sighed heavily. Despite the fact that she was a desperate adventure search, her character brought a lot of trouble. However, Miyabi was obliged to thank this girl for her support. The night flew unnoticed, and the horizon was already spreading. It was today that Miyabi decided to visit the Adventurers Guild to officially register. Crossing the threshold of this amazing institution, he saw a lot of one that was difficult to believe. Among the crowd distinguished the animal and various elves. For the average boy, it was a real sight. Miyabi frankly admired she saw. Noticing her surprise, Liz noted that the Guild of Adventurers looks the same in all cities. The girl asked in surprise whether she really saw her for the first time. Miyabi decided that he was familiar with them thanks to games. The guy smiled and reported that he spent most of his life in the village, so he had never been able to get acquainted with cities well. He assured that everything is fine with him and it is not necessary to worry. The girl smiled and suggested in this case to immediately go to Eleanor with a report on support. There was already a beautiful beauty with golden hair. Eleanor met Liz with a sincere smile, thanked her for his support and effort. She gently noted that it was getting cool outside, so it is worth taking care of yourself and protecting health. Liz smiled and thanked Eleanor sincerely for his care. Miyabi could not hide surprise. This girl seemed to her truly pretty. Eleanor arose from his chair and was interested in who was the young man with whom Liz came. Miyabi coughed, and then confidently stated that his name was Miyabi. He arrived here to become an adventurer and assist Liz. The guy bowed deeply, testifying to his genuine joy about dating. Eleanor thanked Miyabi for taking care of Liz. The girl was friendly as a representative of the Adventurers Guild. Smiling, she gladly expressed her pleasure in acquaintance with Miyabi. Liz, who watched all this, looked carefully at the guy and asked if he did not seem to have grown a little. The guy was confused by such an unexpected question. Recognizing, Miyabi justified that it was only a regular greeting. The guy, in surprise lifting his eyebrows, asked if they meant the same. After a short dispute, Eleanor turned to Liz and stated that she was taking her card. The girl asked Liz to wait a little while she checks the state of the request. Meanwhile, Miyabi politely passed the form, explaining that he would need to fill it. Miyabi immediately agreed and took the blank necessary for further registration of adventurers. The guy was surprised that although he had never seen similar letters, he was able to disassemble every word. He wondered if it could be the result of transferring to another world. There are 7 degrees in the ranks of Class A. With the experience and time, when you rise in the steps, you can reach the highest level. The rank changes depending on the number of tasks performed and contribution to the activity of the guild. The adventure card serves not only for a person's identity, it can also be used to store money as if in a bank. Miyabi thought that to carry all his savings with him, absolutely illogical, because in case he would have to pay the commission. In addition, courtesy remained a matter of great weight for him. It was also argued that the weight of cooperation should also be realized. Miyabi was quite surprised to see that the same was stated simply in the list of rules. The young man noted that among the adventurers, few people have humanity. Suddenly, he insisted that I should definitely read everything to the last word. Miyabi glanced at the girl in surprise, and then he had slowly announced that he had already read everything to the last page. He mentioned that if you do not read carefully, the consequences could be a complete surprise. This inspired him memories of his former work in the company. Liz looked at Miyabi and noted that about 90% of people did not even look into the content of the contract. Among her acquaintances, only she took reading everything thoroughly and did not miss a single line. Miyabi sighed and noted that she should not lie, because he himself did not believe in the truth of what was said. But suddenly, having met with Eleanor's gaze, Miyabi unexpectedly realized that it was really true. The girl sighed and thanked Miyabi for careful reading of the contract. Eleanor added that Liz was up to date, and in addition she was serious about her childhood. Miyabi was starving, smiling and realizing that Eleanor was really right. He began to sign the documents, concerning the idea of what trials now had to overcome this girl. Suddenly Liz stopped the guy. Miyabi looked at the girl in surprise, and then immediately faded, because he realized, without thinking for a moment, he signed up with his name Japanese. He was engulfed in true horror. He was convinced that it was an end. But suddenly, without a surprise, she said calmly that the assistant specialization should be indicated in the specialization column. The guy, clasping his teeth in anticipation of the worst, was still muddy. But when he realized that he was not threatened, he opened his eyes and looked at Liz in surprise. The girl talked about how long-term orders and continuous support complicate the service of weapons and armor. She asked the boy if he shared her opinion. The girl added that nowadays they hire only temporarily. The guy sighed lightly, glad that in this world people understand Japanese. Miyabi asked whether it means that he would stay away. Liz thought for a moment and then replied that he was. However, she specified, this does not mean that the guy will not participate in events. His task will be to bring water and cook food. Thus, the camp guards will become much easier. The guy asked if it would not be too simple. Liz replied that the longer their order, the more important such work becomes. After all, even experienced adventurers cannot do without comfort, so helpers are just needed. Miyabi thought that on the other hand, his work is reduced to one simple thing, to help people fulfill their own desires. It is thanks to him that local workers can at least relax a little, which significantly helps them to relieve tension during the working day. Miyabi smiled, made it clear Liz that he understood her, took his handle in his hands and stated he was ready to make an assistant. After the guy finished talking, Liz got up and stated that today it was all she wanted to talk to him. She has already handed Ellen all the necessary documents to enter the group. The girl asked Miyabi to finish the end, because after that the task, accompanied by she feels exhausted and wants to go to bed quietly. The girl apologized for not being able to come. Miyabi was not offended and assured that everything is fine, because he himself has enough affairs. In response, Lisa smiled widely and advised him to make every effort as an assistant. In a few minutes, Miyabi finally managed to get his traveler card from Eleonora. The man studied the certificate carefully, and soon the girl wondered whether Miyabi had temporary permission. He asked Eleanor to wait a little. The guy with a smart movement got permission simply from the inventory. It surprised Eleanor. Miyabi with a smile handed her a document. The girl was confused for a moment, and then she acknowledged that Miyabi was really a master of her craft. Miyabi smiled and noted that rarely when the master could be seen among those who recorded in the guild as an adventure seeker. Eleanor agreed, noting that such interpretation makes sense. The girl said that many people were registered in commercial and industrial guilds. In total, there are 3 varieties of guilds: the Guild of Adventures, the Trade Guild, and the Guild of Manufacturers. Miyabi noted that the Artisans Guild. However, Eleanor emphasized that it was not just about it. They were often denied simply because of a lack of physical strength. Miyabi sighed. Such words did not sound too cheerful, but in his eyes the determination was already flinching. He was definitely ready for new trials. Eleanor, smiling, added that recently members of the Artisans Guild are increasingly accepting orders. She could only hope that everything would end safely. The girl remembered one detail and decided to ask in Miyaba whether he knew that time in inventory stops. Hearing this, the guy was genuinely impressed. Eleanor explained that if the guy brings meat to the monster or other valuable materials, then it is sure to receive the reward for it. At the same time, when obtaining trophies, he should be afraid of damage to the monster's head. Miyabi imagined how a new inventory of his life would be much simpler. There are no more worries about preserving materials or their safety. In addition, he will be able to pass to travelers real freshness. The guy exclaimed that he would definitely try. He was determined to do his best to pay for Liz's debt as soon as possible. Before Miyabi could take up the creation of objects, he had to first collect all the necessary materials. Now he was able to solve 2 important things for himself at the same time. It was much more useful than having to go in a handicraft guild, where his desire is unlikely to find a response. In fact, he should look at the Adventurers Guild. The guy asked Eleanor with a question where he can get more materials. In response, the girl smiled kindly and advised to go to the Eastern District. Quite safe. Miyabi decided to work even outside the time allotted for orders. After spending some time in the forest, collecting all sorts of resources, Miyabi finally decided to return to the city. The sun has already gone out of the window. Returning to the city, the guy looks around. The surrounding buildings seemed completely unfamiliar to him. Miyabi stopped in the middle of a narrow lane, trying to remember where the hotel was in which he had to spend the night. Panic began to cover it. All the buildings seemed to be one face, and it became increasingly difficult to understand this stone maze. He will not fly down how many times he stepped the same street. Panic, he shouted that nothing was changing everywhere, and such monotony has become an unbearable test for a regular Japanese office worker. He thought he had relaxed earlier only because there was Liz. Going the street, the guy tried to remember the name of that hotel. Looking up, he saw the sun already shaking before the sunset, and thought that he may have been stinging through him. Suddenly, a girl with a neatly tied tail goes to the boy. Walking through the street, Miyabi noticed a low girl with fun ears and tail. Her look was strict and attentive. Miyabi immediately guessed, no doubt a representative of the tribe of the animal. Miyabi noted that a girl hangs on the girl's belt, so she is probably a search for adventure. The guy looked around again. There was no other human soul around, so he decided to address her for help. He dared to try. Going to the girl, the guy asked to tell the road to the hotel. She turned away immediately, indicated the direction, and replied briefly that he should go there. Miyabi was a little confused, and then noted that he still did not name the hotel in which he stopped. The guy wondered if the girl refers to the hotel where she lives. The girl was quite puzzled. Miyabi instantly captured her confusion and embarrassment. It became unclear why the face of this stranger changed so much. The idea was already in the head. Apparently, it was not necessary to break this topic. However, the guy realized that now he was no longer hoping for anyone. Only this girl was left. He apologized, assuming that he could scare her. He assured that he was not a suspicious prodigy, and stretched out his adventure for the girl. The girl looked at the document carefully, sighed heavily, and then quickly pulled out her own card and stated that she was also an adventurer. The guy exclaimed how an unexpected coincidence. He was really amazed at this development, because the girl seemed very young. Miyabi took the girl's card and lingered for a moment to carefully understand what she saw. He looked at her silently, thinking enthusiastically. Is this sweet? A small girl? A truly seeker of adventures with a B rank? Miyabi could not believe that this fragile baby stands even higher than a terrible warrior himself. He looked carefully at the unreasonable girl and wondered, is she really so strong? The girl confidently pointed to Miyaba, voicing his name with F rang. She noted that he was a lost adventure seeker. After that she introduced. Her name was Mel. The girl proudly stated that she would certainly help the boy. Miyabi answered her with a warm smile and thanked her sincerely. Although he recognized the truth of her words, it was still a little awkward to hear such a candid confession aloud. Suddenly, the girl exclaimed that Miyabi would at least tell her at least something. Miyabi thought, asked for a little time for Mel. He remembered that he was exactly near the eastern gate. In addition, he noted that he did not recall the details of this event, because it was then that he spoke with his familiar adventure. Hardly hearing this, Mel immediately wondered if this familiar seeker was not a girl. Miyabi confirmed it and specified that it was a girl of his age. He wanted to add something else, but Mel had already caught the essence and, without a minute, confidently led Miyabi behind. A few hours on the road behind. And here Mel pointed to the building, confidently stating that it was their destination here. Looking back, she asked if she was wrong. In response, Miyabi only nodded noticeably. Yes, that's the right place. The young man exclaimed that it was extremely. He asked Mel with interest how she managed to solve it. The girl straightened her back, proudly raised her head and replied that she just needed a little thinking. She assured that she is a hotel in which girls can settle without excitement. There are simply no other such places near the eastern gate. The door is securely closed, and alcohol is forbidden. Because alcohol in that area is banned, even ordinary residents can feel safe. Hearing this, Miyabi was genuinely surprised. He did not think that Liz was concerned about his safety. The young man sincerely thanked Mel for her support, adding that she literally saved his life. The girl with a smile patted him on her shoulder and wished her good luck. In response, the guy reminded her that his name is Miyabi. Mel wished the boy good luck again, but now turned to him. Miyabi decided that now she was better off her name from her memory. Suddenly, Miyabi remembered that he wanted to thank Mel for her support. He wondered if the girl could wait a little. Hearing the gratitude, Mel's face was a joyful smile. She stopped immediately and stated that she would wait. Miyabi looked at Mel and mentally confessed to himself that he would be willing to thank the girl with money. This is exactly how he was catastrophically lacking. The young man opened his inventory to create not money for Mel, but something special. He sought to make her a thing that would give her true joy. During this time, Miyabi had already had a lot of wood in the forest, so he had everything he needed at hand. He lifted a small log, and without a moment, used the ability to decompose the material, turning the deck into neat small cubes. Material schedule is an additional function created specifically for extended equipment. The materials stored in this section can automatically disintegrate into components. The next moment he had a wooden bar material in his hand, which was not overlooked. Then Abby was to use magical power. The wooden cubes were spinning in the hands of Miab at a terrific speed. It was created by hand. True value had habits and emotions. When speaking with any material, the tree remained special for Miyabi. For this moment, the wood has already begun to acquire bizarre outlines. Miyabi smiled. It seemed like a little thing for him because he has long processed various materials with the same attention and skill. Quickly, Miyabi turned a piece of clay into a sophisticated figure of a charming cat. Finishing the work, Miyabi added a cute expression of the cat's muzzle, giving him a special charm. The guy sighed with relief, rejoicing in his own victory. Now, a charming wooden figure, which he intended to give Mel, was in his hands. He carefully put a cat in the arms of the girl, confessing that it is a trifle, but now, everything he can give. When Mel looked at the figure carefully, her gaze shone with joy. The girl gently carried her fingers on the head of the cat, without bringing from him fascinated eyes. Mel gently stroked the cat, not holding back his admiration. Miyabi was glad that the girl really appreciates his modest, self-made gift. The guy watched Mel escapes, and he thought, as a result, he created a lot of incredible pieces, but all this remained only data in the game. He, in turn, was pleased to give such vivid emotions to others. But deep night, when Miyabi had already returned to his room and fell asleep, something did not give him rest. The guy snored loudly and trembled in a dream. But suddenly he broke out of bed, complaining about a terrible cold. Embarrassed, he ran into the corridor in the hope of warming himself, but there was neither a stove nor a fireplace here. Nothing was warm. The guy with a muted voice complained that his futon was no longer saving from the cold this night. He thought that maybe breakfast would help you warm up a little. Yes, to his surprise, instead of meeting Miyabi, a guy came across a corridor on Liz, which was also literally dull from the cold. The guy greeted the girl on a good morning, and then noted that it was somehow unusually cold. Tingling with warmer clothing, the girl only nodded, agreeing with the words of Miyabi. The guy with a gesture invited Liz to sit at the table that he pointed to. He asked her to wait a little while she brought something to a snack. The girl obediently took a place and sincerely thanked him for his care. A little time passed, and Miyabi brought a small tray with porridge and fresh bread. The guy put the dishes on the table and apologized to Liz for making her wait. The young man smiled and warned that the dish was very hot, so you should be careful. Passing the plate, he accidentally touched her fingers. Because of this, Miyabi was genuinely surprised and exclaimed, noticing how cold in his palm. He became wondering why the girl's hands were so icy, and he turned to her with this question. Liz looked at him in confusion, not understanding the reasons for his surprise. The girl trembled, justifying herself, just freezing quickly. Miyabi looked at her and even felt easy. Liz tasted the dish gently, and a lightweight smile appeared on her face. She exhaled with pleasure and noted that it was even more delicious than what was fed that morning when they received an escort request. Liz admitted that she didn't even have time to eat that day, and there was no slightest breath of wind. The days were remembered when the piercing cold did not allow it to fall asleep. Miyabi sighed heavily, noting that he was well aware of how she was. The young man noted that apparently an additional blanket would definitely lift the mood. The girl in response promised, if he shares her blanket with her, he will pay him a silver coin every night. Miyabi noted that he would be perceived as a robbery. She smiled in response and reminded him that, being with the Tanya of the rainy morning, he said quite differently. Some have complained that because of unbearable cold, could not sleep. Not wanting to ignite the dispute, Miyabi supported Liz and translated the conversation, suggested that the girl get acquainted with new applications for escort. Subsequently, they went to the guild together. Liz was immersed in reading readings, thinking whether such tasks should be accomplished. Suddenly, Miyabi was interested in asking what it was, to which the girl calmly explained that it was just a bulletin board. Liz calmly explained to the boy that all the requests made to the Adventure Seekers Guild were hung on this board. She specified that the board they had now considered could be found for seekers with C and D ranking. Miyabi noted that he understands the girl. Turning his gaze, he suddenly noticed how several people were hiding in the shadows around the corner, waiting for something persistently. And in the meantime, a stranger hurried to place new tasks on the board. Instantly, the crowd hiding around the corner rushed to the board, from which a stranger just departed. People feverishly disrupted the tasks from the wall, trying to snatch as soon as possible in the shortest time. Miyabi, struck by what he saw, with a trembling finger pointed at the scene and looked at Liz, trying to find out what happened. The girl, without emotions, explained that this is where the board hangs with tasks for ranks E and F. It was because of the profitable orders between them and this struggle broke out. When most of the tasks were already disassembled and the brave men dispersed in different directions, the only boy, weak and hesitative, remained in the middle of the yard. He failed to choose anything. Miyabi was stunned by this scene. The guy rose hard from the ground, feeling the depressing burden, and tiredly said that even his additional responsibilities were taken away. Miyabi was left without words. He could only silently watch the guy who was without any work. Sweat drops rolled down his face as soon as he felt on himself what it means to be a traveler. Only the support of his comrades. He was anxiety. What will it be the future that will look like this? The guy clenched his fist, begging in his thoughts that he would not leave him. Meanwhile, The girl went to the place, lifted one of the tasks that rolled to the floor, and said indignantly, "It's awful." Liz noted, worried that now all the statements have been confused, and to understand what they were demanded from them will not be easy. Miyabi looked at the girls silently. Suddenly, he became awkward. He scratched his cheek and hurried to help Liz. On the way, he did not restrain and confessed that she was really incredible. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked why he suddenly said it. Miyabi translated the conversation on another topic, asking how the order is moving. The girl watched the list and replied that it would take a long time, so it is worth going to work immediately. One of the travelers who passed by accidentally caught his sight. His face instantly blocked the grimace of the disgust, but he could not take his eyes away from that sheet. He went quickly, and Miyabi noticed it, surprised to note this wonder. The man wondered what the request was. Liz replied that it was a request for humility of the flock of earth sheep. Miyabi was not surprised and asked what it means. He looked wary. Liz noted that there were a lot of reward, but no one ever took this task. She wondered if no one paid attention to the announcement. The postcard indicated that 3 earth sheep were observed on the western plateau. There were several accidents on the road. The guy read everything, and then asked Liz whether everything was fine with her. He noted that the task did not seem too complicated. The girl replied that she was fine, just a little sad in her soul. Liz assured him that it would pass and should not worry. Unexpectedly, the guy noticed something interesting, and immediately asked Liz if it could be taken for free. The girl sighed and confirmed it in a quiet voice. The guy paid attention to the place where, awkward, looked Liz, and suddenly noticed something strange there. Seeing Eleanor, who with a slight smile gives his assignment, the guy suddenly stopped something. He shouted loudly that Liz was a supporter of Eleonora. The expression of his face showed true pride for this discovery. Liz was shyly scattered and hotly asked the guy not to voice it aloud. She began to accurately, justifying that she was not a fan at all, and did not miss her or something like this. She meant that whatever the Eleanor is, she would always look adult and perfect. Her hair will smell pleasant, and talking with her will certainly give joy. She did not mean anything special, but when she saw the Eleanor in the wind of hair, she could not restrain her admiration. While she said it, Liz tightened Miyabi's throat. Suddenly, she confessed that she sincerely wished that Eleanor always stays with her. Miyabi exclaimed that it was like the desire of some middle-aged man. Liz shook her head and replied that it was not true. She only dreamed of becoming a younger sister, with whom she would always be a caring and loving older sister. Miyabi confessed that it made a rather depressing impression. Some time has passed, and finally the turn of Liz and Miyabi. The girl smiled warmly and wondered if they could already place an order. Noticing that they finally approached her, Eleanor smiled. She took the sheet and began to study the order information with interest. But suddenly her face tensed, and she suddenly asked, "Why is this?" The girl warned that this order will be quite difficult, and it would be necessary to work for conscience. She noted that they most likely understand it. In addition, the award was increased precisely because the previous CC were unable to fulfill it. She approved the order and warned, "Carefully handle the earth sheep, because this task only looks safe at first glance." Hearing this, Miyabi tensed. Eleanor smiled and said Miyabi that it was his first task, so he should try. Miyabi nodded in response, agreeing with the girl. With a smile on her face, Eleanor sincerely wished Miyabi not to suffer, and then wished them success. At that moment, the guy recalled the words Liz and finally realized that he was trying to convey to him a girlfriend. It suddenly seemed to him that he was truly understanding Eleanor. As soon as she gave him warm words and a gentle smile, a new wave of inspiration broke out in his heart. The satisfied guy stepped forward, thinking about the lightness and peace in his soul, and Liz, meanwhile, watched him with distrust. The girl grunted dissatisfied, because he behaved surprisingly quietly near Eleanor. Although Miyabi could not speak close to someone, Liz sighed and noted that in Miyabi's soul a real 30-year-old man. The guy just laughed, completely agreeing with this statement. Subsequently, the boys reached the western plains. Tired after the trip, they stopped by the river to rest a little. While Miyabi quenched his thirst, he said unexpectedly that although he and the artisan, he has undoubtedly had great force. Water. The girl noted that they were already coming from Angoulême, but he does not look tired at all. She even had the idea that he was a real adventure seeker, and it could not help but surprise her. Hearing the words climb, the guy himself realized that he did not feel fatigue at all. Smiling, he noted that all this was the merit of his skills in construction and collection. He has the ability to increase physical endurance and relieve fatigue. This is quite natural, because he has been training persistently for many years. Liz was amazed, because among the magicians, such abilities are a rarity. The girl noted that giving the sorcerers of physical strength is much more difficult than to make those who stand on the front line. She did not hint that she dreamed of a day off or something like that. There were moments when she was envious of the abilities of other adventurers, and for the most part she had already reconciled with this thought. Miyabi sighed and noted that the stops were still necessary for the safety of their journey. She cried out that she was not tired at all. The girl lowered and confessed that now it became clear why the boys wanted to finish everything as soon as possible. She explained that the gates of the city are closing with sunset, so if they do not have time to return to this time, she will have to spend the night in the camp. Miyabi twisted, remembering how often he was delayed at work until late at night, not even had time for the last trains. He remembered how to get home on foot. Hard, grueling evenings in his memory. Yesterday it was his ordinary life. Wipe tears, he realized what happiness was here. He silently thanked the one who gave him a chance to get to this new world. In this world, of course, there were also shortcomings, but at least did not have to listen to complaints from unbearable clients or tolerate a preschool chief. For the most part, his colleagues were women with children, so from time to time it led to slight emotional breakdowns, and only now did he finally feel real peace. While the wave of memories seized the young man, Liz did not leave attempts to bring him back to reality. She called him by his name. Suddenly, the girl burst out, reporting that the Zemstvoyers had already appeared. Miyabi was confused and frozen, looking closely around and asking where they found themselves. Meanwhile, the boys focused, trying to catch the beast tracks. Suddenly, the silhouette of the animal emerged in front of them. Calmly chewing the grass, it appeared peacefully in their eyes. Miyabi asked what it was, because the earth's sheep was exactly similar to a deer. She cried out that it was really a deer, but it did not mean him. The sheep was behind him. Several deer calmly bored the grass, suddenly alerted and began to look one way. A powerful wave of air swept away from there. Deer rushed to the side, but suddenly something mighty crashed to them. It was a huge creature with massive horns, the so-called earthen ram. The animal looked like a real aggressive beast. Miyabi thought with anxiety how terrible this sheep seems. Liz confirmed her words, adding that these creatures were called roaring demons. She claims that even 10 soldiers are not enough to give advice to this giant. They say that one of these demons crushed the city gate. Miyabi sighed and noted that the rice demon is much more accurate for these creatures. Liz added that their main problem was the extraordinary ingenuity of these creatures. They had to counter the monsters, as they had already done it in the forest. In addition, it was rumored that the earthen sheep hunt primarily on the magicians who covered the team from the rear. Miyabi noted that it would be too risky to check it in practice. Liz agreed, adding that enemies could attack them instantly, so they need to find shelter as soon as possible. Because of this, they decided to temporarily retreat. It was at this moment that Miyabi finally realized why members of the guild reacted so surprisingly to this order. If such an insurance was roaring around, the path would definitely be blocked. Looking at the torn tires, Miyabi noted that they needed to hurry. Miyabi wondered whether no one but adventurers were injured. Liz replied with relief that fortunately, no peaceful resident was injured. The girl noted that it is undoubtedly only a temporary obstacle on the way, but there is a village near here, and this road is their only window into the world. Miyabi suggested that the inhabitants of this village are unlikely to be in good condition, because with the advent of horrific monsters of supply have completely stopped here. Liz said differently. They had no right to a mistake, and even Miyabi, who only helped, had to keep her ear sharp. Miyabi came closer, supported Liz and added that it was not necessary to delay this issue. The guy wondered how they were going to follow these monsters. He wondered if they could use magic, whether they would still have to rush into monsters. Liz denied that the problem was not at all. First of all, they need to find out how these monsters move. Hearing this, Hering thought and fell silent for a moment. That guy wondered if everything was already said. Liz was so stunned by such an answer that she could not hide her astonishment. The girl agreed that it was necessary to be attentive to every step, but it is by no means a reason to lose vigilance. Liz exclaimed that these monsters would pursue them until they kill them, and given their power, it would be incredibly difficult to overcome such enemies, even for the rank of B. Miyabi was resting the words that they would not stop their attacks until they were destroyed, and then asked, why not simply stop them now? Liz stopped in confusion and asked what he meant. In response, The guy just smiled mockingly. He noted that he feels, these monsters are not ready for surprise. For a while, the boys got out to the open terrain. Miyabi was stepping in front of something in the device at the same time, and Liz silently followed him, immersed in his own thoughts. Miyabi made a small stone blade using 10 twigs and 50 pebbles. He carefully took the new tool to his hands, looking carefully at his work. Liz wondered what Miyabi thought. The guy proudly lifted his shovel and replied that he was going to dig a pit. Hearing this, Liz became even more alert. She wondered in surprise what he was in mind. The girl explained that the monsters were far from simple creatures. If they were so easy to cope with them, everyone would do it. Liz took a deep breath and noted that they did not have time for large pits. Miyabi just dug in silence, not paying attention to her words and strongly raking the ground with a shovel. The girl warned that if they remain here for a long time, the monsters would be noticed. But suddenly, it was at this moment that the shovels of Miyabi struck into the ground. Just in front of them was a huge square bump, which went into the very depth of darkness. The girl froze without finding words. Miyabi only nodded, making it clear that he is well aware of what is being discussed. The guy again inserted a shovel into the ground and added that everyone around considers assistance too weak. A giant crater was instantly formed around Liz, and it was on a tiny island, cut off by a bottomless abyss. Miyabi stated that the trapetal maid was fully trusting, and the stunned Liz fell to her knees without finding words from shock. Looking around, she whispered with a shaking in her voice that it simply could not be. Everything seemed incomprehensible and unspeakably strange. Meanwhile, Miyabi, with absolute peace, climbed the stairs, which he had just grown from the ground. A girl who still could not recover from what heard was surprised if Miyabi was in his past life by some spit. On this, the guy just laughed and answered that he was most likely. Then he was not someone else than a dog on the leash. He associated these words with the fact that he had previously worked in a regular firm. The guy lifted a pretty overall thing and stated that now they should finish the case as soon as possible. Miyabi cleverly removed 5 plywood boards from his inventory and gently blocked them in the ground, skillfully masking the traces so that the hole almost disappeared from the eyes. Then, with the help of magic, he carefully sprinkled the branches of trees with a special layer of soil. And the next step of the sorcerer created a thin cover of herbs on the surface, which skillfully hid a trap from other people's eyes. Miyabi raised his hands and noted that without intervention, everything would look too artificial, so he decided to accelerate the growth of herbs with the help of magic. The next moment, his painstaking work came to an end. Miyabi proudly stated that he did everything he needed to catch these wild monsters. Standing with Liz among, at first glance, the ordinary field, he assured her that the monster would not even feel any changes, so he could now say that the trap was finally ready. Liz remained in the same place, stunned to the heart. The pale girl said quietly that she took less than 10 minutes. Liz could not understand whether all this was happening in her eyes. It was distrustful. Liz gently set her foot forward to check the situation. Her trembling voice betrayed the excitement when she asked, "Was this the beginning of Miyabi's trap?" She wanted to make sure that her suspicions were fair. Liz sank to the ground and looked carefully at the thick grass. Miyabi sat side by side, and smiling gently, calmly explained, "Even if you use a little magic, this herb will still remain a little different than the real one." He pointed to the grass and explained that looking closely, one could see the difference. This herb grows a little differently than the real one. Its direction is different. Liz laughed and noted that it was good that he still warned her. But in a moment, she shouted sharply that he could do it at least a little earlier. Miyabi, blushing, thanked Liz for her kind words. After that, he warned her to be more careful, because another careless movement, and she will be trapped. Hearing this, Liz dropped to the ground, hugging her magic stick firmly. The girl focused and addressed Miyabi with the question of how to proceed. The guy wondered if he was mistaken, considering the earthly sheep wild and fierce. He noted that if they appear nearby, they would fall into the trap. He asked if he could not be like a magic spell that could attract the attention of earth sheep. Hearing this, Liz stopped Miyabi with surprise, asking to wait. The girl grabbed a bundle of grass nearby and said hard that lure the earth's sheep, a pure fiction. Nevertheless, the girl believed their chance, albeit scanty, still exists. Competing with her own doubts, she leaned back and sighing hard, she still stated that Miyabi was trusting. However, the distrust clearly flashed in her gaze, and Miyabi could not notice it. The young man answered her look, at which some pressure was felt. A little time passed, and climbed, squeezing a charming staff in her hands, went to her feet. In her look, he read uncertainty about her own decisions. Miyabi was quietly frozen behind the girl's back without saying a single word. Liz easily lifted the rod to the sky, then said the spell that caused the earth's shell. A small clay projectile flew pretty cleverly from her staff. First he flew up, and then rapidly moved down, falling just next to one of the earth rams. The faster the projectile rushed, the more focused and tense the adventurers who watched for him became. When the projectile fell, no one even had time to react at the first time. Miyabi and Liz considered the wild creature carefully, and suddenly the earthen ram returned sharply towards the frightened children. This behavior was only more frightened by Miyabi and Liz. Both screamed, not hiding their horror. The guy was convincing his ears with his hands, and tears on his cheeks were already flowing into the Liz. The earthly sheep immediately rushed to the side of the adventurers who were waiting for it. When the monster was constantly approaching, lifting a powerful wave of wind around him, Liz, covered with fear, shouted that she was already nearby. The frightened girl panikedly panicked, asking whether they will work and whether their trap will work as they thought. Miyabi broke her anxiety, exclaiming her to calm down immediately, because everything is sure to go according to the plan. Liz shouted with despair how to keep calm in such a situation. She screamed through tears, which is not able to calm down. Liz convinced that they would not avoid defeat and death. She exclaimed with despair that she could not even escape from here. Their trap imprisoned her, and in the meantime the monster was approaching, becoming more and more fierce. Liz pressed Miyabi's shoulder, sobbing, and began to be pleased with forgiveness and all the gods of the world for contacting this hopeless type. Sincerely referring to the higher forces, she asked for help in this unsuccessful world, while Miyabi looked at her with an expression of full misunderstanding, considering it simply not in her mind. The monster was constantly approaching, screaming. The fastest her offensive, the pale delayed the Lisa of horror, tight by a deadly fear. The earthen sheep rushed to the girl frantically, gaining a frantic speed, as suddenly found herself in the center of the cunning trap prepared by Miyabi. A moment, and the soil under the feet of the monster suddenly began to crumble. The monster himself fell down rapidly, being just under the plywood boards, which Miyabi masked the trap. All this was accompanied by a sinister roar and a loud hum that pierced the air. The volume was so unbearable that she involuntarily covered her ears with her hands, trying to escape from this terrible roar and from the fear that grew with every moment. With a loud, protracted heather, the earthy sheep flew down, being just under a trap. At the same time, she climbed frightened, and Miyabi, without delaying, covered the girl with her hand. Once everything ended, Liz broke into a loud cry, demanding that the disgusting earthen sheep finally shut up. At the same time, she emphasized that they would not get into the mess in any way without noticing anything. But despite all the worst premonitions and fears of frightened Liz, the earthen sheep were relentlessly gone in a trap, which Miyabi made. Considering all this, Liz asked her assistant whether these sheep did not know about the existence of this pit. The girl tried to calm down, thinking whether she was right and convincing herself that it was hardly possible. In response to these words, Miyabi only smiled cunningly and noted that the idea seemed simple. But the real essence is that the deeper the pit, the harder it would be to get out of it. He cast his gaze on the trap and noted that after such a fall from a great height, they are unlikely to ever wake up and would no longer cause any hassle. The young man noted that these terrestrial rams fell from such height that they would now definitely have neither the strength or the ability to resist. Miyabi shone with iron confidence in his abilities. With a tense face, Liz said that she could not believe in all this. The events seemed completely incredible. At that moment, Miyabi smiled silently, watching Liza behind the sheep that were unconsciously before them. Liz was amazed. Miyabi dealt with these monsters with such ease, although even one of them usually needed a lot of time and effort from adventurers. She thought about the trap that the guy was built, and tried to understand where he came from such amazing craft skills. The girl cast her gaze on the motionless Miyabi and wondered who was her assistant, who did not give the impression of an extraordinary man at all. Catching Lisan's gaze, Miyabi lifted 2 fingers and smiled widely, rejoicing that the girl was able to descend whole and intact. Liz believed that this was not worth paying attention to it. The girl sighed and said that she needed to inform Miyabi somewhat important. She wondered if she could ask a guy with one question. Miyabi was surprised to ask if she was talking about something serious. The guy smiled and reminded that they were only 2 days familiar. Liz was indignant at this. It was not a confession in love. She just wanted to say that the pits were absolutely nothing. The girl announced that she would go first. She wanted to give them a good lesson. Liz lifted the staff, and he instantly turned to a striking magic weapon. Watching what was happening, Miyabi could not hide a sincere delight in the magic of his companion. His gaze stopped at the icy spire, which grew under the charming touches Liz. He became increasingly powerful and majestic. The first signs of fatigue were already on the girl's face. Seeing this, Miyabi addressed Liz with the note that her rival was reminiscent of a wounded beast. However, the girl immediately denied, stating that it was not true. Liz noted that the Earth's sheep were surprisingly hardy. She sought to neutralize him with one shot in order not to damage the valuable material. The best way to do this was to increase the impact force with a magical charge. The girl shouted and soiled the ice spear directly into the body of the beast that lay tightly at the bottom of the pit. When several such attacks were made one by one, she finally stopped, exhausted forces. Liz sighed hard, saying that everything was over. With the feeling of bitter irony, she added that it was even funny, because she never managed to strike the final blow so easily. While Miyabi was collecting sheep materials, she noted that the girl was doing well. In response, Liz grabbed her head and sighed, confessing that she did not have time to follow the events around. Miyabi noted that the true skill is to use her own skills. The girl agreed with this, but noted that Miyabi had quite unusual abilities. But suddenly her attention was attracted by the boy's actions. Her face faded, and she asked with fear whether she saw it right. The girl asked whether Miyabi really took all those monsters to her inventory. Miyabi was genuinely surprised and began to clarify all the details, because the plan had to transport trophies from monsters. Liz agreed, but noted that what happened was more reminiscent of someone's purposeful sabotage. However, she did not leave one thought. If he really put so much land in his inventory, how could it fit this huge earthly lamb there? Miyabi looked at the girl with surprise and reminded that she told him earlier. The necessary materials could be safely transferred to inventory. So he sincerely did not understand what the problem arose. The girl confirmed it, but again asked where he came from such a huge stock of things. At the same time, she realized that she is unlikely to know more. She climbed, fell silent for a moment, and then took a deep breath. The girl informed Miyabi that they were definitely worth a little rest. Together, they stuck again near the river. They were going there, doing the task. Liz, with a clear pleasure, was a piece of bread, which she took with her. She seemed to be happy as sincerely as ever. The mood climbed clearly. She confessed that she feels incredibly happy, because now she can eat fresh, fragrant bread. Miyabi, in turn, sincerely added that he was also overwhelmed by joy when he sees a happy Liz. The guy smiled widely and noted that he took care of everything in advance, and even stood up the bread for a long time. Miyabi, with enthusiasm, noted how useful his reserves were. Liz looked at the guy and wondered how much you could fit in that inventory cell. The guy, with a slight embarrassment, noted that Liz seems to be a real fan of talk about inventory. Miyabi confessed that he could not name the exact amount of free space, but suggested that at the moment the inventory was filled with only about 1%. She climbed her eyes with surprise and, holding her breath, asked if she missed something important. Miyabi squeezed, became noticeably nervous, and exclaimed that he said wrong. In fact, his inventory is expanding with the increase in skills. These words were impressed with the words that he implies for the level. Meanwhile, the girl continued to taste bread. Miyabi, however, heard this, and he did not joke. The guy wondered if there is no concept of level in this world at all. Meanwhile, Miyabi tried to convey to Liz that when using his ability, the inventory itself could increase its volume. He cited the following example. If you replenish your stocks every day, you will definitely grow and strengthen. In the dream world, equal increased by themselves. In the virtual world, you could expand your own inventory unlimited. For the majority, this seems unfair, but for experienced craftsmen is quite familiar. Liz wondered, breathing hard. Miyabi, noticing this, was agitated and immediately asked what the girl's reaction means. Liz lifted her head and confessed that she just thought, because her idea of the artisans was somewhat different. She noted that artisans are able to produce anything, but the quality of their products is often not pleased. Therefore, for the most part, they are engaged in the production of cheap furniture and repair defensive fortifications. Even the earnings of artisans are scanty. Liz confessed that she had previously considered this profession one of the worst. Hearing this, Miyabi could not hide her astonishment. The girl added that she did not imagine in what conditions Miyabi lives, but claimed that they would not have managed to leave the city without proper protection. Even ordinary wolves or goblins pose a serious danger to those who are unable to fight. She noted that often artisans cooperate with adventure seekers, because there are few vacancies at their equipment, and they end quickly. Liz said that for a regular artisan, daily collection of materials is not only complicated, but also extremely risky. The heart struck Miyabi to the depths of the soul. He did not say a word. Traveling the world of dreams, Miyabi has already visited a variety of corners. That is why the collection of the necessary materials has never made any difficulty for him. However, local artisans do not have talent for such accomplishments. Here they are only able to craft simple furniture or patch defense fortifications. They do not have opportunities to grow and improve their skills. Miyabi squeezed his fists with all his strength, feeling sorry for them. But despite this, he was aware that he could not influence the situation somehow. The guy was too busy with his own business. Smiling, he noted that any work has its difficulties, and it is never easy to make money. He recalled Liz that she had recently complained to constant freezing during work. Liz just sighed back. She noted that among the adventurers, mortality is quite high, but only a few reach wealth and glory. However, nevertheless, they have to try their fate again and again. Miyabi decided, "It's time to change the topic before I become even strange." That guy hinted that he may need the ability of Liz. The girl looked at him, asking what happened. Miyabi stated that he already knows about his debt, but he sincerely hopes to receive at least a little wool from the sheep they had just destroyed. Liz licked her eyebrows in surprise, but she was generously allowed him to pick up everything she wished. The girl confessed that at first she intended to wholesale only the main parts of the prey, and the wool was simply thrown away. Miyabi noted that adventure seekers usually take only the most valuable from all that he won. He sincerely thanked Liz. He decided not to waste time and take the sorting of materials. She admired with delight that she had never dreamed of picking up a whole ram. Horns are used for the manufacture of medicines. Claws and bones are made weapons and armor, and whole pieces of meat become food. Liz noted that such an order could have been the most favorable for her in the last years. She suggested that he may have rewarded her for all his efforts. She already planned to move closer to hot springs the next day. Miyabi wondered whether she wanted to go down in a warm bath. He also noted that the day before it was extremely cold. The girl noted that the hot bath is extremely pleasant to affect the body. The young man imagined a charming girl who immediately dives under a blanket after the font. Suddenly, Miyabi had not been able to leave the team for a long time. She assured that even after all debts repay all the debts, the situation would remain unchanged. Miyabi was angry. It seemed to him that Liz prompted him to collect materials from monsters for the sake of even more profit. Of course, he would like her to say a little more friendly, but even though he would be glad to stay with her in one team. Miyabi shook his hand, warmly stating that he was glad to work with her. After all, mutual assistance is one of the most important components of a real team. Liz apologized for her excessive pragmaticity, but Miyabi only smiled in a calming and assured, "There is nothing to worry about. Everything is fine." For a while, the boys returned to the guild where Eleanor was already waiting for them. The girl reported that in the morning, she approved their request. At least, that's how she suggested her memory. She wondered if everything was over. Liz looked and noted that they were just lucky that the monsters were themselves. Miyabi wondered why they would simply not be told that they were a monster in a trap. She was proudly noticed that she also had the dignity of a real adventure finder. Hearing such words, Eleanor barely restrained the surprise. However, she just smiled and noted that luck is also a kind of talent, so she sincerely pleased them. The Eleanor took the questionnaire in their hands and asked the children to bring the necessary documents to confirm. She went for a moment, and then explained that they had not yet managed to spread the materials. After that, she wondered if it was possible to get a separate room for them. Miyabi was a little surprised to hear, but he quickly remembered that Liz did not know that he had already done everything. The young man stated that he had prepared everything he needed for a long time, so now it is only necessary to get everything necessary. He raised his hand in front of him, and a whole bunch of various materials suddenly poured on the table in front of Eleanor. Miyabi explained that these were claws and horns of 3 creatures, as well as meat from the other 2. Eleanor could no longer pronounce words from surprise. Even travelers who accidentally passed, stopped, astonished, not being able to hide their surprise. Miyabi apologized for the fact that his things seemed completely blocked the passage. He wondered if Eleanor would want to move everything else. Remembering from the surprise, the girl smiled warmly again and assured that everything was fine. She would immediately start the evaluation. I asked me to wait a little and left the room. The crowd is surprised to look at the mountain of meat that Miyabi and Liz brought together. A strict adventurer in confusion tries to guess where they managed to get so much meat. The staff of the warehouse were not able to believe their eyes, seeing so many prey. It seemed to them that all this was a bad joke. The guild was rising in the guild. Someone shouted that it was the meat of the earth's ram, so it was necessary to hurry. Others listed how many tens of rams were drawn at that time. And Climbing with Miyabi only calmly watched all this noise. The guy looked at the whole stewed ram with a grip, unable to hold back the hobby, seeing his trophy. He was engulfed by unspeakable joy. He spared guild, thinking how it could happen. At this time, the adults cleared the rubble of the mountains. Miyabi calmly watched what was happening in the guild. He asked Liz whether mutton was really so popular in these parts. Liz looked at her friend, without imagining what to start explaining. Liz said that the land of the land lamb is characterized by tenderness and health benefits. Its taste is appreciated by women, and sometimes this delicacy dish is even consumed raw. She added that if you deliver the meat within 3 hours after the ram slaughter, the guild will be able to freeze it, and this meat already has its true connoisseurs. Miyabi listened carefully and carefully absorbed every word of his companion. Liz dared to turn to a friend and tightened Miyabi's sleeve. She looked at him. She shyly said she wanted to say something about this meat. She confessed that she also did not mind to taste a piece of lamb, and asked Miyabi not to sell all the meat. Looking at Liz, he wondered if she also liked this dish. Liz replied that raw meat would not eat. For a while, Eleanor returned to the boys and sincerely asked for a delay. Opening, she expressed his gratitude to Miyabi and climbed for having devoted time to evaluation. In her hand, Eleanor held a tray which was filled with gold coins. She reported that they will receive 45 gold coins for their order. Eleanor put a tray on the table and announced that she will pay 60 golden for good horns and claws, and 10 more gold will fall on honestly grown nails and horns. She also added that the meat will cost 85 gold. If you calculate all the coins, it will turn out exactly 200 gold. Miyabi and Liz were confused with the coins to one to the other. The young man and the girl, stunned, could not believe in their own win. The amount was simply incredible. They received 2 million yuan. The glow of shiny coins illuminated the face of children and Eleanor, filling them with joyful enthusiasm. Liz exhaled and announced that all achievements would be divided into 7-3. Miyabi confidently agreed, looking in her eyes, and noticed that it would be true. He will take his 30%. Liz looked at Miyabi with surprise and wondered why he agreed only 30%, because she wanted to give him 70. Miyabi sighed in response and explained that he had debts. If he received 70%, then he would certainly spend everything quickly and remain with nothing. Liz wondered how many more times Miyabi was going to repay her debt. She screamed with annoyance that he would take his 70 coins back because he was a lot of benefits from the spy. Liz began to push coins towards Miyabi. He asked the same in surprise why she suddenly talks to him in such a tone. Eleanor watched with a smile. She wondered at the boys what kind of birthmark it was. Liz and Miyabi in response were cunning that no birthmark had been discussed. And as if playing, they continued to argue who and how many would get. Leaving the guild, Liz noted with a smile that Miyabi denied everything. It even had a little fun, although a wave of shyness did not miss. Miyabi looked at Liz and said seriously that he only helped her, so he did not think that he deserved such a generous reward. Miyabi noted that Liz is on the front line, so she had to risk much more than him. The man began to gradually repay his debt to her. Liz said that from these 30%, she receives much more than their entire mission with Miyabi's debt. Liz wondered how they would share the reward. Miyabi proposed to divide the money in a ratio of 6-4. They worked slowly with the Humor City, despite the fuss around. Liz annoyedly ordered Miyabi to immediately stop arguing with her. Miyabi sarcastically noticed that Liz was trying to check the discount from the shopkeeper. Then she suggested dividing everything in half, 50 by 50. She stressed with indignation in response, "It is so fair." Having shook his head thoughtfully, Miyabi noted that he did not consider himself worthy of such a reward, because he only helped her. Meanwhile, Liz was strongly heading. After that, she turned, smiled, and assured that everything was fine, because it was her own choice. The girl carelessly moved the city with the same warm smile on her face, although Miyabi still felt some inconvenience. The spacious hall for Tete meets guests, and the hostess with a radiant smile announces, "The night here for one person will cost 2 coins." Miyabi lifted his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the price and hesitantly pulled his wallet with coins. Liz, having agreed with the mistress, quickly signed the documents submitted to her. She, without hiding the pleasure, pulled Miyabi behind her, declaring him her servant loudly. These costs, the girl emphasized, just needed. A little confused, Miyabi asked where they were heading. Liz turned fun and reported that they were heading to hot springs. In her hands she kept a wooden tub with bathing accessories. After the victory over the barons, they had money, so they decided to relax and visit hot springs. The reward made 200 coins. This is about 2 million yen. Miyabi thought that the prices in this hotel really knocked out from others. The transition from a regular business hotel to a gorgeous establishment with hot springs will cost a wallet in a tidy sum. Miyabi estimated that he would need 8 coins for a week. However, he came to the conclusion that it is more profitable to stay in the hotel. This need to spend money annoyed him. Miyabi and Liz were included in the spacious hall. On the way, they noticed a few happy people with their pelvis in their hands. They just left thermal sources filled with pleasure. Miyabi smiled with a pleasant sense of pleasure because this friendly atmosphere of baths was extremely close and acquainted with him. He took a pelvis and a towel. Liz, without spending time, drove it to hot springs. Miyabi asked to stay for a moment. Miyabi smiled, looked at Liz and said he was going shopping. Liz reminded him of hot springs. He wondered if he had to buy something special for her. Liz replied that she didn't need anything. Miyabi reassured, they say all right, so she can continue to enjoy the bathroom. This, Liz agreed. Miyabi moved to the exit, and Liz, looking after him with confusion in his eyes, was surprised by his inexhaustible energy. Satisfied, Liz went to the bath. At the same time, Miyabi raced quickly through city streets. He had to act immediately. He noted that tasks such as yesterday happen infrequently, and being a traveler is a difficult test. That is why Miyabi had to restore as soon as possible, without which existence was impossible. And food is the main component of our lives. He realized that sometimes they would simply not be able to participate in such tasks. So Miyabi decided to stock up on the provisions in advance while he had money. He firmly intended to fry the meat from the ground with vegetables in a frying pan. He assured that he remembered the sweet dock sauce, although simple salt would be quite agreed. At that moment, he was already approaching the counter with food. There were many different vegetables on the counter. Miyabi asked the seller to sell him all the vegetables, from one edge of the counter to another. He wondered how much it would cost. The merchant, delaying a cigarette and glaring at Miyabi with apparent discontent, threw him a gloomy remark. They say, if you look for entertainment, then look for them elsewhere. In response, Miyabi reached out to the hand in which the coins were called, and wondered if he would have 10 gold. The seller was genuinely surprised, but when he recovered, he politely assured that the money was enough, and he fussily took the products in the box. In response, Miyabi calmly said that he should not worry, because he will move everything to his inventory. This answer again caused the seller to be surprised. Miyabi visited the shopkeeper with spices and asked him to sell salt and black pepper. Initially, the merchant was clearly dissatisfied with the guest, but as soon as Miyabi demonstrated money, the shop of the shopkeeper changed instantly. Miyabi visited the fabric store. He asked the shopkeeper to sell him a little matter. The merchant initially met Miyabi cool and even dissatisfaction. But as soon as he saw money, his behavior changed immediately. Thanks to this, Miyabi easily acquired everything you need. He had 84 coins before shopping. In the end, he spent 35 coins, leaving only 49. Miyabi was very upset. However, these costs are not so scary, because it is in fact contributing to their own development. Tasting a sandwich, he considered a further route. Meanwhile, Miyabi was walking around the street, looking for a merchant. She knew from memory that she met him somewhere. The ringing of the metal on the metal attracted his attention, and he went to the blacksmith's workshop, which worked enthusiastically on his craft. On the shelves she glittered many skillfully made weapons and armor. This struck Miyabi, causing him a slight surprise. With curiosity and at the same time, with excitement, he looked around Kowalsk, filled with the real masterpieces of the blacksmith. Miyabi approached the shelf with weapons. His hand reached for one of the blades, and soon a beautifully worse dagger was in his palms. He admired the virtuoso skill of the blacksmith, mentally comparing his work with his axe, which could not compare with this masterpiece. He was satisfied with the state of the dagger. Miyabi inadvertently noted that his skill in forging is inferior to the ability to create weapons. Suddenly, the blacksmith turned to him, and Miyabi, turning around, looked carefully at the man. He wondered if Miyabi was a master in a case. The blacksmith turned out to be a gnome. Miyabi wondered if he was the owner of this store, and also asked where the dwarf guessed that he was a master. In response, the gnome gestured with his back and advised Miyabi to look. Together, they paid attention to visitors to the store. Gnome noted that ordinary users of these weapons choose it because of convenience and lightness. He also added that only real fanatics or craftsmen evaluate this weapon as carefully as Miyabi. Miyabi was a little confused through such a detailed story and wondered if it was really needed. Shy apologizing, he explained that he really intends to make a purchase, not just look. On this gnome, he only surprised his eyebrows and asked what he, in fact, apologizes. In addition, the gnome confessed that he often watches the masters of other blacksmiths. He just asked, "Is there something shameful here?" Miyabi thanked him and asked the gnome to make a knife for self-defense. The gnome listened carefully to his words. Miyabi added that he also wants to buy iron ore. It was immediately interested in the master, and the gnome turned to the guy a careful look. He asked the name of the protagonist, and Miyabi, without delay, introduced himself as an assistant artisan. Hearing this, the gnome thought that Miyabi belonged to the master's adventures, and looked at him thoughtfully. Gnome introduced himself as Weiss, and specified that he came from the blacksmith dynasty. He also noted that Miyabi addressed him with the desire to create a weapon. The idea came to the soul, so he gladly agreed to take up the business. Blacksmith Weiss asked Miyabi to demonstrate what he had done before. Miyabi felt confused. They stood with Weiss opposite each other. The small blacksmith was grabbed in Miyabi. In a moment, Miyabi realized, he has nothing to demonstrate the icy element. Only 1,000th of a second went to reflections. He did not seek to create a weapon at all. His dream was a magical kitchen stove. For its manufacture, it is necessary to collect 20 pieces of iron ore and as much stone. Blacksmith Weiss looked at the guy with a glitter in his eyes, and he immediately realized, the man actually dreaming of his own stove. The hero noted that the conversation mood suddenly changed. Miyabi stretched out his stone hat. He confessed that this work was not too high quality, but assured he tried as he could. Miyabi was afraid that Weiss would expel him for his unsuccessful job. But Weiss, seeing the hand of a real master in the product, just smiled, and with a gesture invited Miyabi to follow, opening the passage before him. They entered the workshop where the work was boiling. Iron was loudly, and people were not missing. One of the masters, armed with safety goggles and hammer, was enthusiastically forging the next product. The guy looked around carefully, trying to catch his eyes every corner of a lively shop. Weiss and Miyabi finally got the composition of the OR. The scene struck Miyabi to the depths of the soul. The stalks of the blacksmith Weiss were truly huge. With his mouth wide open, he asked if all these boxes were filled with ore to the top. Weiss jumped to one of the ore tanks, holding an empty box in his hands. Miyabi was surprised that he had never seen the amount of iron ore that he was so lacking. He also noted that unlike the game, it was possible to see real materials, not just virtual objects. Why is the whole chest of ore in front of Miyabi? He assured that this should be enough with his head. White confessed that he's seeking to share this from Miyabi, a young Kowalsk Novak. Miyabi was delighted, sincerely thanked the manure, carefully got one piece of ore out of the box, and was fascinated with him. His eyes were already glowing with joy. Immediately after that, Miyabi wondered how much this box can cost. He wondered why she has a price at all and why she laughs. The dwarf was only charming. They say, he did not expect that the one who crafts the stone axes would have money in general. He added with a smile that he did not mention adventure seekers, because they usually do not have a penny. Miyabi assured Weiss that he would compensate for the cost of a drawer with ore, although he noted that he would undoubtedly want to save, but this time he would not work. Weiss advised Miyabi not to give up their offer and not to worry about unnecessary anxiety. Weiss crossed his arms on his chest and, full of interest, suggested that Miyabi show that he would create from this ore if he tries to give out weapons. Miyabi was aware that he would have to make a burner first, but he had no idea how to bring it to Weiss. Miyabi finally reconciled with the idea that he would still have to create a weapon. He was sure that it didn't take much time. Miyabi decided to make a weapon that would not be ashamed to shake before Weiss. Weiss left an axe. He noted that the blade of this stone tool was processed in a special way when he started working on a new product. Weiss realized that his admiration is manifested even when he tries to be distracted. Meanwhile, Miyabi went outside. He suddenly realized that he had forgotten where he came from. Looking around, the guy felt a strange echo of memories. It seemed to him that he was already in this situation before. Now he began to realize the true value of this map. Is not topographic illiterability prevented him from? Miyabi reflected on it, walking down the street and rejoicing that at least he could remember the name of the hotel. On the way, he suddenly came across Mel. For Miyabi, this meeting became a true joy. She also immediately noticed that she faced the lost adventurer of the rank F. He asked Mel to hold him, jokingly calling himself a boover. The exhausted guy stretched on the ground. Mel immediately realized that this F wound lost in the city again, so she dropped nearby and, sliding the stick on the ground, lightly touched the guy. She instantly indicated him the way to the hotel. However, Miyabi replied that he had already settled elsewhere. Miyabi announced the name of her new hotel, emphasizing that he now lives with a F-wound hero. She lightly took Miyabi's sleeve. Mel reported that she was heading to the hotel, so she decided to spend Miyabi to Fariti. Mel and Miyabi stopped at the hotel corridor. Miyabi glowed with the happiness that she finally reached it, and fascinated her hands on her chest. Mel stood side by side, radiating confidence and determination. Miyabi grabbed Mel by her hands, and without hiding joy, began to thank her hotly, shaking them vigorously. Mel met this impulse with peace and balance. Miyabi glowed with happiness. A few seconds passed, and he felt the icy look of Mel. Squeezing, Miyabi was quietly interested in whether everything was fine with her. Mel cast a look at me which made it clear. She expects something. Her careful, inseparable look was still attached to him. A few seconds passed before he finally realized what Mel was waiting for him. Miyabi guessed that Melu needed a gift. More precisely, of course, he should be handed something to the sign of gratitude. Having cheerfully emphasizing this opinion, she confirmed the words of the interlocutor, and Mel reacted happily to her insight. Miyabi threw a scroll of fabric into the air and gladly noted how well he was able to buy so many things. Now is the time to create something incredibly beautiful. Mel was surprised, watching the canvas hanging just above her. To achieve the desired result, Miyabi had to concentrate Manu and clearly imagine the right image. After that, he gently cut the fabric in the right places. Now he is ready to start sewing. Miyabi took the thread, threw it up, and thanks to his craft ability to fill this thread with mana. Just imagine how the thread began to release its path. He spread his hands, and a thin thread came to life. She began to weave some parts with a scroll. Miyabi moved her hands skillfully weaved the threads and connecting the fabric fragments. Mel and guests of the hotel were fascinated by this spectacle, as if they had fallen into a real fairy tale. Miyabi with a passion made a gift for Mel, filling this moment with a light game. Guests of the hotel, fascinated by an unusual sight, were already rallying around him. A cat was flashing on the table, which was almost complete. Mel wondered if the work was already over, but Miyabi answered with a smile that there was a little thing left. He noted that only real masters are capable of this. Miyabi just need to cover the doll with thin diaper magic and comb it with a large sheep wool. A fluffy toy cat sat on the table. Mel looked at the cute toy with delight. The guests of the hotel were genuinely surprised by such unusual work. Miyabi lifted the cat to tweak a few little things. But as soon as the work was completed, loud applause was raised at the hotel. Everyone was greeted by his work. Miyabi was confused. He did not even notice how many spectators gathered around. Everyone around began to admire the skill of the artisan. My baby went inside the barefoot, lifted his kitten, and settled opposite the Mel. Miyabi carefully handed the animal to the animal, thanking her sincerely for bringing him to the arrival. Mel firmly wrapped in furry to herself and thanked Miyabi heartily for such a generous presentation. He was surprised that she remembered his name. Mel replied that she only remembered him now. The guy thought that he was probably ready to believe it. Miyabi waved his hand, Mel, which stood on the second floor of the hotel. He was convinced that her gift was really appealed. Now Miyabi hoped that after that she would definitely not forget his name. Liz, when she left the bath, noticed the boy. Wiping wet hair after hot springs, It warmly greeted it with a return. Meeting with her in this place was puzzled by Miyabi, and he did not hide his astonishment. She wondered whether someone came to him, because she was heard by someone's ringing high-rise. He assured there was no one around. Liz did not believe him very much, but did not find out further. Miyabi wondered if he was in hot springs all this time. The girl nodded in the affirmative and added that she visited 3 times. Liz looked surprisingly fresh and full of strength. She confirmed with delight that hot springs are a real miracle. Miyabi, noticing her, tried not to embarrass her, and stubbornly persuaded himself mentally, "Do not fall in love, do not be a fool." Miyabi noted that Liz did not behave at all according to his age. In response, Liz advised him to go to sources too, hinting that he probably was already freezing on the street. Liz gently held the back of his palm on the cheek of Miyabi. The guy noted about himself what an adult she looks now. Smiling, Liz was convinced that he was really freezing, so she gently prompted him to go to hot springs to rest. Miyabi hurriedly shook himself on his cheeks, trying to stifle the obscene thoughts that made his head. Such a strange behavior was quite puzzled by Liz. The girl wondered worriedly whether everything was fine with him. Miyabi realized that Liz was much younger. To dispel the inconvenience, he said that he would also go to warm up a little. Liz looked at him with surprise and wished he did not slip on the road, although no concern was reflected on her face. After some time, Miyabi sat in the bath, looking thoughtfully in the water. His condition was noticed by one of the visitors of the bath. He was concerned that the guy could catch a cold. The events unfold in the depths of the dense forest, where the variety of plants affects. Miyabi stops near a mighty oak, filled with grip, while climbing to the surrounding beauty remains indifferent. Miyabi is delighted with Liz with his opinion. For her, it is a true paradise of trees. An hour ago, Liz and Miyabi were in the guild. Liz was worried that today's tasks were different from the usual ones. Liz, with Miyabi, silently froze near one of the stands. On the left of them, a hostricular crowd of adventurers lively took over the task on a nearby stand. Miyabi noted that there are really many tasks today. Here are just rewards for them. Scanty. Liz suggested that the reason in yesterday's rain. She suggested that after the rain around there would be a solid swamp, and she did not want to spread the camp in such conditions. Miyabi wondered if there would be a day off today. Liz replied that there is no different choice. You have to make a break right now. Liz attached a postcard to the pointer. Suddenly, she had an idea. She looked around on Miyabi and suggested looking for the materials he needed. Liz mentioned this incident irritatedly when they were in the forest. The girl felt right away. Something is wrong with Miyabi as usual. Hardly stepping under the vault of the trees, he was delighted with the forest, as if he became a completely different person. He pressed his back against the tree trunk. Miyabi asked in surprise how possible. Otherwise, she said, he will not be able to maintain calm when he takes work. He noted that many different species of trees are growing in this forest. The Miyabi interface showed oaks, cypresses, and ashes are found here. He gladly noted that it is a real miracle of nature. This place contains a variety of trees, each with its own unique conditions for growth. When the master works with them for a long time, gradually begins to distinguish between the smallest shades of color and gloss. He exclaimed Liz with delight that even trees of the same species growing in different areas differ in annual rings. Liz, with fear in her voice, replied that she understood his words, and allowed to behave as she would like, but only within a certain area next to her. She explained that the noise from the fallen tree could attract a monster. But suddenly, without thinking, Miyabi cut down one of the trees. Liz looked in surprise in his direction, but as soon as the tree fell, it immediately dissolved in the air. Liz sighed lightly and smiled awkwardly. Having apologized, she acknowledged that she just seemed to her. Miyabi denied happily. No, she did not invent anything. He has just turned on his skill of collection of material. Liz laughed uncertainly, emphasizing that the tree was unlikely to be in inventory without even touching the ground, so she probably simply greeted. Meanwhile, Miyabi has fallen another tree. Miyabi and Liz cast their views on each other. The guy dropped the tree again. Liz, depressed and upset, reported that she would go to the surrounding area in case the monsters appeared nearby. Miyabi, sincerely trusting her, thanked and said goodbye to Liz. Miyabi continued to cut the trees, and suddenly his stone axe with a crash flew into pieces. It was a great, stunning guy. Considering the fragments of the tool, he did not hide his disappointment. Miyabi noted that one of the trees is not amenable to his stone axe. Then he realized that if the strength of the object is less than the strength of the material from which it is made, then when it falls to zero, the thing will break. The guy looked into his inventory. He was coordinated to create an iron axe, but only the iron ore in these parts was too expensive. Liz suggested that the trees move on. Miyabi was surprised to ask the cause, because the forest was still abundant with trees. Liz replied that there are many animals in the forests, and if Miyabi continues to cut down here in a row, it can harm the ecosystem. Therefore, felling should be done gradually and in different corners of the forest. Miyabi nodded in agreement, finally realizing. Unlike a computer game, stocks are not limitless. Liz was surprised that there was a rule of centralized replenishment of wood for large settlements. She believes that people should not worry about it. Miyabi portrayed a sweet grimace, and she was in response that he would never be so charming to innocence. Liz was alert. Miyabi had already taken the axe, but Liz stopped him, putting his hand on his shoulder and looking thoughtfully behind. She took a few steps forward, squeezed and sat down, staring in the bush. Miyabi made the same way, quickly disappearing behind the tree trunk. Liz followed the bushes carefully, without taking their eyes off. From there was a slight rustle. After that, Liz called ice needles. They appeared around her and immediately broke towards the target. Flying quickly, the needles were hit in the bush, from which the suspicious rustling was immediately heard. Liz and Miyabi moved to the bushes to find out what happened. There, among the branches, they came across a wolf's body, sewed with needles. Miyabi drew attention to how great this creature is. Liz replied that he was still very young for the wolf. Miyabi noted that Liz was the first to understand about the approach of the predator, because she did not suspect anything. The girl added that she was alert with a strange sound that suddenly joined the rustle of the leaves. Miyabi straightened the full height, listening to each sound. Therefore, he noted that he had not noticed anything suspicious. She smiled cunningly and said that it was all a matter of experience, but the guy remained alert. Liz pointed to another bush and reported that another wolf was hiding there. She assured that he would not attack because he was different. Miyabi was afraid of fear. He still did not understand how to recognize the monsters by sounds. Liz looked at Miyabi, asking if he had already completed his search. Miyabi, realizing what it looks from the side, nodded and confidently confirmed that everything was ready. The heroes were in the raging life of the forest, and the lake flicked next to them. Stopping on the coast, they noticed unusual insects around them, which were circling in the air. Miyabi decided to collect water, quickly choosing a bucket from the inventory. In a moment, it was already filled with clear lake water. Liz suggested making a break. Miyabi agreed with a certain indecision, but immediately noted that she was not going to sit on the ground. Liz looked at the roots of the old tree and suggested sitting on it. The girl was surprised when Miyabi asked if she really wanted it. Liz looked over her shoulder with a confused expression, trying to understand his doubts. Miyabi, with a cunning smile and sparkling his eyes, assured Liz that she would not worry, because it was for the sake of such moments that he exists. Immediately after these words, Miyabi took her work. She began to make it convenient to cut the trees, tirelessly preparing a place and building a building. Soon, a spacious gazebo appeared in the lawn. Miyabi exhaled with relief, and Liz, seeing a new building, was frozen. Liz, without holding back emotions, shouted that Miyabi had erected a real home. He noted that he tried to reproduce the spirit of home comfort. Liz asked with interest what a feeling of home he meant, and once again emphasized, now it was a real house. Liz asked Miyabi to look around. She paid attention to the exquisite house that stood among the intact forest. Miyabi mentally noted that this place is great for relaxation. Liz rushed to Miyabi and grabbed his shoulders firmly. Her face reflected the confusion, and she asked if she was aware of Miyabi. What exactly was about? Hearing the words Liz, Miyabi suddenly realized that they were near the gazebo. He suddenly remembered that he was in a real world. He could not understand how he could so carelessly forget it. Liz sank on a chair, and Miyabi, worrying so that she would not freeze, gently and with special sophistication unfolded on her knees plaid. Such care made Liz, and she became pleased with that attention. Liz immediately mastered herself and, confusedly rejecting the blanket, rose. Miyabi asked, assuring that he had no evil intention. Liz was surprised that she did not expect such behavior from an artisan who had to be common sense. It was quite upset and even unknown, But the pleasant warmth of the soft pillow on the chair has muted this unpleasant bitterness. Liz noted that she was so cozy here that she may not notice the monster. In response, Miyabi said that he did not want to deal with the monsters at all, and asked Liz to be more careful. Liz continued to hide under a warm blanket, enjoying comfort and gentle warmth. Miyabi, however, was confused with her without understanding her behavior. He was tired of sitting and idle, and he finally decided, it's time to take dinner. Miyabi got a stove from his inventory and put it nearby. Turning to Liz, he asked for a little fire. However, Liz, comfortably wrapped in a plaid and enjoying his cozy warmth, did not even respond to Miyabi's request. Then he realized that it was useless to wait for help from Liz. Then Miyabi decided to use a small match. He thought to light him fire. Miyabi possessed an extraordinary gift, a flame, which obediently raged in his palms. The magic was flowing with invisible circles, giving objects any properties. However, the guy noted that if the combination of material and the chosen element is unsuccessful, the consequences can be completely unpredictable. He sincerely believed that it was only necessary to combine the tree with fire, and the ability would certainly work. But when Miyabi took a log, it suddenly flashed, burning his palm. Miyabi watched the gift slowly burned in the oven. He remembered how he had fired the fire with matches earlier, but these times seemed to be behind. Now he only had to stand in front of the stove, watching the flames carefully. Miyabi stood in front of the stove, and suddenly a craft system appeared in front of him. He glowed with joy, because he really managed to call it. Miyabi, with a smug smile and glitter in her eyes, she served a mouth. Watering fried meat on the table, cautiously laying the pieces on a plate. He brought the dishes to the table. The table was already waiting for the juicy fried meat of a giant sheep, vegetables of different kinds and colors. This was served with strong black tea, infused with simple leaves, as well as a loose milk roll, baked on milk and flour. She looked with horror at this dinner. Exhaled, she assumed that she probably should just turn off the consciousness. Liz relaxed and fell silent. Liz put a piece of meat in her mouth, tasted a toasted treat, and fully pleased the rich taste. Miyabi also tasted a piece of fried meat and was pleasantly impressed with his taste. It is so tender, without any extraneous smell, and a light note of salt clearly emphasizes the rich taste of each fiber. Even vegetables absorbed this rich taste of smoke. It was the first game that Miyabi hugged on his own. For the first time in his life, he ate meat he had done with his own efforts, and ate his lunch with incredible pleasure. Liz broke the milk in half. Having tasted a gentle slice, she did not hide the surprise from the unexpected taste. Liz exclaimed that this bread is really special. Every piece of milk is felt. Miyabi replied that this bread was burned on its own, and Liz was genuinely amazed. She was so captured by the idea of baking her own bread every day because she tasted much better than the store. She immediately promised to bring flour. Miyabi just smiled happy. He got 2 large bags from his inventory, and assured that he had plenty of flour, sugar, and spices. Liz was genuinely amazed that Miyabi was ahead of her with this stock. Liz noticed that they spent a long time in the forest. Today she wondered in Miyab, or he liked it. He said with a smile that this day became one of the best for him. Miyabi explained that Liz was completed successfully. Such an answer surprised her. He specified that he could not resist the monsters on his own, and not yet understood the rules of the meeting. According to Miyabi, Liz is a true master of his business. Liz noted that Miyabi exaggerates everything. He lifted his gaze to heaven and summed up dreamily. Today he managed to gather, prepare, and create everything he intended. And he added, such a feeling that it is not a real life, but a sweet sleep, Liz thought. Miyabi wondered if she had a dream. Then he was hesitantly asking if he would laugh if she shares her dream. Miyabi sincerely promised that he would not be ridiculed. Liz was a little upset and regretted with regret that she dreamed of becoming an adventurer of Class A. Her greatest desire to master magic on her own and use it to help others. Miyabi agreed with enthusiasm that her dream is extraordinary, and confidently assured, would surely come true. Liz was only uncertainly scratching his back, healing in her answer. She was quietly confessing that she is still far from the magic above the average level she is not able to master. Liz admitted that it is sometimes difficult for her to handle even simple spells. Maya listened carefully to her words. It would be almost impossible for a person to get the title. Liz made herself smile and turned to Miyabi. She assured her that everything is fine, because in the world of adventures, congenital abilities often decide everything. Miyabi smiled Liz and once again expressed confidence that she would definitely reach a new level. He reached out to the adventurers. Miyabi pointed to those desperate travelers. They were from their feet to their heads. Taking the task, they rushed to the monsters in the wet forest. With each step, the splashes of the swamp flew. He noticed that even the Ark, who had to cover them from afar, was covered with mud. Having completed the case, though a miracle, they never cut off minutes to put the equipment. They hurried to keep up with the gate. Some of them suggested just to pull everything to the river nearby and dip quickly. They decided that then it would not have to be dried. Liz denied that it was impossible and stated that she did not trust the words of Miyabi. He confessed that he invented the whole story himself. However, without hiding the annoyance, Miyabi added that although the task was accomplished, the adventurers were almost truly injured. Miyabi noted that on the other hand, there are those who agree to any task without thinking about the level of preparation of the team, nor the weather whims or the state of roads. Liz finally understood everything. Miyabi exhaled with a slight doubt and rhetorically asked how to trust such adventurers. Then, thinking, he added, "They say, among them, there are those who lend money to those who have been in trouble." Liz laughed and asked jokingly, "And whose fault? What happened?" Miyabi was smiling at Liz and assured that the use of medium magic was by no means interfering with her dreams. Liz was embarrassed with Red and tried to argue, not wanting to agree with his words. Both girls turned their gaze towards the Horiclus travelers. They had fun in the river flowing next to the road. Power is an important feature, but not the only one that defines a person. At first, Liz and Miyabi were surprised, and later, without holding back smiles, laughing. Liz asked me to wait and rushed to a group of adventurers. She ran up rapidly to a girl standing off the riverbank. Liz started a lively conversation with the adventurer, which was well embarrassed. It is enough only to believe, and then their dreams are sure to come true. Miyabi catches fish just with her hands on the shallow water of the river, skillfully grabbing it between the fingers. Liz watching his exciting actions closely. He happily exclaims that today's lunch has already been obtained. On the table lies a mouth-watering fish baked in a salt crust. Liz chooses a lunch and confesses that she could not think. She did not do the task, but already caresses the fried fish. Liz notes that the monster often attracts the smell of food, so travelers are forced to bring with them only the most modest supplies. Usually, it is breadcrumbs or dried meat. Miyabi listened to Liz with confusion. The latter has suggested that Miyabi cooks every day too much and too sophisticated. Liz sighed. If she continues, she will no longer be able to live in the old way. Miyabi asked in surprise, "What about this?" Subsequently, Miyabi and Liz sleep. Miyabi sees in a dream as he dives into a whole mountain of crystals derived from the sage, and he climbs in her delusions that she was telling, enjoying the two delicious and hearty dishes that her friends treat her. For a while, the company finds itself in the guild. Eleanor thanks them for their work and notes that they can see the task. They have coped perfectly. Miyabi replies that this is all the merit of Liz. It always gives the simplest tasks. Since Miyabi has been in this world, 2 weeks have passed. Eleanor said with delight that Miyabi could wear many different things. Miyabi distorted this opinion, but it caused a smile to Eleonora. She noticed that she was increasingly shining with a sincere smile. Liz replied that their first meeting was smiling. At the same time, she confessed that she is increasingly experiencing irritation lately. Eleanor wondered if it was related to the fact that Liz began to worry about someone. She was unambiguously hinted at Miyabi. Liz was terribly discouraged. Liza with a clear look showed her dissatisfaction. Eleanor realized that she had hit the target, and her laughter was even more intensively. Miyabi realized that he had all this time had not only loneliness, but also the support of Miss Eleanor. It turns out that the desire to be a great adventure search is not just a passion. Behind it is a little deeper. Feeling that it was time to change the topic of conversation, Eleanor said that recently the number of orders for harvesting materials has increased significantly. She wondered if they wanted to take up a new task. Liz replied that she needed to think, but Miyabi was well aware that it would be the best. It was clear to him. To carry out the task and at the same time to keep the assistant too difficult. Liz is too concerned about his safety, but Miyabi knows about her cherished dream, and sincerely seeks to help her bring her to life. Miyabi does not want to become an obstacle to her dream. Liz wondered what plans are in Miyabi for today. Miyabi did not quite understand what was being said. Liz reminded him that after the task was completed, they will have free time. Miyabi thought and said that he would then wanted to work in magic. Liz, in response, noted that she is also going to master a few magical ones. Miyabi suggested that her just relax. Liz repeated his words, reflecting his care. They exchanged views full of images. Miyabi confessed that he was fond of magic only as a hobby. Liz also added that it was more admiration for her than a serious matter. Both laughed. They decided that today they would do everything in their power. Subsequently, a wooden cube appeared in Miyabi's hands. A magical gift? Or fiery magic? He studied closely every side of the mysterious cube. Miyabi practiced with magical artifacts using a bucket of water. Over time, he realized that the magical courage in this world is a surprisingly complex system. It has come to him that not only the strength of the magician, but also the harmony between materials and their properties, is important for successful witchcraft. If the chain is compatible with the magic will work properly. But as soon as this harmony is broken, all the spells are scattered, as if they were leaking out of the chain. Therefore, he should carefully monitor the flow of magical energy in order not to spoil the material. Miyabi is now preparing to move to the most responsible part of the workout. Last time, Miyabi deliberately made mistakes to get a fire, but now there was no need. The cube remained firmly compressed in his hands. Miyabi focused, trying to direct the manu to the very tips of the magical contours. Cuba gradually squeezed the energy. It broke out and transformed instantly, changing its shape. Miyabi was able to contain heat and create a gift with a new property. He has mastered this ability. It can now produce a light flame. Miyabi kept a wooden cube in his palms. The tree was surprisingly warm to the touch. The guy guessed. It is only necessary to lay out batteries around the room, and they will be easy to replace. At the same time, Miyabi realized that even because of this cold, he did not overcome. He needed something convenient to dress that would not interfere with work. And here he was settled by the idea, to create thermal underwear. From this idea, he literally glowed with joy and pride. He was coordinated as soon as possible to share his discovery with Liz. Miyabi, smiling wide, ran to Liz and asked her to lend her underwear to warm up. Liz instantly exploded with a sharp, bold answer, pouring Miyabi with a whole hail of preschool image. From these words the guy was confused, and the insult seemed to pierce his heart. Notwithstanding humiliation, Miyabi dropped to his knees. Miyabi was exhausted on the shore, depressed and devastated. His thoughts were spinning around how difficult it was to get this girl's underwear, and that in the end it was not even real lingerie. Now he was aware that it would be much wiser to take advantage of kimono or any other clothing. Boredom and sadness in Miyabi's soul, nothing could dispel. His mindfulness suddenly interrupted the guard to warn, the gates of the city are about to close. After he heard Miyabi, he woke up from oblivion. With an indifferent expression of the face, hunched and depressed, he got into the city. Once in the city, Miyabi was annoyed as he was constantly lost in similar situations. But this time, he promised himself, everything will be different. Miyabi is not used to stepping on the same rake. Now he has a city map, and he does not get lost. Overlooking the outskirts, he quickly navigated and identified the right direction. He realized that he was near the eastern gate, so it was only necessary to go forward. On the way, he decided to look into the Molina house, so he hurriedly headed to the tractor. Seeing Miyabi, Mel immediately invited him away. However, Miyabi, with an emphasized self-confidence, stated that she did not get lost at all. It surprised the baby. Then, Miyabi stretched out her toy bird, and Mel thanked him sincerely. Miyabi and Mel stood near the wall. He asked the girl where she went so late at night. In response, Mel explained that she went to the workshop to repair her weapon. The girl added that her sword was a little damaged. The sword of Mel looked worn out. Its strength is barely glowing, and the magical properties are almost exhausted. Mel explained that all this because of unreliable magic. When asked Miyabi where she knows it, the girl only turned away, not wanting to answer. Miyabi noted that he would like to take up the weapon repair, but I had no idea where to go for it. Mel cast a surprised look at him. The city has been a loud cry. It was screaming Weiss. He reread Mel for the fact that he had attracted a sword, which was not completely broken again. Suddenly, Weiss returned to Miyabi, looking carefully at him, and said that he had already met this young man somewhere. Miyabi introduced himself and noted that he had not yet created a weapon. He only brought a sword for the test. Mel recognized him, remembering their previous meeting. In response to all this, Waisa was properly given by Mel of the Puffy, both the sword and the Miyabi at the same time. They went to the workshop where the owner's wife warned that due to the large number of orders, the Mel would have to wait. However, Mel insisted. She needs to repair her sword immediately. The Visa looked at Miyaba with interest, deciding that the boy's skill had grown significantly. Why joke with Miyabi if you can use material synthesis? The issue of the gnome was caught by Miyabi by surprise. She almost lost the gift of language from surprise. He suggested that Weiss was asking him to use the recovery skill, the ability to repair things using additional materials. Miyabi decided that his attempts were doomed to failure. Seeking justification, he began to assure himself that the sword was probably released from valuable materials, so it is not necessary to risk it at all. Weiss noted that it is unlikely that he would still have such an exceptional occasion, because skillful possession of magical energy is the most valuable feature of a real master. Miyabi was determined to be restored. Weiss reassured the guy, assuring that everything is under control. Mel quickly worn off her sword but did not worry about it, because she had enough money for a new one. Miyabi, barely holding back tears, asked for permission to repair her weapon. In response, Mel wondered, will it be a gift? In front of Miyabalea, a dragon fang. This material is made of sword. Weiss and Mel were supported by Miyabi, who was under heavy emotional pressure. He carefully sat down at the table and took a sword with a dragon fang. After focusing, he crossed his fang with the blade. The blade flashed a wonderful light. The combination was managed. Now you should let in magic through all cracks and the smallest inequalities. Unlike ordinary magic gifts, you need not only to control the enchantments, but also to completely control the material. This is all the complexity. Miyabi took a deep breath, focusing his manu on the rough and uneven sections of the sword. Weiss, Mel, and Miyabi spend time in the gnome forge. Miyabi carefully crafts over the sword of Mel, leaning over sophisticated equipment. Weiss reminds him not to forget about breathing. Barely smiling, Weiss encourages Miyabi. If he manages to complete the sword synthesis, he will be waiting for a reward, a few dragon teeth. Miyabi was covered with sweat from head to toe. He leaned Weeza with a quick look, barely smiled, and noted that on his part it would be extremely cute. Mel was standing nearby, cheering it. Miyabi worked hard. Although the night went down to the city, Miyabi continued his business tirelessly. Miyabi sighed and said he had completed his work. Weiss looked carefully at the restored sword, then stretched out the weapon of the owner to hear her opinion. However, Miyabi asked him not to rush with his conclusions, and look more closely at the sword. Because he put him 100 times more than he first thought. Weiss confirmed his words. Looking at Miyabi, he noted that the connection of high-quality materials is not the responsibility of the master. Miami was heard from Herd. He reminded the gnome that it was the masters who have more experience in such cases. In response, the Weiss laughed loudly. As promised, the gnome laid a couple of dragon fangs on the table. Miyabi waved his hands and stated that he could not accept them. It is too much, because he had already spent one fang on making a sword. Weiss smiled and explained to Miyabi that it usually took 4 components to create a sword, and he used only 1. Mel gently clapped him on his shoulder, expressing his praise. Weiss's words were quite surprised by Miyabi. For some time, Miyabi finally returned home, only got to the sofa, and immediately fell asleep. Today he was extremely exhausted. Liz watched his peaceful sleep with sympathy and understanding in his eyes. In the morning, Miyabi, along with Liz, went to the guild. On the way, the guy confessed that the body was simply nailed with pain. Liz joked that it was not surprising, because he fell asleep right in the hall. She suggested that you start it easier to assemble the mob grass, the quest of rank D. Miyabi approached the rack and reached out to the task that attracted his attention. He asked Liz, asking what she was thinking about a journey to Jasper's forest. Liz has uncertainly clarified what type this mission belongs. Liz noted that these tasks can affect the priority of other cases. To be honest, she has never taken something like this. In her opinion, they are still too early to take it. And what if suddenly a dangerous monster jump out of the ambush? Miyabi wondered whether he is the reason for her unwillingness to take on this task. Liz was doubted with his gaze. Miyabi's fears were true. Liz remembered how she acted extremely carefully during the task of a large sheep and thought out every step, preparing for any surprises. It may be completed only because of its vigilance and predictability. Liza said with some awkwardness that Miyabi is able to collect tasks skillfully, and many bonuses are provided for them. Miyabi immediately agreed without hesitation. Remembering Eleanor's words, Miyabi replied that to achieve the rank of A, Liz had to gain considerable experience. Liz agreed with this, though reluctant. Miyabi happily noted that if a monster suddenly happens during the study, they will always be able to hide from him underground. Miyabi jokingly said that probably in his past life was a mole, to which Liz replied that if he was so sure, let her try, but reminded that she had already warned him of the difficulty. Miyabi nodded, recognizing her right. Miyabi confessed to Liz completely. Joyful, they took the brochure to Eleanor. But she was interested in Liz, whether she was her first study. Liz smiled and confirmed, confessing that she wanted to try something new. Eleonora replied that she could rely on them, but she persistently advised to be alert. She stressed that if you suddenly feel a danger to life, they should leave this place immediately. Liz asked alarmed in Eleanor if something was wrong, but with sadness she replied that the team that went there has not returned. The boys thoughtfully conceived the said Eleanor. Miyabi, along with Liz, stepped on the forest, remembering the warning words of Eleanor. The previous group has not yet returned from the area. Meanwhile, Miyabi noted that there was unusual silence and unexpected peace around. It has been half a day, and no monster on the way has never happened. The worried Liz looked back on Miyabi and said that this seems strange to her. In this forest they did not meet anyone at all. They moved on the instructions of Liz, and she looked carefully at the outskirts. Before them, a forest with an extremely rich diversity of life, which stretched northeast of the Angelm, spread. There are many dangerous monsters in these places. Liz said that earlier this forest attracted adventure seekers who came here for medicinal herbs. But the disappearance of that group was the reason for the prohibition on entrance. In Miyabi, the words of Eleanor recalled again. The borders of people and monsters are eternal enmity. Liz turned to me, Abby, asking, "What happens if people suddenly disappear from their world?" Miyabi replied that the number of monsters would grow constantly. Liz agreed with him, confirming his words. She also noted that monsters breed even faster and may appear from neighboring forests. Liza said with caution Miyabi that there were probably a lot of animals in this forest. That is why this task appeared. On the meadows, Krina was noticed flocks of wolves, which usually live in Jasper's forests. The task was created to find out the possible environmental problem that arose in the forest area. Miyabi was thought to be concluded that it is really strange that the monster deliberately flee from the places where they could get well. Liz and Miyabi stopped next to the bush. Liz explained that they needed to collect samples for research. She pointed to the animal litter and strictly ordered Miyabi to take it with her. Miyabi reacted indignantly and sharply. Liz wondered if it was possible to put it in your inventory. Miyabi answered in the affirmative and suggested just to consider it and not forget about it in the future. Liz smiled and reminded that it was Miyabi who wanted her rank A. After some time, Miyabi and Liz got the arrival. At night, without taking into account breakfast, they gave 5 silver coins. Miyabi entered the bedroom and immediately plunged into a soft bed. He is delighted with her tenderness and comfort. Miyabi received a gift from his inventory. Considering the cube, he thought. Miyabi realized that there was nothing strange in the sample of the tree he took. The only thing that came to their eyes is small animals. He turned on his back. At this point, Miyabi wondered. The searches can be delayed, and when they search the entire territory, they will still have to explain why the wolves fled. There were still no holes. Suddenly he was remembered about that report. He became interested in how they report on tasks. He mentioned that during the elimination missions, it is enough to bring some part of the body as proof. But when something had to be obtained, they usually did not give details. He felt relaxation, because Liz left no instructions. Miyabi was revived, trying to reject doubts about the guilt of Liz, because it is their first experience of such a task. Mistakes are always an inevitable part of the beginning. After all, they are one team. Miyabi looked out the window and felt the night slowly. Miyabi got paper, pencils, and map from his inventory. He made the paper from a tree and glue that he received from the bones of animals. He created a pencil of wood and coal and paints extracted from natural pigments. Without wasting time, Miyabi took up the report. Inventory windows illuminated the path. And this time, to the surprise of himself, Miyabi realized that he wanted to cope with everything alone. Miyabi ranked borders on the map, remembering moments from his past life, not even knowing that those memories will be needed. Now he realized, it is important for a real adventure seeker to have a wide luggage of knowledge. In the morning, Miyabi stretched out a heavy book. She looked at him confusedly and wondered what it was. Miyabi replied that yesterday before bedtime, he prepared the results of their research. This was necessary for the report. She was genuinely surprised that Miyabi had coped himself, and wondered how much time he took it. Miyabi replied that he fell asleep before the date changed. He showed Liz a gesture of affection and added that he had a great sleep. Liz, in her turn, insisted that he had to view it. She began to flip the reports, which was a good concern. Liz has confidently closed the report and announced that she was going to do the same. This statement surprised Miyabi. She noted that Miyabi was already exhausted, so she could be mistaken, so she asked to entrust these cases to her. Miyabi said in response that he would be able to do not only harvest, it would be better if they distribute responsibilities equally. Liz looked at the book confidently and stated that she also seeking to master the art of such reports. Miyabi was finally lost. He agreed without hesitation with Eleanor. It is not indiligence. Liz explained that the report was first submitted by the guilds in the form of an oral report, which was quite surprised by Miyabi. She added that on the basis of this story, the guild independently draws a written document. Miyabi remained irritated and disappointed due to the waste of so much time. Liz continued, noting that it was thanks to these details that Miyabi's report turned out to be perfect. Miyabi specified whether she was referring to the map. Liz noted the extraordinary convenience of notes and clearly highlighted colors. Everything was clear at first glance. Moreover, she also found the nuances there, which she did not even notice. Miyabi showed Liz his new wooden insert. The girl was confused without realizing why she needed, and asked in Miyaba, for which this strange construction. Miyabi explained that it is a kind of lining that is very convenient to put a piece of paper. But climbing still could not tread what its true purpose was. Miyabi twisted his face with a fun grimace, and added that with this thing he would be able to instantly write down all the notes wherever it was. Liz was so pleased that she shone with joy. Liz wondered if Miyabi would have notes everything carefully if he had found someone's traces. Miyabi, smiling happy, held a tablet. Having spread the clean sheets in front of him, he said with relief that he would now finally be able to sleep calmly and carelessly. Smiling, Miyabi stated that they would show everyone the adventure Liz perfectly possesses her research craft. Liz agreed with confidence. Liz with Miyabi has traveled a lot, carefully fixing each adventure in their records hidden under the substrate. The next day, they wandered the dense forests, and in the third decided to explore the protracted forest cave, where, hiding in comfort, continued to lead their notes. On the fifth day of the journey, they were waiting for a real secret. Miyabi suddenly noticed the remains of a faded fire on the opposite bank. Since the forest, as before, was considered a forbidden territory for outsiders, the girls immediately had a question. Who belonged to that campfire? Miyabi suggested that these could be the same disappeared adventurers who have recently settled nearby. Liz answered with a touch of uncertainty in her voice. Liz noted that it was impossible to simply leave the coals at the same time. To avoid a fire, be sure to fill them with water, and then fill the ground thoroughly. Liz realized that the adventurers simply did not have time to do it. There was probably something unforeseen. Miyabi looked at the fire worriedly. Then Liz suggested watching the flames from afar. Miyabi agreed and decided to create something useful for this. He collected fallen leaves with magic, turning it into thick bushes. Then he hung these improvised thickets on the branches, creating a shelter chanting simply and quickly. Liz took a pillow that Miyabi sewed from goat wool. They settled in a cozy cabin, from where they could watch the opposite shore without feeling any discomfort. Liz confessed that she was scared of her own indifference. Now she is almost surprised. Miyabi, smiling at this, offered her to be surprised from time to time. Miyabi and Liz detained her gaze on the fire. She did not allow herself to relax for a moment, constantly remaining alert. Instead, Miyabi, without standing fatigue, fell asleep after a few hours. When it was evening, Liz woke up Miyabi and gave a sign to remain silent. Someone sneaked into the fire. The giant orc came out of the shrubs. His sudden appearance frightened and embarrassed Miyabi. They froze, fearing to even breathe. There were several orcs on their hut. Before them were the monster rank of sea, black orcs. Miyabi initially believed that traces on Earth had left some other creatures. But suddenly, he was engulfed by alarming anticipation. He forgot to use Manu to hide his aura from the sensitive feelings of the guards. After all, they were not the owners of this forest. Meanwhile, the plan has risen in Liz. She thought the way to get rid of the pursuers once and for all. Miyabi looked at Liz and asked whether it was because of the appearance of these orcs that other monsters left the forest. Liz replied that she could not say for sure, however. Most likely the black orcs, a mutated breed, and this is what explains their considerable power and cohesion. Perhaps in the depths of the forest are hidden their den. Miyabi was already going to leave the forest to report the guild, and Liz strictly ordered him to follow them. It has passed for a while, and travelers got the black orcs, which was located near the cave. Miyabi immediately paid attention to the large number of these creatures. Liz only nodded silently, agreeing with her. She looked with horror at their camp. She could not imagine that so much had come together. Liz noted that the enemies were much more than expected, and this is not the worst thing. The main problem was not only in size. It is stated that with the growth of the herd begins to be born orcs of higher rank, and at the same time the level of their intelligence increases. To combat such opponents requires the participation of adventurers of Class A. Miyabi warned that it was dangerous to stay here, and suggested returning and reporting all the guilds. Liz supported this idea, confessing what she wanted. Liz listed for a moment in reflections. She explained that the monster has an incredibly rapid life cycle, and in favorable circumstances the situation could be radically changed in just a few days. This is what happened lately. It would take at least 3 days to collect a detachment of fighters. By that moment the orca would have broken into the settlement. Liz confessed that it was because of her that Miyabi was threatened. In response, Miyabi assured that there should be a way out of this trap. The unexpected idea was illuminated. They and Miyabi decided to penetrate the Black Orc cave, so the two of them began to dig a depressing in the Moonansk nest. Miyabi recorded the cave scheme that he had already learned. It seems that the plan, invented Liz, really gives results. At the same time, Miyabi believes that orcs are not so intelligent opponents. Miyabi and Liz were hidden in a secret hidden in the orc settlement in the dungeon, known as Loose Oak. Everything has changed extremely quickly there. Miyabi could not believe that they managed to erect such a giant dungeon. She was surprised to add that she could not imagine how cold this stone dungeon would be. Liz advised Miyabi to grasp her knees with her hands and endure in the morning. Then Miyabi received a gift from his inventory and reached out by Liz. Miyabi asked Liz if he would allow her to stay overnight in such a spooky place. She was surprised to look at the cube, looking carefully at it. It seemed to her that this design was assembled from tall wooden bars. Miyabi suggested that she look closely at the cuba. He began to improve the room. It all started with the foundation. It installed elegantly curved beams and columns. At this point, Miyabi activated the cuba, saying the team to give a magic radiance. According to him, this material is ideal for decoration of ceilings and walls. In the middle of the beauty, a radiant tree stands. The cube gradually turned into a huge, radiant, charming tree, the soft light of which has enveloped the whole room with warmth. Miyabi leaned and lifted a gift, a wooden log, carefully treated with magic. He dreamed of creating a cozy, safe shelter underground for frozen Liz. Without hesitation, Miyabi activated magical logs. Their tight, cold hole turned into the space of the hall with a fireplace, 2 bedrooms, a shining Christmas tree, a dining area, a heating, and a small sink. Miyabi was delighted. Even Liz, who loves all sorts of handfuls, would probably be surprised by such a change. Liz looked at the house that Miyabi brought in a record time. However, Miyabi himself annoyed that she was almost surprised by his magic tree, or recently mastered magic of gifts. She confessed that even without a hot spring, her arms and legs seemed to lose weight, and she had relaxed as if she had fallen into paradise. Miyabi was specifically made sure that the floor was pleasantly warmed. Miyabi first was upset due to a restrained reaction of Liz, but in a moment, Liz suddenly exploded with a joyful cry. It immediately raised Miyabi's mood. She confessed that she had never felt so cozy before, even forgetting the black oak that stood over them. Miyabi replied that he did not like to sleep on the floor, so he took care of a soft woolen bed for Liz. He led her to her own cozy room. Miyabi noted that hugging this blanket, almost like to cuddle to the fluffy futon, so now, in the cold, it is true happiness. Liz immediately settled on the bed and pleased with pleasure into the soft embrace of his surface. Liz got out of bed instantly, in a hurry to convince everyone that she did not threaten her in any way, and these words gave her embarrassment. Miyabi noticed that the girl's mood was clearly exalted today. Miyabi left the room, strictly ordering Liz not to fall asleep, even if she becomes easier. The response was offended, and notorious that she was still an adventurer with the rank, so she would not definitely miss an important point through a dream. And then, barely looking out of the blanket, she whispered. They say, her body begins to wake up. A new day has come, and Liz was still sleeping peacefully in her bed. Miyabi decided to wake her up. Sleepy, Liz turned to Dad, asking for permission a little more in bed. Happy, she hid her face with her palms and asked Miyabi not to pay attention to her words and forget everything. Miyabi sent Liz to put herself in order. Opening the hatch of the shelter, he told Liz that he had already started to glow and wondered if she was ready to go. Liz gathered her hair into the tail, and they went outside. Now that she was finally asleep, one could start. There were 2 black orcs at the entrance to the cave. The guards looked exhausted and roasted. Their faces scored the bitterness of sorrow. One reminded the other that their change had to end for a long time. The second only nodded, confirming it. They glanced at each other, and one of them with a tired sigh asked if there was something worse in their world. The interlocutor did not have time to declare in response, as Liz was rapidly attacked. Such a sudden attack stunned the orca and brought it into rage. The reinforcement began to arrive from the cave. Liz immediately caused the icy rain, which struck the arm of the tore-off orca. York rushed to Liz, but his attack went past the target. As it turned out, Miyabi defended Liz from the blow, cleverly using the hole in the ground. He praised Liz's skill. For her, it was a surprise. She did not expect such a gesture from Miyabi. Miyabi noted that the next time they should follow the retreat time more closely and climbed with it. The one-handed orc was wary of his head, trying to find Liz. Miyabi understood that the strategy offered by Liz worked perfectly. This strategy is called mole tactics. Once upon a time, Liz suggested applying it before the attack. Given the difference in strength, the frontal attack was not even considered. Liz was well aware that they should only go out to the open space. The orcs instantly set their quantity. She needed a few moments invaluable to accumulate manu for a powerful fall. Even a short-term delay could turn into a tragedy for them. They had to find a way to get rid of this vulnerability. Liz drew a scheme of attack on the orcs, spreading everything on the shelves. She insisted that there were many ways to retreat around. This would avoid dangerous collisions face-to-face. Their plan envisaged the use of long-range magic and careful masking. In this way, the orcs will not be able to determine where it will come from. Using this confusion, they will attack the rear. Then, Liz will make a final blow with powerful magic. By repeating this strategy several times, they will be able to get rid of the break in force. If everything goes by Liz, the victory will be quite real. Miyabi compared this tactic with playing catch-em-all. Miyabi asked what to do if a higher-level monster suddenly appeared, and she would run nowhere. In such a situation, you should carefully study the entire structure of the cave. Only then will they have a safe way to retreat. Miyabi noted that the cave has only one way out, and it can turn into a trap if they get stuck there. So you should either lay additional aisles or find a different way out. Liz, although she was the author of the plan, noted that sometimes even unexpected suggestions are quite right. Miyabi wondered when the work began. Liz thought for a moment and replied that it was worth starting before dawn. Since it has long used magic to maintain itself in cleanliness, its strength can be lost in battle against black orcs. She dreamed of a boundless stock of mana. Meanwhile, Liz has managed to destroy another orca. It is the 5th monster on her account. If carefully kept, they will be able to bypass the more powerful monsters. Miyabi captured the obsession, the desire to destroy each of them, and this is not the site of the orca. He attacked exactly the place where adventure seekers hid. The blow never got to them, so Liz used to ask an unusual question. Miyabi listened carefully without losing a word. Liz shared with her that the black orca meat is delicious. This news puzzled Miyabi, causing a whole storm of questions. Liz added that if they boast everyone, they would be full of meat. The punch of the orca came across an unwavering wall of solid ore, which Miyabi created specifically for protection against physical attacks. Such an unexpected resistance was quite stunned by the monster. Liz added that even if they sell most of the prey, the meat will still remain enough. Imaging an appetizing dish, she felt the slurry approaching her mouth, and the desire to destroy each orc broke out in it with new force. Looking at the exhausted Liz, Miyabi doubted whether they had the strength to overcome all the orcs. Liz replied that for witchcraft such a level as Icy Spear, it takes a lot of energy. It would be enough for 5 enemies. Miyabi proposed to install traps. While the orcs were constantly combing the area in search of the attackers, Liz had already begun to spell, preparing a new spell. She aptly struck 2 more orcs from the ice. However, with each subsequent attack, Liz felt the forces leave it. It is becoming more and more difficult to fight. Immediately after the attack, the climbing rapidly rushed, faded, and inadvertently affecting the lessons. This behavior impressed the orcs. The orcs, subjected to cunning provocations with a deafened roar, rushed after her. The monsters were not suspected, and suddenly fell into the traps hidden under their feet. Such a rotation of the orca did not expected that they had stunned them. Miyabi with Liz rejoiced the successful realization of the plan. The orcs were finally overcome. Tired, Liz dropped on the grass. She wondered in Miyab whether he put everything in his inventory. He replied that nothing seemed to leave and forgot anything. Miyabi's gaze focused on a thin blade. On the hand of the blade, the inscription, "My husband of Theodoros." This sword wore one of the orcs. He probably belonged to some of those who disappeared, Miyabi said with sadness. Liz was too upset, but added that it was even for the better. Miyabi heard it with surprise. Liz was sad with sadness in her hands. She was painful because his owner was no longer with them, but at least these weapons remained. Now they will be able to return her to the family of the missing person. Miyabi supported the plan Liz and placed the sword in the inventory. Liz straightened and suggested bringing the investigation to the end, and then returning to the city. Miyabi could not get rid of his thoughts about the sword. He was clearly aware of what happened to these people. It was clear to him. The guilt lies either on it or on his Liz's. All of them were not lucky. Miyabi cannot get rid of obsessive thoughts. He tried in vain to convince himself that this story did not concern him. Over time, Miyabi realized how cool he was really climbing. However, even after a few days, his mind did not want to calm down. Miyabi, along with Liz, began to approach the guild. Liz admitted that every time she crosses the threshold of the guild, it is covered by the feeling of family heat. Miyabi, smiling, noted that they did not appear here for a long time. Finally, the girls crossed the threshold of the guild. Liz immediately hurried to inform Eleanor about their appearance. On the way, Liz noted that they came to convey a report that Eleanor required them. Eleanor was quite surprised to see them. She sincerely congratulated her friends and admitted that she had already begun to worry about their late. In response, she reassured her. They say they were just safe and not. Alina was glad to hear that everything was fine, and asked her to familiarize her with the report. Liz ordered Miyabi to pass the document Alina. Miyabi stretched her book, noting that all the events were outlined in the report. The black robes settled near the lake in the forest. The black orcs were quite puzzled by Eleanor. Meanwhile, Miyabi opened inventory and noted that the bones of Galavov were also found near the settlement. Miyabi stretched her report. Eleanor did not suspect that she was already waiting for a written statement of all events. She thanked for such care, adding that because of the reproaches of conscience she had already submitted her report. However, she wondered if she would be able to view this document. Eleanor asked Miyabi whether he was preparing a report on his own. This question was somewhat embarrassed by the guy. He replied that his duty was to describe all the information related to vegetation and terrain. All the issues concerned with demons were translated into the savvy Liz. Such words were somewhat embarrassed by the girl. She replied that she was not sure whether she could come in handy. In fact, Miyabi made a significant contribution to the business. Eleanor watched the records with surprise. She could not but note that such a thorough report created only 2 people in some 10 days. For experienced craftsmen, such work is usually stretched for a month. She was especially amazed that the report described in detail all the Blakor settlements. She was stunned by the speed at which the Liz team operated. Miyabi was a little discouraged and replied that they were doing their best. Eleanor stood sharply from the table and shouted, learning of the death of 11 laborers. She noted that even level B team would not have been able to do so. Subsequently, she came to the conclusion that the level A would not be difficult. Her words raised a wave of surprise among other adventurers. Miyabi noted that Eleanor's screams attract excessive attention from others. It was quite annoyed, especially when other adventure seekers have turned to their gaze. He hurriedly asked Eleanor to calm down. Eleanor finally calmed down. Miyabi slowly undertook the report. With her breath, Eleanor waited for explanation. Hidden by the confused Liz, Miyabi is ashamed and vaguely saying that they just destroyed everyone, carefully avoiding the details of what their fault was. Liz, with shy insecurity, turned to Eleanor, asking if they could just be ordinary orcs. Miyabi, meanwhile, hesitantly hid behind Liz's back. One of the members of the guild immediately denied, clearly making his disagreement. The other added that the boys were simply confused with some monsters. Another worker looked at the boys alarmed. It seems that she considered the whole situation a false anxiety. Eleanor, together with his colleagues, looked at the boys in surprise. Meanwhile, behind Liz and Miyabi began a stir among other adventurers. In a tired voice, Eleanor noted that it is perfectly understood in all the main types of demons. Liz listened carefully to her every word. She wondered in Liz, what rank should the adventure seeker achieve to defeat at least one black orca? Liz replied that at least to have a rank C. Elina, having lost herself, confirmed her words. She noted that she could handle one orca alone. However, if you stand before the 11 black orcs, the situation changes dramatically. Eleanor continued, noting, even uniting the whole team of adventures of C rank with 2 support, they could not go through this task. The adventurers began to think about whether she had confused the monsters, or at all simply lied. Miyabi and Liz listened to the stories of other adventurers with a dissatisfied look. Someone in the crowd noted that they probably attribute more merit to get a better award. There was also a warning. In addition, they were only 2. Liz called Miyabi, who turned in a confusion. The face was staring with anger, but she assured that everything was under control, and unnoticed Miyabi's sign of acting. A whole mountain of meat grew in front of Eleonora, the weight of which simply broke the counter. The surrounding workers looked at it with a passionate surprise. Liz confidently stated that all this meat would be sold in bulk. Workers looked with fear of a bunch of meat that grew up in front of them. Eleanor sighed calmly and quickly told everyone about the arrival of the meat prince. All the staff of the warehouse, when they heard the words of Eleonora's, immediately guessed what they were talking about. They were embarrassed by the appearance of meat prince. 3 staff of the warehouse immediately rushed to the counter, covered with unrestrained curiosity. What about the meat mountain appeared in their eyes? Eleanor reported that it was a black orca meat. She suggested seeing the truth of her words. The staff of the warehouse began to carefully inspect the meat. The first of them, smiling confidently, stated that it is undoubtedly black orca meat and exceptional quality. The second employee was satisfied that his sense does not let down. This meat has a great taste. He had no doubt. This delicacy gave them meat prince. Another worker joined the conversation vividly, adding that meat from meat prince was always pleasing to the perfect quality. Adventurers looked at Miyaba with surprise, wondering if he was the same meat prince from the mysterious country of meat. Miyabi himself only indifferently slid his gaze on the crowd, showing no emotions. Meanwhile, the rumors immediately crawled among the adventurers. They say that the prince allegedly has endless meat reserves. The whisper turned into a hum. Everyone was talking a new sensation. Meat prince fully justified the hopes of adventure seekers. They spoke with interest whether a little meat could be purchased in these mysterious prints. Miyabi, leaning to Eleanor, asked with a slight surprise if he was really called. Eleanor listened to Miyabi a little awkwardly. She smiled, confirming his words, and said that this nickname had stuck to him from the moment he brought the meat of the earthly letter. Miyabi realized that he now had 2 nicknames, Meat Trace and Cupid. Eleanor added that 2 nicknames went about him. She emphasized that Miyabi is so well known that she was already turning into a legend. Hearing this, Miyabi sank with horror on his knees. The tears poured him continuously. Liz approached Eleanor with some request. Eleanor listened carefully to her. Liz leaned and whispered softly in Eleanor's ear, and then smiled gently. Eleanor in response gave her a smile and told her that she understood everything. Liz approached Miyaba and gently patted him on the top. She reassured, they say, should not despair. In addition, she emphasized that finding support with 2 nicknames is a real rarity. And, mocking, asked in pieces of meat whether they agree with it. Eleanor went to the warehouse where she learned from the staff that they had confirmed. It really was a black orca meat. The leader of the adventurers group personally testified this fact. He assured that every piece in this pile was a black orca meat. She was surprised to look into the meat, wondering how it was possible to keep it in such an ideal form. There were no scratches on the pieces. They looked so perfect that it seemed to be jewelry work, she said. It has a portal in another dimension to store things and a witty fight. And his reports are not inferior to the skills of court clerks. Eleanor did not think who really was Miyabi. Even employees are already talking among themselves. Eleanor managed to notify the incident with the Earth's sheep, but this time, it will not work to hide the truth. She was markedly worried. The stranger studied a piece of paper carefully. He rose from the chair standing by the window. Eleanor was convinced that Paradise already guessed what she was about to tell him. Eleanor approached Liz and Miyabi. She wondered if they had a free minute, and both girls looked at her in surprise. Eleanor calmly informed the boys that the management wanted to discuss their report with them. Liz and Miyabi confusedly turned his gaze on Eleanor. Both did not expect such news from her. Some time has passed, and Eleanor, along with Liz and Miyabi, already stood in front of the gorgeous doors. Eleanor reported that the guildmaster personally invited them to him. Liz and Miyabi looked at the door with a confused look, not understanding what they could blame. Liz is looking forward to the opportunity to taste the dark orca meat they have gained while performing a task for the study of the Emerald Forest. The girl, not hiding the delight and joy, with a mouth, watering glitter in the eyes, says that thanks to this first-class meat, their detachment will quickly get rich. Miyabi immediately noticed her special passion for big money. The guy began to complain about how quickly his wallet was devastating. He is encouraged to be enriched instantly, with one disturbance. Liz, however, does not squeeze where he spends so rapidly, and what they disappear. This time the girl suggested to save money. For them, this was really a reasonable solution, because the whole thing was limited to obtaining a reward, nothing more. In a gorgeous office, everyone enjoy tea. While the detachment is silently the drink, plunging into reflections on their actions, Eleanor and the man are watching them without a word. As soon as you put a cup on a saucer, the guys are noticeably straining. The majestic man seems to be, he is the head of the Aventurist Guild, named Zion. Without wasting time, he goes to the essence immediately. It is about their study and an emerald forest, which is mentioned in the report. Zion's face remains indistinguishable. It comes with extreme seriousness. Looking just in the eye of adventure seekers, Guildmaster wondered if they did not seek help from other adventurers or outsiders. This question made Miyabi and Liz feel great. Their response made an affirmative refusal, because only they dreamed of challenging the whole settlement from 11 orcs on their own. The guy inadvertently wondered if Zion was not suspected of some dishonest crafts. Miyabi in despair mentally squeezes to Eleanor, standing next to Guildmaster. Liz would never dare. However, the girl only silently watches, full of depression. The whole guild buzzes from this news. Eleanor-san is also confused. The guy understands that Zion knows about them only from reports, and their achievements do not correspond to the official rank. So it is natural that the man had questions. Guildmaster emphasizes that the investigation task has the highest priority for the guild. They are even more important than requesting the protection, support, or execution of other orders. Having a look at 10 students, he adds that such tasks trust only those who have already reached the C rank and above. Miyabi with Liz is immediately aware. The mentor now awaits evidence from them. The majestic man strictly orders only the truth, and nothing but the truth. In the meantime, the girl immerses her hand into a bag, and her craftsman, Panic, does not even know what evidence to present. Liz gets the things they handed over the guild. These trophies were found in the orc settlement. The girl assures under the oath on the sword of a fallen warrior. Guildmaster named Zion carefully examined the finding of the girl's team, silently studying every little thing. The hands indicated the characteristics that could help install the probable owner. Having inspected the weapon, the man turns to Eleonora and assures that everything is fine. Children are released. They are allowed to go. The attendees cannot believe their eyes. In addition, Zia asks the girl to review the missing information. He seeks to return the found thing to its real owners. Eleanor Cenobus has doubts about the actions of his leader, and this is not left behind by the guilder himself. He carefully read the written report, a dossier, and listened carefully to the oral report of the subordinate. He has no comments about Liz. The girl is conscientious and aware of her business. Eleanor is concerned with anxiety that Guildmaster usually works very carefully in such situations. The Zion reports to her a report stating that Liz successfully performs the task in 98.2% of cases. Here are its characteristics. Guildmaster made sure that the children did not stay away. They were also shown the profile of the adventurer Liz. Miami and his friend do not hide their surprise by watching Zion's reaction. The girls from the very beginning and to this day have received sincere respect both among the guild and clients. The total number of orders is 173, of which 170 were successfully executed, which is impressive 98.2% of the cases completed. The freshness of meat and other products is not in doubt. Looking for suppliers is unlikely to make sense. In addition, it is simply impossible to prepare such a soil report without visiting the forest. Zion notes that it is much more difficult to expose fraud than to prove it. After reading the report, Liz stresses that she made a decision based only on proven facts. Guildmaster notes that these pages are detailed to the smallest detail. Looking at one of them, the girl notices a letter of thanks from her client. Zion is convinced that she got these achievements deservedly. However, a man believes that attacking black orcs for a girl is a senseless adventure. To which Liz replies, if she was alone, that she would not have thought. With a sincere smile on her mouth, she confidently reported that she was Miyabi's assistant with her. Hearing this, the guildmaster concluded that he was in the front detachment. The children were concerned again, not knowing how to answer Zion properly. Liz noted that everyone has their responsibilities, but the girl is the heart of the team. The man specified, Liz is responsible for the attack, but she has an assistant. Two team members move away to discuss their further actions. Returning, Liz notes that the guy has already overcome two opponents, although he continues to call himself only an assistant. Zion cannot understand what is happening. Liz tightly covered the boy's mouth with her palm, noting that Miyabi could not impartially assess himself and his abilities. This statement finally received the young man. The girl asks her to speak frankly. Miyabi is a true mobile composition of quest resources. Guildmaster listens carefully to her words. Not only does it skillfully store the products fresh, in a matter of minutes it breaks huge pits, giving it for support or composition, and makes the land or whole stacks of firewood. Its pantry exceeds even the composition of the artisan guild. Even Angelm would envy such ingenuity. Guildmaster named Zion listened carefully to every girl's word. It was such details that he needed to be finally interested in this team. The man realized that the guy was able to store different things in his inventory. Liz confirmed his guess, though, in her opinion, he did not pay attention to her words. Yolbi Master Zajan believed the rumors of meat prints, deciding that it was a special repository for meat, as people told. Eleanor San categorically denied everything, and the man intently told his own words. Then Miyabi stated that his long story contains not only meat, it has other interesting components. According to Sion, it sounds absolutely incredible. Make sure that their words are sincere and do not contain an approach. The man suggested that the young man get all the extra materials and send them to the Eleonora composition. Liz is grateful to Guildmaster for trust, but in response, only with a smile notes that it is quite a merit of Liz, because she never made reasons to doubt herself. Looking down, the man laughed quietly, and a smile appeared on his face. The girl could not understand that he was so cheerful. Meanwhile, the owner wondered about the staff, which she took with her. Zion, looking at a girl with a rod in her hands, confesses that she misses her father. Liz did not even suspect that they were familiar. The husband put his hand on her shoulder and noted that both father and daughter were both similar. He called her a very serious girl. Standing at the door in the same pose, the girl lowered her head, full of sadness. Zia caught how much she grew up. Looking around, Miyabi notes Eleanor-san that the warehouse seems really spacious, but in response, the woman only answers with a smile. Compared to the repository of the manufacturers, this composition is quite small. She returns to the guy and notes that the main source of income for adventurers is work to order. All that Alina was gathering here was only an additional, so to speak, entourage. The guy was interested in asking if she was really an adventure search. The girl got here to work after the collapse of her team. 3 years have passed since then. Eleanor says about it, avoiding the young man's gaze. The girl tells that she has long been engaged in adventures, and knows perfectly how it is not easy to get the necessary materials. The root of the canine is especially fragile and easily deteriorated. She is wondering if the guy has some special shaky in this case, but he only shrugs his shoulders, assuring that all this is the usual agility of his hands. When climbing, Miyabi, standing in front of a neatly decomposed materials, turns to Eleanor. Having gained courage, the guy has quietly wondered if he could list his remuneration for investigating the family owner's family. The girl reminds him that there were a lot of reward for this case. Even dividing the sum in half, everyone will get 100 gold. The guy reassures, "Don't worry, he will receive his share from the sale of materials." Eleanor-san warns the boy from such thoughts. If he will give money every time after someone's death, sooner or later he will be left without a penny. He does not know what awaits ahead, but this time he strongly wants to realize the plan. In this way, he wants to find harmony with him. The guy does not want to delay the case and acts exclusively for his own rest. Eleanor does not claim it is bad. Sometimes people gave half of the fee to the family of the deceased, but have never passed the entire amount. Sometimes they announce the fundraising to support the relatives of the dead. This is how they plan to do this time. The girl reminds him that this reward is a fair fee for those who risks their own lives in the way of adventure. To give it up without a good reason means to despise the efforts of others. The guy sincerely thanked her for these words. Eleanor Saint, smiling, leaving him slowly. 2 days have passed. Inside the guild, Elena Sen, with a sheet in his hands, introduces everyone to the results of the verification of this application. Liz and Miyabi froze in the full silence, stunning his mouths. They listened carefully until the explanation continued. On their faces, a fucking feeling. Only a mixture of confusion and shock, and from words, they just fell silent. Eleanor asks to take these 3 bags of gold. Liz looks frightened, and the guy is convinced that there is some mistake. However, Eleanor confidently claims that she has checked everything 3 times and asks not to worry. 910 coins are as much as 9.1 million. Even if you split in half, it still comes out 4.55 million. That's how much a boy's family receives a year. Both the young man and the girl stand, as if they were grown to a place, impressed and silent from heard. Eleanor reminds the participants that they have agreed to divide the fee independently, so they agree with their choice. Stunned guys are uncertain and thankful thanks to the girl. Meanwhile, the young man is thinking about a commission that will have to be given for this work. He hopes that even this amount will be at least a help. In addition, Eleanor solemnly announced that it was decided to increase the rank of adventure Miyabi-kun to level D. Hearing this, the young man had been choking for tea from surprise. Liz exclaims that he is all in the dirt. The young man hurries hastily, confessing that he just got lost in surprise. Miyabi looks at Eleanor and is interested in why this increase is only D rank, not E. The girl explains, "A double increase for the assistant is a rarity. The rating is increasing in accordance with the contribution to the activities of the guild, and taking into account the prospect of further development. Children consider it complete nonsense, emphasizing the will of the head of the guild." Eleanor notes that because everyone knows about their rank F, there are many meaningless disputes. The girl notes that they have been able to earn more than a typical adventurer of the adventure B. This will undoubtedly cause great resonance among others. The young man is only now aware of it. Miyabi thanked Eleanor for her efforts, to which smiling she answered, "The guild would only benefit if the guy continues to support her." The young man suspects that the girl is sly, but despite that feels pleasant. He bowed, hinting that he was counting on her help. At this point, Eleanor mentioned that she needed to confirm one important case from Liz. Almost gathering, Ms. Sen reminded that, as always, she listed half of her fee for charity, and wondered if she could guarantee her full anonymity. The girl grabbed and closed Elena Sanz's mouth with her palm. She whispered in hurry that Miyabi was already here, and they had just discussed it. The woman, still smiling, apologized, explaining everything with her own forgetfulness. Liz burned with shame. The guy who stopped at the door remembered how Eleanor San spoke of those who gave half of his salary to good deeds. While he climbs, as usual, calls a woman, commanding her to do everything. The guy seems to be guessing that this woman's partner is the mysterious person who generously sacrifices her money. The girl shouts that everything that happened looked extremely terrible, but it does not care, because she herself disposes of her own money. Liz is embarrassed when she realizes that Miyabi learned the whole truth. The guy just laughs at this situation, they say. He did not say anything like this. Eleanor corresponds to a quiet smile. They vigorously wave their fists to each other, swaying how they successfully coped with their first serious task. Children leisurely go to the street where the jackets attract a variety of goods. At first, they had to face the black orcs, and then Gilmout came out. Miyabi-kun decided that after all the cases, there was somewhat important. Liz suggested that they were waiting for another collection of materials, but she was wrong. The guy exclaimed that her guess is wrong, because it was time to celebrate the victory. The table sparkles on exquisite traditional Chinese dishes, which the young man is happy to present. Here is a whole variety of flavors that you can only dream of. Liz notes that the situation around is significantly different from the usual. He reassures her, offering not to worry about the little things. While they were sitting at the table and enjoying lunch, the guy suggested that Liz choose any meals to his taste while he was cooking. She herself wanted to take up the case, but the young man insisted. They say today he has a special mood for cooking. In response, the girl jokingly noted that she was indulged in everything. She took an unfamiliar dish in her hands, never seen it before. The sorceress decided it was bread and bitten a piece. The bites made her cheeks slightly grazing. Trying to treat, Liz enthusiastically returns to the master and exclaims that there is a delicious surprise inside. This steam bun is perfect for the cool season. Inside, the girl came across delicious cubes of meat that just melted on the tongue. Liz is delighted with this taste. The spicy sauce goes well with a soft, sweet dough. It is tender and airy, not at all as traditional milk buns. All this together is a meat, sweet chord that melts just on the tongue. She wanted to taste another dish, and asked me if Abby could hand over her plate. The young man, of course, did not deny, and quickly grabbed a tray with all the food. And suddenly, the dish, which was thrown by Liz, was right in front of her. The girl did not even have time to understand how it happened. At first it seemed to her that this table was too strange, but soon she noticed he was still turning. The guy proudly stated that it was a true style of Chinese cuisine. Liz is joyfully twisting the table, stating that she does not understand what her partner says, and just entertains. Miyabi did not dare to turn to Sam with a rush to stop rotating the table with food. The girl with a smile apologized, confessing that she was a little admired. A girl with her ears suddenly appeared next to them, who loved one of the dishes. The children watched her silently, and then shouted synchronously, turning to her in the masculine gender. Feeling the appetizing aroma of meat, the girl did not resist and went closer. Miyabi asks his interlocutor with surprise, where he knows her name, because they seem to have never met before. And the guy was also convinced of that. Meanwhile, Mel is happy to taste dishes, one by one. Liz, without holding back emotions, exclaims and calls Mel a search for adventure B rank, and then question the guy where he knows this girl. Children are indignant into the Mel of dishes and immediately take it away. Miyabi grabs a girl with her ears for the peel, holding firmly, but, despite everything, he cheerfully chews what she had time to grab. The partner learned that meeting the boy with Mel was a complete accident. The girl joked that he always got lost somewhere, but the young man denied. They say, recently everything has changed. Mel, a desperate adventure seeker, approaches Miyabi and reports that the blacksmith's blacksmith was interested in his presence. Liz does not hide his astonishment that they are familiar with such a person. The partner, trembling with excitement and wiping his sweat out of the temples, looked at the guy and asked if he knew the one who was Mr. Weiss. The young man in a hurry replied that he was a good-natured blacksmith who controls the smithy. That's how he imagined him. The blacksmith Weiss himself came to visit. Having glanced by the children, he is wondering why they are together. Liz is lost, and Maya calmly explains. They are from one team. The guy does not notice anything suspicious. The blacksmith politely asks the girl to take a young man for a few minutes. He just smiles in response and assures that they have nowhere to hurry. The protagonist listens carefully to the conversation between Mr. Weiss and his companion, wondering why they communicate so casually like ancient friends. The young man returns to Liz and asks what is happening and what Mr. Weiss says with her. The girl answers, presenting a new acquaintance, Weiss Dark Iron. Even the monarchs are honored by the most outstanding weapon, and it was he who became a foster father, Liz. From the girl's words, the guy seemed to fall out of reality. The teacher, laughing, noted that he had no idea about their cooperation. Miyabi's heart overwhelmed the delight, and the questions were flashed in his head. If the master was only a girl's foster father, where did her real dad go? Mr. Weiss's face was getting serious, because his visit had a really important reason. The blacksmith was invited to them by order of Bishop of Anger. It was they who instructed him to restore the residence of the Duke Bredy. The bearded man suggested that the boy try on his own. Miyabi-kun, without realizing it, uncertainly agreed. He was too stunned by the unexpected offer of Koval Weiss. the guy who is hiding behind the fan, and climbs almost simultaneously whether it is about the lord they thought about. The guy calls himself a simple street guy, and is genuinely surprised why he was offered this work. To which the foster father of the girl explains, the choice of workers was put on him. The guy is scared, because it is too big responsibility for him. However, on the contrary, he encourages him, assuring that it is a great opportunity for career growth and new acquaintances. However, the guy cannot get rid of the idea that in her words, there is a hidden intention. The girl put her hand on her partner's shoulder and, contacting him in his name, persistently ordered the commander of their group to make every effort to this task. There is no need to look for joy on the boy's face. He simply executes the order of the mentor, only promising quietly to make every effort. The western area of Angoulême, enveloped in high inaccessible walls, a quarter of aristocrats extends behind a calm hill, a center of luxury and wealth. The inhabitants of these estates do not deny themselves anything. On the way, several people are confidently traveling, and the streets knock on the wheels of gorgeous horse crews. In the heart of the city stands the Duke of Brydane's palace, where the blacksmith and his satellites were already waiting for the servant of the ruler. The luxury of this place is striking. In the territory, its own fountain is murmured, and the majestic building is commensurate with several dozens of ordinary homes in its scale. That's where they appear. At the last meeting, Uncle Weiss warned that difficult work was waiting ahead. The guy looks carefully at the majestic structure that stands in front of him. Pooting behind a numerous crowd, he notes that everyone had taken spare clothes, perhaps, and he should take care of it in advance. Miyabi was summoned literally at the last moment, so he suggests that he will not be required especially to. However, this is a great opportunity to watch the true masters of your business. The vice team slowly steps past the bushes and exotic plants. For a young man, this is a real adventure, because it is not every day to see the nobility's estate. The impatient takes his own. He dreams of immersion in the swirl of events. Stepping around, the guy stopped unexpectedly. His gaze touched something unusual. Looking around, he suddenly noticed something that was out of everyday life. Before him were flowers that seemed completely faded. A man in glasses came behind. His appearance was strikingly different from others. The old man noticed that it was a shepherd rose, and the man, smiling happily, added, "It is a special kind of flower, which is characterized by the abundant variety of petals." Miyabi-hun watches the strange behavior of the stranger, not understanding who before him and why he clung to him. Meanwhile, the grandfather does not get tired of talking about flowers, noting that the native land of these plants is a country of warm climate. In the north of Angoulême, they completely disappeared. Kaval Weiss turns to a friendly elder with respectful words, calling him my lord and noting that he came too early. And suddenly the boy comes. This lively, cheerful grandfather, who suddenly appeared and spoke about flowers, is actually the same man. Before you is the Duke of Trensverdane. He notes that it is impossible to stay in the room when an old friend came to you. On the eve of the departure, Liz suddenly realized Miyabika did not understand anything about this place. She did not want the guy to be ashamed before the master, so she decided to teach him personally. She wondered if he had heard something about the ruler of Angoulême. The guy confirmed that he was familiar with this name, but doubted whether they were talking about the same person. The Marquis Verdini is one of the 5 outstanding marques of the Kingdom of Forci, the head of a powerful aristocratic genus that manages the northern lands of Angoulême. The modern Marquis Transbredery has gained glory as one of the most influential and successful figures among all the successors of the family. In addition, he completed his studies at the Royal School of Magic, receiving the highest honorary rank, noble. In Angoulême, the 3 main guilds were given full freedom in commercial activity. However, they may impose some restrictions to strengthen the authority of the noble state. It is said that such indulgence exists here to encourage free trade between lords. Having an official title, you get access to any tasks, and for those who have enough money, there is an opportunity to buy anything. That is why Liz decided to become an adventure search in this city. The owner takes care of his subjects, although there are rumors that he has something weird. Meanwhile, the crowd, led by blacksmith Weiss, gathered within the walls of Trensberdini Palace. The silence that hung around makes the boy nervous. In such silence, he feels inconvenient and anxious. Liz noted that they were a little weird, although Miyabikan considers himself quite friendly. Be that as it may, the guy is amazed at the fact that all these people are his students. The man sincerely apologized to everyone for the forced waiting. Having obtained their consent, he introduced himself to the trends of Verdini. Going to the blacksmith, he addresses him with respect, calling the master, and noting that it is a great honor for him to cooperate with such a craftsman. In response, the blacksmith, wisely leaning in a bow, promises to do everything as best as possible. The Duke Dina looked away, smiling. The young man felt that all the views were directed at him. Walking past the row of Feis's students, Lord notes that the palace can only seem lush outside. The young man realized that the Duke did not even look in his direction. Transfers continues to talk about this structure. It turns out that about 200 years have passed since its restoration. In fact, the building is much neglected than it seems at first glance. The Duke wants to preserve the appearance of the building unchanged, but to fill its interior with a modern spirit. The old days should be left behind, and the construction itself is to turn a new page of their existence. Transredna calls for the entrust of their master's blacksmith Weiss, but at the same time emphasizes, "Do not lose your own understanding while working on recovery." The Duke, smiling confidently with their mouth, says that everyone should strive for renewal, and this house should become a center that will subsequently be proud of future generations. The guy considers himself a decent person, because he took care of convenience for artisans. The gentleman, a subordinate to the lord, noted that during the construction they would live in a small room, where he took it. The boy, who tried to go unnoticed, thoughtfully bowed his head, when suddenly felt a strong blow to the nape of his neck. Somewhere behind, someone's voice called him. He was in front of him. Who was the guy who had just called him on the nape of the neck with the same tool? It was he who turned to Miyabi-kun, a new stranger who joined their company. His strict face expression instantly flashed with anger, and rude words turned into a cry. He ordered everyone to listen to him carefully. The guy had no idea about the young man's ideas, but now he will become a successor. A young man with a convex veins on his face and poured with his eyes screams directly into the face of the boy, stating that he has a heart of steel, the gaze of his frenzy, and he sharply orders to remember it forever. The stunned guy, almost graying from the shock, hurried to retreat from the hungry and nodded in the affirmative. In the meantime, another guy came behind and reported that a spooky type had chosen his name. Squeezing an aggressive guy in a little delight, he presents himself as his brother Sid, Genka. Iron Guard explodes with anger and screams indignantly because of such an unfavorable and careless manner of dating. Miyabi-kun apologizes for his unexpected visit, assuring that she will try not to create uncomfortable inconvenience. Hank kindly replies that when the decision is made by the head, no one dares. The blacksmith's blacksmith loudly cut into the floor with a hammer, calling everyone to gather. Time of idleness has passed. The moment has come to join efforts with their comrades. They were addressed personally with a huge order, so they have no right to evade. The students, lined up with a slender series, responded to the teacher chorus. Blacksmith Weissa handed over to the boys the drawings, and, as the older one, will bypass everyone, giving guidance. After a brief briefing, the master ordered the case. People around obediently dispersed, confirming their readiness. The guy confidently decided that he should also make every effort. He was already going to approach the blacksmith to find out about his duties, and here, Weiss asked him to bring something. Meanwhile, the owner reached out to his pencil and a drawing sheet. Miyabi thoughtfully watched all this. Then he wondered what that means. Koval replied that there were no drawings for this part, so he would have to make it on his own. The master only nodded and specified whether he needed to repeat the request. The guy began to sit on the teacher with objections. How can they be able to build something without drawings if the construction was already started? Why did he say that he could not invent a good project for this part, and translated responsibility for him? The guy escapes the teacher with his eyes and thinks, he clearly designed to involve him in serious trouble after this case. Weiss, smiling cunningly, reports Miyabi-kun that he will now be responsible for both the person and the huge tower. The low man, whose head is flashing round glasses, asks to take care of him. Is everything all right here? They are located in the spacious hall. Miyabi-kun with anxiety turns into the thoughts of the events that have happened. Weiss took responsibility and disappeared. Watching the subordinates, he notes that the guy is quite good, but it seems even thin and something like an owl. The main obstacle for the guy is still a bath. He could not imagine that he would once have to project it. Miyabi gladly realized that this is a great chance for him. Infrastructure does not need to be rebuilt from scratch. It is quite easy to update and repair. The focus should be on the interior. While the guy is immersed in his thoughts, the young interlocutor is trying to tell him something. Every time he takes a pencil, it wakes up the desire to embody his thoughts on the sheet. Miyabi is free to create everything you want without worrying about costs. The guy persistently tried to attract the attention of the mentor, but quickly realized that he did not notice him. Only when Miyabi mastered himself and realized that he was being approached did he break away from his dreams and ask the guy what had happened. Starting near the bathroom, he suddenly remembered that they were still unknown. The guy, having tilted his head, called Miyabi Craftor. Another young man, confused and shy, beating and stuttering, tried to utter his name, Kurien. At the moment when he uttered the words, uncertainty made him bite. The guy looks at him and imagines how painful it should be. The conversation is tied. It turns out that both are masters of their business, so they have something to work on. Miyabi turns to the boy, calling him Karen, although in fact his name is Karen. Yang wants to deny, but hesitance prevents him, so he is silent. And Miyabi adds that the guy probably realized they first need to come up with a design. Karen, which the guy still stubbornly calls Karan, gradually begins to swell. Miyabi instructs the boy first to take care of her, promising to join the process later. He turned to the guy again, calling him Karen, but Karen himself is incredibly unpleasant to hear this appeal. The guy noticed his annoyance, although he never realized the cause of such emotion. Despite this, working with Karen is still easy for him. The Duke of Trensverdani carefully studies the drawings. Some of them are made in the classic elven Polish style, while others resemble stone caves created by the hands of the dwarves. Miyabi listens to the Lord with interest to read the descriptions of each project. Smiling, my ruler carelessly calls all these drawings a little thing. The guy fades away from Herd, because his creation was just depreciated and rejected. Miyabi tried to surprise him. The Duke Trensverdini sought to see something unusual. He still was not seen. Architecture from the fantasy world, which fascinated it in the game, would look absolutely commonplace in this place. This world is amazingly similar to fantasy games from his past life. Most of all, he gave himself Dream World, a game that became a real top among all fantasy adventures. The guy thinks what he is able to surprise this world is like a Dream World game. Meanwhile, Miyabi returns to his ward, which breaks the fragments of the tile. Karen was surprised to see the guy who had already returned. It turned out that only a small part of the case was done. The guy thought that there was still a lot of work. Miyabi noticed that Karen was loading the wheelbarrow with various equipment. He exclaims that he does not have such difficult things to pull, because he uses his inventory. The guy at first does not understand what is about. He then asks not to claim that the artisan has no inventory. Karen recalls that he really had an inventory. Overflowing with joy and a little embarrassed, the guy exclaims loudly that his inventory has a lunchbox with hot and delicious food. Miyabi is stunned when he realizes that there is nothing more. He recalls how Liz told him that artisans are the poorest among all production professions. Therefore, in his modest reserves, he can afford a simple lunchbox. He asks to give him a hammer for a minute. He struck the tile with a light movement and instantly crumbled on the debris. His student was stunned by what he saw. Karen calls Miyabi with his delight, and he at this time critically evaluates the small level of skill of local artisans. It's late night. They settled in the room, which was highlighted by the team, and the darkness was dominated by only the shimmering light of the lantern. The guy asks not to call him a teacher. He is completely immersed in his drawings. Karen with warmth notes that he has already become a real teacher. The impression of how one stroke he dispersed the floor for a long time, they are etched in his memory. Miyabi herself notices that his former hesitation and stuttering have disappeared. The guy did not resist and asked the teacher where he mastered this unique technique. In the soul of the guy arose envy. Karen did not leave attempts to ask the teacher where he learned to such things. He is genuinely striking what he can bring true talent. Meanwhile, Miyabi torments asks the caregiver graciously to allow her to go to bed. The guy does not consider his abilities talent. He convinces, addressing him as a crown, which is able to cope no worse than others. Turning off the flashlight, Miyabi notes that the guy did not even try to do it, so, according to her, there is nothing impossible. The master with dark hair confesses that he could not imagine how much he would destroy. Karen is amazed. She did not expect such a frantic speed. After that, the man turns to the teacher. He had a question. Opening the door to another room, the guy is interested in his mentor, whether he knows the purpose of this place. A dark-haired young man confesses that he did not come here before. The Duke of Transverde suddenly appeared behind them and reported that this place was intended for boiling water. His sudden appearance was so struck by the boys that they seemed to have lost their connection with reality for a moment. They jumped sideways, frightened by the unexpected appearance of the Duke, although they did not even notice their reaction. Meanwhile, smiling, the maids explained, they boiled water here and then worn it to the bathroom nearby. The young man explained that there was no water supply in the room. The Duke noted that water was brought here from the well in the yard. Mayabika noted that it is quite inconvenient. Usually such a case was entrusted to a man with fiery magic. He brought water and heated it with his abilities. But with age, he had to leave this job. It is simple in itself, but finding a new assistant was not easy. The Duke just smiles. The situation is really troublesome. The Duke wondered if he had some non-standard thoughts about it. The young man has taken the task with all seriousness, and reported that he already has a ready sketch, who wants to present my lord, but he still needs to supplement something. This was interested in Verdani, and he, without hesitation, rested directly on the floor of the same room, saying that he would be waiting here. Miyabi was so confused by this unexpected behavior that he hastened to bring the Duke of the chair. The guy showed all the illustrations he created overnight, and asked the Trenda thought about them. This plan is a tribute to one of the architects of the game, the World of Dreams. According to Miyabi, he perfectly suits this world. The birth trends have noted that the guy chose the architectural style of the elves' Maka-Lini dynasty. The young man does not think to give up, even learning that this has long appeared on these lands. Blacksmith Weiss, comforting on the couch and crossing his hands on his chest, notes that now it is almost everything he can share. The Duke is overwhelmed by joy. Everything moves clearly according to the plan, except that a large bath is an exception. Weiss warns that its arrangement will take a lot of time. The blacksmith, cunningly lifting his eyebrows and smiling, notes that if everything was so simple, life would be obscene. The Duke of Trens Verdana notes that the owner is cruel. Otherwise you will not say if you have already approved the final project of a grand bath during the work. Weiss sighs heavily and adds that if the young man cannot offer anything, then they use his idea. But he did not get lost. Something told him that the master did not condemn it. After these words, the Trens was barely smiling. Everything is to blame for his habit, as my master notes. When he see a chance, he is sure to take advantage of him. Blacksmith Weiss laughs, noting that His Majesty's thirst for everything new has not extinguished. They sit in front of each other, and a master who knows the owner for the first year mutilates with a smile that he does not change at all. He will fully support the position of Trensverdina. It is close. Even the will of the customer can sometimes not stop it. Although Weiss is called the master, he does not feel it. The blacksmith still considers himself a student, hoping to see where this young man will take his shake. According to Lord, their self-confidence is somewhat excessive, but because Mr. Weiss monitors them closely, he is ready to wait and look at the development of events. Looking at the drawings, Karen is delighted. He had a few really interesting ideas. In the luxurious park, in the heart of which a strong tree, framed by a fountain, stands a solar mood. People slowly walk and rest on green alleys. Among them, the calm of Elenonyx, as always, plunged into the world of books. Suddenly, a girl approaches her and turns to her. The woman appeared in a charming dress in front of the woman. She sincerely apologized to waiting for herself. Eleanor reassures her. They say, "Nothing wrong. She just approached." The woman does not restrain the hobby, noting how beautiful the girl looks like this sweet attire. Liz gave a lot of money for him. The girl smiles shyly and confesses that they have not met for a long time, so today she decided to wear something other than the usual clothing of the traveler.
Późno. Sei królowo reviewor, około sonuarnie muchuś mo
Eleanor San noted that, while we mentioned Miyabi, the boy had not seen adventurers in the guild for a long time. Liz, smiling, reports that the young man will join the Duke's estate. In her opinion, this is a distinctive event. Hearing these words, the magnificent Eleanor first literally numb. She did not immediately find the answer. But looking at the majestic landscape of the Duke Palace and with a short pause, she finally nods silently in agreement. Miyabikan felt exhausted. For the third day in a row, he was pumped new projects, and as many times the Duke rejected them. Because of this, the repair in the bathroom did not move forward. Spending time in the library of the Duke's estate, the guy unexpectedly realized only one thing. Almost all fantastic architectural miracles from the game were already in reality. In addition, the book collection was striking with its variety and wealth. Their team has almost no tasks left, so Karan was still contacted by others. He went to another group. Miyabi, meanwhile, mentioned the phrase that the Duke seeks to see something new for himself. The young man responds angry, believing that the task is too blurry. He insists that he needs to speak more clearly. The guy demonstrated the trends of Verdini, a very unusual, huge bath that lived amazing creatures. The Duke noted that the young man was too fond of the idea, and even Miyabi himself recognized this mistake. The young man remembered the past when in real life he was constantly adjusting to the clients, humbly fulfilling all their requests. But this time, he rejected her proposal. For the first time, he stated that it was not what he wanted. They sit at the bar after work, bite to alcohol. The man shares reflections. Sometimes the idea of the customer is radically different from his own, and it happens that the client generally changes the decision simply on the go. Yaba exclaims that it is too and absurd. He is not a telepath, so he can't read. The colleague notes, that's why it is so important to be able to listen to the client. It is important to change your own angle of view to truly understand what the interlocutor lives. Miyabi mentioned the Duke of Trens Verdini. The guy tried to look at the situation with the eyes of his client. However, this task was not easy for him. When he delved into his reflections, he brainly eyebrows. The scale of this building is striking. Miyabi feels like a tiny insect. Everywhere there is a luxury. Huge crystal chandeliers, artistic masterpieces at every step. From this lush wealth, he will become dizzy in his head. Something attracted his attention. A head of the garden, spread near the palace of Bishop, visible. Deciding that a careful look on the neighborhood will help him to better understand the owner, Miyabi moved the stairs down. Here he was approached by a girl, greeting him with respect. Holding a small bouquet in her hands, she tells him that no repair zones are provided ahead. The guy rejoiced when he saw the maid, and immediately confessed that he got lost a little. The girl did not say a word, only greeted him with a prickly, insightful look. It seemed that there was an invisible abyss, filled with silence and alienation. She apologizes, and reports that going beyond the repair area is strictly forbidden. The maid specifies where the young man goes. He explains that he is looking for a toilet, and with annoyance confesses that his appearance was annoyed. The girl, putting the flowers in a vase, reports that the bathroom is in the next building. Seeing how the guy was even more upset from this news, she assures that she would bring him to the right room. Hoping that the maid would simply leave him alone, Miyabi politely asked only to point the road, realizing that the girl probably has a lot of work. However, she stood adamantly on her, and with an invisible expression on her face repeated, to bring him to the bathroom, her responsibility. They went where the guy wanted. To dispel the silence, he started a conversation, introduced himself, and remembered that he was working in a construction team. The maid replied that the maid was looking forward to the results of their work. Recalling a magnificent garden, he enthusiastically expresses his admiration for his beauty. His attention is attracted by a large number of roses, so hoping to tie a conversation, he asks whether these roses really blossom at this time of year. He only receives an affirmative answer. Gradually moving away, but at the same time following her, the guy feels unclear. He looks around the environment, and a surprise mixed with embarrassment. The girl completely ignores his words without showing any reaction. After that, the young man moved away from her, walking in ominous silence, because there was no longer words left between them. The girl did not have the slightest desire to have empty conversations. Miyabi feels extremely inconvenient, as if he were a friend of a friend who has no common language with. The situation reminds him of a long time from a previous life. Then he and his stranger was waiting in a cafe on a joint friend who was suddenly linger. Walking past the garden, the guy no longer withstands intense silence, and almost a good time encourages the maid to finally lead him to the exit. But suddenly notices a familiar figure in the garden. She has a clear ears on her head. Someone is enthusiastically playing toys. The kitten confesses that the bear has a surprisingly appetizing odor, but the bear reproaches that from the very beginning she only drove him by her nose. He adds that no one will come to his rescue. The guy, watching the events, noticed Mel sitting on the floor. Seeing her, he was genuinely happy, though he did not hide his surprise, because he did not expect to meet her in the palace of the ruler. Next to Mel, the girl pushed all the water from her toy, carefully squeezing her to a drop. Mel approached Miyaba, noting that he was everywhere. The young man acknowledged that it was his words. The second girl turned to Mrs. Mel with the question of who this respectable gentleman who had just appeared. The girl with her ears presented Miyabi as an adventure seeker F, who skillfully can get lost. The guy corrected her with a noticeable pride, noting that he had recently rose from F rank to D. Mel remained stunned. The girl who had fun with Mel in a luxurious dress made of expensive fabric impressed her voice and sophisticated manners. She introduced herself. Her name is Shafan Verdini. And here Miyabi suddenly shone. Why did he not make it up? The father and daughter really have a lot in common. The young man does not hide the surprise from whom Mel decided to play. The boy wondered what they were doing, and what happened to the unhappy bear from which they hardly squeezed the water. The Safan assures that nothing special has happened. They just played the dolls of the Mel, so became fascinated by the game that they inadvertently dropped Mr. Bag in the mud. Later, the girl washed him well and continued his fun. The young man felt a great surprise when learning about it. The maid was angry that the hostess did not call her to do washing. Shafan, addressing a girl named Alicia, asks her not to bog so much. Alicia, however, wants to wash things on his own. Mel wondered in Miyaba, which he came here, suspecting that the guy had lost. Worrying, the guy replied that to be confused in the possessions of Lord was risky. Although he had repeatedly rapped the territory several times, he did not hide anything, and frankly confessed that Mr. Weiss actually asked him to join the reconstruction here, although it could not be called direct help. Masabi masked under the poor. Miyabi notes that it is unlikely to be called simple help. The blacksmith was ordered by the project of a whole bath, but he has not yet managed to carry out the plan. Mel is trying to reassure him, and the Safan, meanwhile, realized something about herself. She already wanted to turn to a dark-haired guy who was playing with Mel, but changed her mind and just smiled warmly. They settled near the fountain in the courtyard. The girl is surprised. The guy is so young and already controls the whole bath. In her thoughts, she notes how it is not easy to give her father. The guy only nods, agreeing with her. Against the backdrop of the great luxury of the ruler's palace, which rises just in front of them, the Safan is still sitting near the fountain and tells us, her father is an extremely busy man. However, despite all the trouble, always finds time for long bathing. Smiling to the guy, she says she can no longer wait when she sees their new gorgeous bath. The girls cannot help him, so they decided to support him at least through toys and flags. Mel joined the lady, but the boy blossomed with joy, and this is also a kind of victory. The Safan Verdini invited Mel to join Mr. Bear, and the girl with her ears happily agreed. Miyabi, watching how they washed their underwear and listened to their conversation, remembered the words of the Safan. The father is always busy, but spends a lot of time in the bath. Dini seeks things that he had not even guessed before. The guy noticed the light, and suddenly a table had emerged in front of him, which he had previously made in his inventory. He immediately began to rapidly draw sketches on sheets of paper, and the girls watched his actions with delight. Miyabi turned to Miss Alicia, who was going to spend him in the bathroom, but suddenly asked him to take him to the Duke of Verdun. The boy's joy was so sincere and contagious that the maid was surprised by his unexpected speed and enthusiasm. They are alone with the Mulog. The guy with anxiety shares his thoughts, spreading the sketches in front of him, which he quickly painted near the fountain. Transredi thought for some time, and then answered the boy with a warm smile. Karen Star-Golov rushes to the teacher, still not believing that everything is really approved. Miyabi in delight grabs the guy by his arms and twists him around, rejoicing that they were finally allowed. He apologized to them for a long expectation. However, the guy was determined, because they were already at the start. While Karen remained behind, thinking how wonderful it was, the guy moved away from the group. After the teacher's actions, he looked completely wise and scattered. Looking at Miyaba, the guy cannot hide his surprise. Did he really manage to create a sketch that deserved the approval of the Duke himself? Trumpingly approaching the young man who has plunged into the mastering of secret techniques, Karen suddenly exclaims that he dreams of becoming a master like him. Grasping his leg with his hands, the boy insists. The teacher said he was also able to do it. However, the boy does not remember it. Without releasing, he pleadedly asks to teach him. He is ready for everything. Karen, with fatigue, confesses that he is already tired of being a burden for others. Mr. Weiss hid the guy in a pity workshop. only in the art of improving his magical abilities is a little outweighing others. The fate of the guy is only to watch the work of others, and it annoys him. Their views meet. This is the first master, except for himself, whom Miyabi met in this world. Ever since he was here, he did not even think about thinking about others. Karen squeezes his hand firmly. The young man thought that he may be able to help at least the child who stands in front of him. Looking into the sincere eyes of his ward, he, without giving any promises, agrees to become a mentor and help with the development of new skills. Hearing these words, Karen blossomed with happiness, and without holding back joy, rushed to the hero into a hug. Having settled on a cold tile of the bathroom, Miyabi first asks the boy to show what he is capable of in the craft of creating things. He, holding an axe in his hands, is slowly immersed in his inventory, and with a smile emphasizes that he is skillfully crafted. This explains his frequent use of this tool. Miyabi watches with delight. Karen seats the wooden deck, then carefully produces separate parts, and then collects them in the pile. He is sweaty from hard work. Finally, he proudly demonstrates the teacher his newly created hammer. Miyabi stopped him and wondered why he did not use the craft skill. Because thanks to her, everything could be created instantly and without an unnecessary hassle. Read up with shame, Karen confesses that when he applies this skill, the result turns out to be ugly and does not look like a plan. After that, he has to correct his work. Miyabi believes that the quality of the finished product leaves much to be desired, and it makes no sense in a hurry to create something, if then you still have to waste time to correct. Of course, it is possible that his skill is truly special. However, in addition to the magic of inventory and support, there is probably another, unknown to them, the level of ability. The exit is asked by itself. Miyabi understands that you need to increase the level of ability. Only one material is suitable for pumping, and at the same time to restore the bath. He finally decided what kind of task to entrust the boy. After showing a small cube in size 1 by 1 centimeter, he asks Karen for a request. Use your skills and make 5,000 such stone blocks for me. After reading the task set by the teacher, the guy seemed to be fossilized. He immediately confessed. To create something so perfect and in such a quantity, he is definitely not for the strength. Karen believes that it is better to leave everything as it was, but she also understands. Skill will not improve without constant practice. Miyabi emphasizes that this part will be crucial for future bathing. He understands that the task is not easy, but calls Karen effort. The girl, thinking about the meaning of the word important, and listened carefully to the mentor, makes a promise to try. Miyabi's edge of the eye is watching his ward, who breathes hard and bends surprisingly, dancing bizarre figures. It is obvious that Miss Karen's visit to Lord's estate at the initiative of Mr. Weiss had a hidden goal. Considering their diligence, the young man with a satisfied smile understands that it is for the sake that he united the masters. They are skillfully directed to a common purpose. He entrusted the production of punishment, but it was time to take the case. The guy invented a cup that was able to heat himself. It is not difficult to make such a thing. You just need to prepare stone blocks and saturate them with magic of fire and water. The unit with water will become a source, and the one in which the fire is present will play the role of heating. It is enough to alternate their installation, and hot water will flow continuously. Now Lord will no longer have to spend physical work. Miyabi shouts in the opposite direction, thinking that everything happened even better than he was counting. Inspired by success, he decides to go in search of materials for a real bath. On the way, it is stopped by a familiar blacksmith who turns to him. Mr. Weiss notes that his subordinate received permission. He encourages Miyabi, gently calling him an obedient guy. The blacksmith is interested in the full calmness of what the result has been, and asks him to show him the drawing. Miyabi is amazed at his carelessness and requires no such crazy tasks. The guy extends him a sheet depicting. Studying the sheet, the blacksmith asked the young man who filled the bath with hot water. Miyabi, with a smile, noted that even the specialist himself could not leave his talent. Using the ability to create water, the guy has developed a whole system on this basis. The teacher listened carefully to his words, and the guy himself already imagined how to praise such a brilliant idea. Blacksmith Weiss, not saying the words, was inseparably viewed the papers. The guy, disappointed with joy, reported that he had just completed his work on the prototype and suggested that the master personally inspect him. Having gained his gaze on the young man, Master Weiss ordered me, Abby, to return as soon as possible. Karen, without delaying, rushed forward with all his strength, calling his teacher loudly. Something urgent and incredible happened that even Miyabi could not predict. The disaster happened in the bath, where the guy made the first sample of the bath. 3 friends entered the room and saw the prototype gradually flooded the room with water. The whole bathroom shined with cleanliness. The maids and Karen were driving over her. They have almost completed the case and tired well, sweating while working. Exhaled with relief, the girls threw all the rags and means to the bucket, and the maids, feeling pride for the work done, politely asked for permission to go to rest. The guy is guilty of asking everyone for the hassle that caused his inadequate attempt to construct a bath prototype. Mr. Weiss and Karen sit on the floor and strictly emphasize, to leave the faucet open and to go somewhere, it is absolutely impossible. Miyabi, at this point, is embarrassed and feels like a toddler who is cursed for pranks. The guy still does not rest with one question. The bath is generously used, but how they are deprived after procedures, a real mystery. Meanwhile, he focuses on the task he received from the teacher. He says that the estate has been over 200 years, so the whole infrastructure has remained ancient. He suggests that once in the past everything was simply transferred with magic. So it concludes that there are no water supply. Miyabi thoughtfully studied the complexity of the instruction. Blacksmith Weiss never understood what his student meant. Karen, meanwhile, continued to make small bars. The teacher realized, the guy tries to do everything so that he did not bother the magicians once again. Meanwhile, the boy working on the blocks was genuinely admired how the mentor cares for others and takes into account their attention. Having settled on the floor and touching the fabric, the master notes that there were now 2 serious problems. Miyabi listens carefully to the words of Weiss. Looking at the drawings, the blacksmith immediately catches the eye. A bath created by a young man is not suitable. The guy thinks that the master simply confused the prototype with the final idea, but the thing was not at all, because it was Weiss, and asked to do everything the same. Miyabi made a small structure and, lowering his hand into the water, noted that the liquid of heat and everything operates properly. This is wonderful, but the teacher demands, remove the shoes and stand there. The guy obediently executes Weiss's instruction. He does not even have time to plunge into the water. He only touches it, as it immediately bounces back. Karen covers anxiety for his mentor. The blacksmith notes that the spell force can be changed by varying the amount of mana. He believes that the idea of heating water in this way is shiny. However, the idea to put hot bars on the surface is not new. While the Karen gently cools the baked leg of the teacher, Miyabi understands everything, but cannot restrain his tears. It seems unfair that a dangerous experiment was demonstrated on it. He addresses the teacher, asking the second task. The master points to the stone. The Duke's estate is much more massive than usual. Here are 3 layers of such blocks. To carry out water, you will have to punch all these layers. If you look at the truth, they simply will not have time to complete everything on time. Having put on a mask of an experienced specialist, Miyabi tries to portray a cute smile, but his attempt is unsuccessful. Karen, with enthusiasm, encourages him, assuring that it is a trifle for a teacher with such techniques. Weiss and no idea what is meant by the boy's words. A moment, and in the place of unmoved rest of the master's face is a genuine surprise. The guy in seconds dug a huge pit and pulled out the whole 3 stone cliffs. Deepening the excavations, Miyabi appeals to Mr. Weiss to allow her to dig up to the river. The teacher, struck by him to the depths of his soul, only puzzles asks the guy who he really is. Karen is delighted to watch the incredible abilities of his mentor. Sitting on a contaminated floor and pressing a shovel firmly, Miyabi confesses that during digging his passage suddenly illuminated an interesting thought. The blacksmith's blacksmith had to go straight on the floor when he saw that the guy had returned, as if nothing had happened. Weya had the only answer to any situation, as he noted the ward. He rubs his nose and notes that the forge seems to be surprised, so everything went to a scrape. The master is angry not to annoy him with wasteland and is interested in whether at least some reasonable thought appeared. The guy shares his plan. If it is impossible to lower the temperature of the blocks to keep the water hot, then why not heat it elsewhere? He demonstrates his experience. First shows a schematic plan, and then throws a sketch of realization, emphasizing the key points with a simple pencil. Weiss realized that until the bath remains unused, the water flows in vain into the river. Miyabi understands this perfectly, but he still is sorry to watch how good is in vain. The master in response only fun smiles and notes that for the common people, such luxury is a real rarity. The young man thought about luxury. He has long lived near hot springs that he almost forgot how the first hotel had only a regular hot water basin. Miyabi was thinking that pouring hot water into the river is dangerous. It can harm the fish and disrupt the natural balance. Karen listened carefully to his reasoning. The guy added, "If it is not hot, it can be cooled, for example, simply blowing on the water, as the student does." The guy thought about how to cool the room. 3. Settling on the floor, concentrated every detail of the plan and steps of its implementation. Late evening. In the building of the Guild of the Adventure, silence prevails. A knock on the door came to the office of the Master of Zion. Looking from the table, the man allowed to enter. The room enters the charming Eleanor, staring politely for taking care of them so late. To which Zion is easy to reply that it is little things, and not worry. He noticed that the girl was especially grabbed today. It turned out that she had a date. She cheerfully wicked and incited her friend to boast. The man noted that she did not have to answer if she does not want. The girl seemed difficult for him. He also wondered why she worried him on a weekend. The cheerful laughter suddenly subsided, changing his tense silence. Eleanor heard something suspicious, and without hesitation, she reported that nothing happened. Fixing the locker, Zion addresses the subordinate to the question whether this news is indeed anxious. Eleanor is sure. Yes, this is a serious problem. The girl tells that some adventure seeker has arbitrarily took a task that reports to the production guild, and did it without any permission. This is how the sources of this information say. Standing by the window, Zion, with an immutable face, changed sharply. His peace gave way to a place of alarming tension. 2 employees from the Weiss construction team asked the young man what he and Karen do daily. Miyabi is preparing a trial puppy for tomorrow's work, and the boy, meanwhile, performs the task of making 5,000 small details. Then both comrades, without holding back, express the obvious. It is better to postpone the case for tomorrow, because sleepless night harms health. The guy just laughed in response, promising that he almost finished. Roses flourish on the relief that creates the test. Miyabi cannot accurately convey the tenderness of the petals. 2 of the team believe that everything looks good enough. Other guys from the team, interested in the young man, joined the cheerful discussion. They want to help a little to accelerate the creation of relief. Sid monitors the course of work. He was terribly advised to see what the stranger was doing, and thundered all the review. So he stood up and tried to look into the thickening of people. Seeing relief, Sid, pushing people, ran forward and shouted that everyone was praised in vain, making me reluctant to agree. Some were frightened, and the brother looked at Sid's pranks with annoyance. The young man stood confused, because he did not think that he was behaving arrogantly. He grabbed his incisors for embossed carving and assured that Mr. Sid was powerful. Having taken away from the guy, he began to spell, giving a work of the form that Miyabi wanted. After completing, he slightly blows the extra chips, admiring the result. By passing the prototype to the boy, Sid proudly calls him to carefully examine the thing and remember it well. When the guy looked at her, he seemed as if he were among the blossoming roses. Miyabi breaks the mouth with surprise, observing the sight of Sid. One of the employees of the construction team also does not hide the capture of his work. The petals seem alive, as if they were not made of stone at all. No one has no idea how such a workshop and exciting detail managed to carve out of this material. Miyabi is sincerely amazed, learning that the blacksmith's under the power. For several moments, the whole team is silent in silence, watching the young man. Suddenly, smiles appear on the faces of the majority, and everyone except Sid and a dark-haired guy who understands nothing. They are laughing. Genk apologizes to the stunned Miyabi, noting that he has not seen such a powerful reaction to Sid's work for a long time. Going to his brother, he easily hugs him by his shoulder, and in his thoughts draws Sid in the image of a sculptor. Hearing even more surprising Miyabi, leaving her without words, then the young man asks the guys which workshop they work in. Their team has a carpenter, a stonemason, and a joiner. Hank replies that it is a workshop, although there are many such workshops here. The Kuzni head usually holds nearby blacksmiths like Genk and weirdos, who, despite the sculptor's profession, dream of mastering the blacksmith. Sid is annoying from his brother's remarks and asks to silently silence. He constantly emphasizes that a true master does not recognize any boundaries. Therefore, he always picks up those in whom he feels hidden talent. Laughing and quoting his beloved statement of his leader, Sid notes, Weiss likes to repeat what to cultivate young gifts, his admiration. The whole construction team is a circle and conducts a lively conversation. Now, after Genk's story, the truth is finally coming to Miab. He still couldn't get why so many young masters in their team. Although it was ordered by the Duke itself, everyone has a great opportunity to prove themselves. He is waiting for every major accomplishments. That is why they proudly state that their work will never demolish black iron. Each of them is convinced of this to the heart. The guy smiled, enjoying the moment, while suddenly Karen shouted. He immediately wondered what had happened, though he realized that his student had ruined the atmosphere. Then the guy turned to the teacher, asking to evaluate the situation. He proudly demonstrates a stone sculpture, which he was forged with his own skills. The joy of the boy has no limits, and Karen decides to try to make another. Yes, small cubes begin to appear in his hands. Miyabi overwhelms the delight. She is sure that Karen has mastered this technique perfectly. The guy also rejoices in his success. Now he is able to create them in so much. The teacher does not hold back praise, noting his hard work. Meanwhile, Miyabi-kun, full of joy and not suspecting, as a mentor asks Karen to demonstrate his sorcerer's skill and to influence all cubes with the help of magic. Hearing this, the guy froze in place, as if falling into the icy trap, and the whole team condemned him hotly, calling Miyabi soulless. However, the guy did not know this yet. Only later did he find out that the magic, which needs to be managed, can only be used several hundred times a day. The magnificent palace of the Duchess of Trachea Verdene has been updated almost completely. It remains only to complete the bathing, which is currently taking care of Miyabi. He stared on the floor, carefully examining two prototypes, one with his own image, the other with a portrait of Sid. The guy with a focused look views them to the smallest detail. Sid with irritation wondered what the secret of the carving art lies. The young man bows respectfully, asking for the fact that he worried the master while working. The sculptor notes in surprise that he thought, as if in that urgent affairs, once he visited him. Sid is wondering for what reason the guy should tell him something. The sculptor noted that his bas-relief received many approving reviews. Miyabi seemed quite satisfied. However, creating something yourself, do you not want to stand up and put all your strengths in work? Sid only noted that he noticed. The guy could not lose, though he smiles in a freezing. Miyabi is embarrassed by the nape of the nape, denying this mentally. However, the young sculptor insists on the opposite. Looking at the sculptor directly in the eye, Sid states that he seeks to defeat him in his own craft. These words are the best proof that the guy is not going to admit defeat. He does not seek to win. His goal is self-improvement in this matter. The sculptor ran a hand on his face, wiping his sweat. Sid turns to him, confessing that she wants to learn how to create work of the same level. The sculptor looks carefully at the guy and sees confidence in his eyes. He sincerely believes that he can achieve it. The guy agrees to become his mentor, although Miyabi does not consider himself so bold. He is ready to teach, but not during work. The guy had already started to say what he thought. He would be denied, but suddenly realized, these people really seek to help him. He was sure that he had already been driven. Meanwhile, Sid, returning to work, bends his back and reassures the guy. They say, it will not hurt him. He turned around and, pointing his finger on the young man, the sculptor strongly stated that he would pose this boldness. The guy is adamant in his desire to train. In the evening, in his spare time, Sid, as promised, teaches the boy with his skills. Miyabi is persistently engaging, honing his skill. The Duke, when transverted nearby, is quietly watching them. He notes the guy's progress with interest and a sincere desire to prove himself for the sake of rebuilding. Something new and incredible are born in the bath. The work boils until late. The young man notices how skillfully the student fulfills his tasks. Having looked at the cubes created by the boy, he sincerely praises him for perseverance and noticeable development. Their lunch breaks turn into a real holiday. Miyabi prepares for everyone unique dishes that no one else can do. Builders are delighted with such gastronomic luxury. The guy, along with Karen, carefully check each sketch, seeking to avoid even the slightest mistakes. As before, blacksmith Weiss pays attention to it. He is satisfied with the efforts of the guy. The sunny day wraps the western area. The Duke of the Duke Transverdini shines in the rays of a bright luminaire. After the work is completed, the construction team is going together. Sid confesses that he almost went crazy, and his brother does not restrain the smiles and passionately praises Sid for a beautifully accomplished task. The rest of the boys sit down and notice that the sculptor's punner has already finished their work. Everything goes perfectly. That's what the older brother says. Only Sidoff ordered something to tide. The guy is confused and even ready to argue. In response, everyone laughs at him. The punks notes that you will rarely see the owner himself to control the construction. Typically, checking means an overview of the finished work in accordance with the approved plans. Wealthy people tend to entrust this case to their secretaries. Sid states that there is only one task left, that Miyabi and Karen have fallen. Everyone sincerely hope for their success. The Duke of Transverde goes with the brightly filled sun, accompanied by an experienced blacksmith. The owner is wondering whether everything has been prepared, and in response receives a decisive yes from Miyabi. Karen, meanwhile, barely restrains the excitement, trembling with anticipation. Everyone gathered in the locker room, where Lord Trenz and Master Weiss are looked with special attention. Karen carefully pulls his mentor by the sleeve. He confesses that his heart is about to jump out of his chest. Miyabi asks to get a little patience and wait with him. However, the young man confesses to the student that he is also anxiety. Recalling his past lives, he mentally notes that he is not accustomed to condemnation of his work. The Duke assures that with the locker room everything is fine. Thanks to magic, here is warm and comfort. Miyabi points out that it is usually cool in stone buildings, but this place is a nice exception. The young man is always a little worried when it comes to affairs, although he has no doubt. However, bringing someone else's hopes to lowering his head is something he cannot afford. It was then that Miyabi suggested that he go to the bath together. Lush glass dome instead of a regular ceiling. From the windows of the room opens a fascinating landscape to the sky, dissolved in tree crowns. The sun rays generously illuminates the bath in the Lord's powers. There is a gorgeous harmony of flowers and green everywhere. The Duke admires himself. Verdini cannot hide admiration. Such beauty stunned him to the heart. The young man standing behind radiates confidence in his own business. Before the winner starts the examination, the guy, with the permission of Transverdini, wants to turn to him with his words. New Generation Recreation Area. This bath is created with a special focus on relaxation. Combining the natural heat of the tree and architecture and sculptures, the masters brought to life space for a harmonious rest. And behind the glass wall opens a fascinating panorama of the greenhouse garden. Karen noted that the air bubbles that break out of small stone blocks resemble a pleasant massage in the jacuzzi. Although such cubes of only about 5,000, the guy was sure that the feeling was about to drive him crazy. 4 statues of the goddesses surround the bath on all sides. Once restrained, stone figures have now changed unknown. The young man involuntarily remembers what the room was before repair. After completing the work, the boys have arranged 4 varieties of hot springs and an orange greenhouse, the beauty of which can be enjoyed even in winter. At your service, an open-air bath, a healing bath, a rice field, and a gorgeous jacuzzi. The owner laughs fun, explaining that there were some difficulties with the sources, but they coped with everything. Miyabi apologizes for the unfortunate case with an overflow of water, which has had to fully review all the plans. The embarrassed Melared notes that in the present circumstances, it will not be easy to check. He is wondering if the boys already guessed it. And Miyabi, smiling, invites the Duke not to worry, and proposes to personally make sure in everything. Raising his head, the guy gives a sign to the one who sits on the glass dome, and to whom he just sought help. When they are completed, Miyabi will need help. This time is physical. Smiling, the young man in kerchief assures that you should not worry. Everything can be safely entrusted with them. He reminds that they are the only team. Together, they picked up heavy black matter and, barely coping with weight, pulled it to the entire dome. In a dense darkness that dropped around, the Duke was convinced that nothing could surprise him during the inspection. After all, he already saw everything in the drawing. Owning Lord, bathing, soft, shimmering nightlights. All it radiates light. The Melared himself is full of grateful delight before this harmony and tranquility of nature. Miyabi said that the statues that had previously decorated the bath, with the consent of Verdini and at the discretion of the Trenda, were dismantled. The young man considered those sculptures true works of art, so it seemed that at least the mention of them had to be preserved. Transverdini has no unnecessary decorations. Everything is subordinated to the ideas of absolute comfort and rest. The new design is inspired by nature itself, and at the same time it felt reverence to the architect who worked on the project earlier. On the face of the Duke of Trends, a genuine joy blooms. He is sure that he has found the new style that he dreamed of for so long, and now looks at Dina with delight. Under the soft shimmer of the nightlights, the owner turns to his ward and thanks him for his work. Initially, Miyabi was not serious about the assignment. The guy recalls that I just wanted to see how real masters work. He did not think that someone really rests on his ability. At first he came across another master, Karen, who seems not very honestly to behave even with himself, and also other people who are always ready to put a shoulder in a difficult moment. Everyone who worked on construction was marked with sincerity and kindness, even spoke. Of course, it was not without some mistakes, but Miyabi got a real pleasure in this work. He is proud of the task, and gladly informs the Duke that she is happy to justify his hope. At that moment, the transvertin announces that it was time to check the work performed. The guy shines with happiness, because it all looked like a fascinating excursion at Miyabi society. Master Weiss receives documents, agreeing with the host's opinion. He was going to check the drawings, but in the end he decides that this is not necessary. Mr. Tandas put his hand on his shoulder and mysteriously said, "There is one much better way to make sure whether all this really meets his requirements. The best way is to fall in the bath. Bliss and absolute peace after all kinds of bathing appear on his face." Miyabi and Karen are distracting, not quite understanding what they just looked at. Master Weiss thunderously mocks his friend, ordering him to leave bathing for later. In the night darkness, the majestic home of Lord shines with magnificent light. All rooms are updated to the smallest details. Everything looks as if it were just created. The corridors and the wards of the Duke are squeezed, inhaling life into every corner of this place. The guy, wiping a bottle of wine, asks whether they should stay here at all. He is clearly surprised. Looking closely at the Lord, Miyabi notes that he has changed beyond recognition. To what Vi replies, "No matter what the swimsuit it may be, it remains a local owner." This is a celebration in honor of the completion of the reconstruction for the nobility. Of course, as Miyabi points out, the common people have also made efforts, but they remain ordinary people. The blacksmith reminds them that the invitation has already received, so there is no point in showing extra modesty. Enjoying a glass of wine, the owner notes that the idea of Miyabi with different baths is quite original. The young man confesses that similar establishments are widespread in his homeland, so he has drawn inspiration from there. At first he broke his head. No idea worked. Everyone seemed futile. It seemed to succeed. You need to invent something absolutely extraordinary, to impress with something unusual. However, he was wrong. The Duke's mind contains more knowledge than whole library shelves, and wherever you have stepped in the estate, a true work of art opens everywhere. His eyes are no longer able to look at any picture of the world. The young man was convinced that he was seeking thrill, but in fact, everything turned out to be quite different. Miyabi mentioned Miss Chiffon's words that his father constantly had many things, and always found a moment to go down in the bath. Then it became clear to him. The Duke needed a corner where he could rest his soul. Therefore, he arranged an artificial waterfall, adding wooden elements to the noble atmosphere to the home. It seemed to him that it was easy to reproduce ordinary Japanese swimsuiting, but in this case, there would be no personal handwriting in the interior. Remembering the words of Sid, the guy realizes that Miyabi just can't play. While he and Y was quietly watching the events, the guy feels how much knew. Suddenly someone calls him by name. Sid, together with Karen, exclaims that the meat is simply incredible, and the omelet is surprisingly airy. In response, Miyabi complains that he has not tasted anything yet. Going closer to friends, he begins with appetite to destroy all the food that he has treated with new friends. All this is happy to watch Master Weiss, embarrassed by pride for his team and their work together. Chiffon Verdini returned to her father, greeting him with a good evening. They are among the magnificent garden that surrounds their home. She tells that she had just held the last guest. Transwardini laughs, they say. Sarshan's bell loves to crush, and it is not possible to escape from him. Meanwhile, the last guests are leaving the equestrian carriage. The father thanks the daughter for the help. The girl notes that winter is not far off, but outside the night. But all this, there is a pleasant warmth here. The owner emphasizes that they all thank the skills of that artisan. It is thanks to the pipes that direct the hot steam from the bathing that the necessary heat is stored here. In this way, even tropical plants can be grown in these conditions. They go, hugging, together, and fashion suggests that in the spring, here blooms beautiful flowers, light like a chiffon spinning. My father and her daughter have fun with this thought. The girl is curious. Can you really grow such luxurious capital flowers right here? Her father wondered what flowers she could like. The Safan has fun in response, they say. This is a little secret. The trans was only sighed, noting that there is a real darkness with children of this age. Walking the estate, the girl is interested in her father about some papers. Trens Verdini explains that these are drawings that are quite fascinating. Carefully looking at all the sketches, the girl stops on the same line that stretches directly to the city. The bright sunny city is spread in front of the eyes of the residents. The rays of the powerful dawn fill the whole city, hidden behind the high walls. Liz squeezed Miyabi's hand, adjusting him to move faster. The guy assures that she does not need outsider help, but the girl just smiles and jokes that he is too slow today. He is annoyed. What else is she waiting for him if he just returned home yesterday? Liz, with disappointment, notes that at such a pace they will definitely be late. The guy lingered with the answer, thinking about the keyword just heard. Meanwhile, the girl encouraged that they almost got their places. Looking forward, she noticed a crowd of people. In the heart of the city, they opened something new. It was there that she has long sought to get. There was a unique feat in the city. Everywhere there are announcements about its opening today. People are already having fun in fresh water. Miyabi discussed Verdani with Trensa's questions about a foot font, taking into account the features of magic. Since hot water cannot be simply turned off, it is directed into the river with a long pipe. In this way the water will gradually cool, and excess heat will be used to heat the greenhouse. The guy smiles, remembering that today they open a new swimsuit. Liz admires that she was looking forward to this event. Enjoying pleasant moments, they plunge their feet into the warm water of the bath, feeling true joy and relaxation. The girl remembered how Miss Eleanor asked to pass Miyabi to visit her as soon as she returned home. After getting out of the bath, the guy wondered what all this bustle was, but the girl could not answer. She was simply told the exact date and time. Now the young man finally realized why she was so hurried here. The satisfaction has been replaced by the burden due to the depressing atmosphere. Instead of lightness, the voltage reigned, to the edge. No hint of liveliness in face expressions. Eleanor-san, invariably calm, gifts everyone with a smile, and guildmasters sigh tired, watching the action. The subordinate left, and the owner noted that the young man worked without official permission from either the Guild of Adventurers or from the Artisan Union. After these words, the boys modestly turned to Guildmaster Zion to forgive them. They did not even realize that. One of the guys confessed that he had no idea what it would lead to. Liz also acknowledges that she did not take into account all the consequences and gave herself. She sincerely apologizes. Zion denies their accusations, claiming that in this situation they were more victims. He adds that it is enough to be more careful in the future, and there will be no consequences. It turned out that it was Mr. Weiss who was the cause of all the problems. The master notes that this man has already heard a little. He is characterized by a kind of approach to business. The blacksmith adds that all the questions with the documents are Zion's liability. If the master has questions to Mr. Weiss, let him first turn to him personally. Zion reminds that they do not forget his words, but confesses, he gathered everyone for another reason. It is a great surprise, children. The head of the Guild of Adventure Seekers extends the young heroes of the sheet. This is their personal assignment. Young people are beating with surprise because right now they have to meet with the customer. Here, in what circumstances did they find themselves? From the window of the carriage opens a view of the luxurious dwelling of the Duke of Transwardini. This is where Miyabi recently returned. The owner of the estate, illuminated by a friendly smile, gladly meets his servants, radiating kindness and warmth. Zion joined them. Hemenos, Miyabi, and Liz did not hope that they would dare to approach simply to the little one himself. The Jaws were surprised to be surprised, and then friends began to whisper among themselves. The guy is surprised to think whether everyone really meets the nobles. Liz hisses angrily that this is not the case, and he is interested in who he has aristocracy. She, of course, warned that he may have some influential acquaintances, but she did not expect. Meanwhile, the head of the Aventurists Guild has already grown behind them. Zion claps them on the back, reproaching for disrespectful just before the Lord. Scared, they have a hurry to apologize, lowering their eyes. In the meantime, the trend is silently watching everything from the outside. After worshipping, Liz seems like a traveler and notes that she is greatly honored to meet with Lord. Mr. Verdini asks not to worry with ceremonies and to behave in his home at home. He says that he was recently impressed with the skill of an artisan named Miyabi. At the same time, Mr. Weiss noted that his true vocation was to be an adventure seeker. Lord, however, expressed his desire to get acquainted with his comrades. The girl is ashamed, confessing that she seems ordinary on Mayaba background. But Trends interrupts her, assuring that modesty is inappropriate because he knows her accomplishment. However, he does not hide that she really lacks skills in communicating with the aristocracy. At this point, Zion unnoticed from the room. The Duke Transverdini wants to entrust them with the accompaniment and protection of their own daughter during a 600-kilometer trip from the capital. The young man thinks that Liz is a great opportunity. The girl denies that 2 satellites will not be enough. She needs at least 2 fighters. Because in the selection of adventurers, she has no experience. He agrees to bring with them those who hire Lord. Prince Rodini heard of a girl that she was extremely careful. The selection of participants has already been completed. Opening the curtain, he notes that there are already too many. The Duke chose a group of rank A, Red Rock, as well as Mel, an adventurer rank B. Their team lacks only 1 element. They have to prove their value. It is said that the goddess of luck is only 1 strand of hair, and it all depends on the boys, whether they can grasp it for this thin thread of opportunity. The guy does not hide his delight, but Liz plunged into his own thoughts. She reflects on the group she chose, the Red Rock, and seeks to get the desired rank in it. Suddenly, he was ordered to accompany and protect the daughter of the Duke, Chiffon Verdini. The destination, located 600 kilometers from the city, is the Royal Academy of Magic, the incomparable center of knowledge in the very heart of the capital. The elite team of guards has already been equipped, so the duo Liz and Miyabi became superfluous. They have invented another, a vague and almost absurd task. They had to prove that they were also able to benefit. After visiting the Duke of the Duke Transverdine, the boys headed back to the Adventurers Guild building. The girl was noticeably upset. She lowered her gaze. She walked silently, avoiding any conversation with a partner. Ever since they left the owner of the residence, the guy noticed that in his soul, his girlfriend had settled some anxiety. Miyabi approached Liz and wondered if she really wanted to take the order, because they still had a chance to give up. The girl refused this opportunity, noting that it is unlikely that such an opportunity would fall again. She admits that something worries her. She intended to talk about the Red Stream group, but noticed Eleanor and immediately went to her. Liz reported that the Guilder herself instructed to approach this girl. Eleanor was greeted and noted that some formalities should be settled first. She welcomes them because not everyone can get a personal assignment from the Duke. Children continue to surprise their surprises. Liz denies, claiming that if someone deserves admiration here, it is Miyabi, not she. The girl is surprised, because the order personally from the Duke is an extremely rare case. Eleanor notes that usually aristocrats hire only adventurers no lower than rank B. In addition, without a loud name, impeccable reputation, and significant accomplishments, no one will even pay attention to them. Only the appearance of aristocrats next to them would certainly raise the authority of the team among other adventurers. Miyabi perfectly realized what connections his friend referred to. But now someone's hand pushed him sharply. Liz believes that this is a test rather than an order, a check whether they are worthy of accepting the assignments from the nobility. Eleanor wondered if the Duke mentioned it, but the girl only shook her head. She cited the words of Lord, emphasizing that they need to prove their own value. In simple words, if they do not manage to prove their significance this time, they will not need anyone at all. When the Lord declared the conditions, he did not specify the date or the scale of the entire caravan trip. Liz believes that this is another test. She asks a partner if he could trust irresponsible people who are not able to plan anything properly. Miyabi believes that it exaggerates. In her opinion, the Duke is not at all like someone who could deal with them in a similar way. The girls cast their gaze on him and immediately exploded with laughter, moving the boy too naive. Miyabi was embarrassed by such a reaction of girlfriends. Liz explains the confused guy that the nobles are different from them. They have both common sense and surprisingly weird views. The guy realizes that they have grown in different worlds, but prefers not to focus on social inequality. 3 together follow the corridor after Eleanor, and the girl, meanwhile, draws attention to Miyabi's attention to other adventurers. The guy, walking hard and leisurely, watches the adventures of others with interest and surprise, and the girl, having frozen in place, cannot hide her astonishment. Liz, covered with fear, grabs a partner for clothing from behind and begs not to move. A group of experienced adventurers passed by them. A girl with a gorgeous braid, a man with curly hair and a hat, and a harsh warrior in iron armor. He climbed her back to a friend, watching, while he stood in place. It was at this moment that a group of people in an extremely sophisticated outfit and with harsh faces entered the guild. Each of them was distinguished by a proud posture and striking beauty, and one of them was equipped in a shiny armor. Miyabi was as red as he noticed these people, and Liz, having trembled, humbled his back. The guy only exhaled with the impression, noting how strong the strangers seemed. And suddenly his gaze stopped at Liz, and even more surprise flashed on his face. He wondered why she sweated and asked if she was fine with her. The girl hesitated for a moment, and then told him to wait a little. Suddenly, a voice came, and someone shouted her name. All three of the tall men stopped next to Liz, staring at her with a genuine interest until the girl froze in place of horror. Miyabi also frozen, trying to understand what is happening here. Noticing this, Liz screamed loudly, looking back at the crowd that surrounded her. Meanwhile, a girl with a high tail and elfy ears glowed with joy, gladly meeting Liz. The elf immediately exclaimed from joy as soon as she found her dear Liz. Without a moment, she began to fall asleep with a lost traveler with questions. Where she disappeared all this time, and how she managed to survive. She exclaimed that Liz has grown in an incredible birthday. She hugged the girl and again asked where she lives. Liz, frightened by the excessive proximity of the elfier, she answered, barely turning his breath. The girl clung to Liz, and one of the men, speaking forward, shook her head and called it a huge mistake. He did not even guess that they almost lost their inspiration. A man with gorgeous black hair and hat on his head smiled slightly, spread his hands wide, and warmly suggested not to be ashamed. They say, it was time to get together in honor of this long-awaited meeting. Another strict warrior in heavy armor removed her helmet, opening his face surprisingly, a sweet young man in glasses. Liz sighed with relief, and then apologized to Miyabi for not telling him at once. All three were firmly holding Liz, who, with a touch of sadness in her voice, told them that Red Rocks were her long-standing friends. Sadness appeared on the girl's face, but Eleanor and Miyabi were completely stunned by her. Liz took a deep breath and offered to get acquainted. She introduced the girl. Her name was Laura, and she was a healer. A man in armor, Tyson, a real defender of the team. And here was Dorda, who turned out to be a skilled fencing officer. Laura still smiled sincerely Liz, generously screaming her pleasant compliments for her kind. However, the adventurer significantly embarrassed under such attention. Watching Laura, Miyabi noted the characteristic durability and sharp features, and suddenly realized he stands in front of him. However, Laura's language did not resemble Kui, the Elfian language that Miyabi used. He opened his mouth in surprise, enthusiastically commenting on Laura's skill in his language. Eleanor smiled mysteriously, and wondered if the guy noticed something. She noted that Laura was talking to an elven dialect as a common matter for her. The girl advised Miyabi to listen to at least a little. It was at that moment that Dorda corrected the hat, and, as far as he was allowed, turned to Eleanor. He turned his gaze to Miyabi, who sat next to Eleanor, and asked, "Who is this young man?" Miyabi immediately jumped from the table, while Eleanor shone on the face of Eleanor. The girl vividly reported that the boy was called Miyabi, and together with Liz they formed a team where he took the role of support. All participants of the Red Snez team carefully caught every word Eleanor. Hearing the mention of a guy who seemed to help, they all turned and stared at Miyabi, repeating the words of Eleanor. The guy felt awkward. As soon as the boys conceived everything that Eleanor told, they jumped out of their seats at the same time and staged a real noise, shouting and falling asleep with questions about the meaning of the herd. Such a storm of emotions was completely puzzled by Miyabi. Laura jumped sharply from the place, strictly demanding from Eleanor to confirm. "They say these guys, it is better not to go in pairs." But Eleanor calmly replied that in their group, only they themselves. Laura fell to the ground without even a blow. She exclaimed, which was a shame, and she could not realize it. She assured that she did not mention that she would grow up such a bad girl. Liz, however, replied that she did not remember at all that Laura would raise her. Tyson cursed, assuring that if Miyabi is truly a serious relationship, he, albeit with tears in his eyes, will give his beloved girl. In response, Miyabi noted that for the master, the main thing is to always remain support in the team. He was confused. Suddenly D with a decisive, he stood up and went to the guy. Having caught Miyabi with a careful look, he was not quite sure how his name was. He ordered to listen carefully to his every word. He immediately became noticeable. Dory wondered if Miyabi would have determined to defend Liz, even if he had to sacrifice her own life. The guy, a little confusedly looking at them, asked if they were aware of what real team support was. The room reigned in the room. Immediately afterwards, Doherty asked his question again. Whether Miyabi is ready to protect Liz, even if you have to sacrifice his own life. At that moment, Miyabi realized that the only answer to this question is, clumsily scratching his face, he realized that it was not even a question. He involuntarily confessed that he really did not understand what means determination to defend. He also said that Liz is a real talent among adventurers, and it far exceeds his strength. Miyabi himself was a completely different story. He smiled widely and assured that he wanted to make the girls' stay as pleasant as possible, because he was convinced that he was able to. They were sincerely moving, these words, and the girl's cheeks floated a gentle blush when she turned her gaze on Miyaba and said his name quietly. Torei remained dissatisfied with such an answer. At some point he said something, but so quietly that no one figured out a word. Miyabi wondered what she was talking about. Dorte grabbed his hat and asked if Miyabi had just stated that Liz would be happier with him and not someone else. Both Miyabi and climbed for a moment, and the guy, shouting loudly, assured that he did not claim anything like this. D, with lifted the hat slightly higher, closed his eyes and breathed deeply, looking into the distance. They all stopped directly opposite Miyabi, and with a look of complete determination, made him understand that they were ready to accept his challenge and fight. They all looked at him with a huge glitter in his eyes, and stated that once he said so, then this journey would be a real test for him. They need to make sure that he was licking, and they added that he should imagine, as if each of them was his beloved Liz. He also threatened him. If he was able to organize the most convenient and pleasant adventure for them, they will give their consent to their relationship. Such an unexpected turn of the events has cleared Miyabi. Miyabi burst into surprise, asking others as they came to this. Eleanor sighed deeply and turned to the boys, finally advising to do truly serious things and important issues. On the same day, she climbed to Viz. His forge was closed. Listening to the girl, the master only sighed and noted that she fully understood how she got into a mess again because of those questionable types. The girl sighed, completely agreeing with Weiss. She confessed that she has been avoiding them for a long time and did not understand why everything is so complicated with such an important assignment. At the end, she sincerely thanked her husband for fixing her staff. Miyabi asked the guys whether the Red Cliff group really belonged to the adventurers of the rank A. He asked if they usually behaved in a similar way. Liz, sighing deeply, assured that everything looks not so. She said that all three were experienced travelers, known for their remarkable skills and perfect reputation. Their only defect is that they burst into restraint near Liz, and they seemed to go crazy. The girl sighed with a shade of sadness. She sat down and slowly began to share a difficult story about her father. As it turned out, this man was also among the participants of the Red Rocks. The girl shared with Miyaba that they were still a baby with her during breaks between tasks. In her memory, the references of sincere laughter and happy smiles on their faces were still clearly glowing. Liz also noted that she was not surprised at the time. The girl felt happy with them. The girl smiled awkwardly and added quietly that in their life everything was well, until 8 years ago, her father died during one of the tasks. At that moment, Miyabi suddenly remembered that Liz told that this man, Weiss Black Aaron, was her foster father. Everything happened exactly as he imagined before he learned the whole truth. It was not easy to listen to, even painful. The man said that after the death of her father, Radcliffe literally went crazy because of her desire for excessive care, and this was a real test. They were absolutely helpless in this situation, so Weiss was forced to take the girl under her care and hide her from all, as far away from their influence. Liz lowered her eyes and clumsily murmured for all the hassles that her uncle brought. Her bitter sense of guilt. She looked at the staff and explained that this staff had to be created only for her father. Miyabi was a little surprised when he learned about it, though he did not consider the news particularly significant. The guy was also interested in looking at the girl's staff. Weiss slammed his head and reproached her for the fools. He added that since she has become an adventurer and appears at home only for patching up, She has become more than a time. He sighed heavily and said that she was not a daughter, but a real test. Liz laughed, apologized to her husband, and sincerely thanked him for his patience. Watching them, Miyabi realized that these relationships seemed surprisingly warm. However, this was not surprising. After all, before him were a foster father and daughter. He looked at them once again, feeling that there was still an invisible wall between them. Suddenly, his gaze changed. His eyes expanded in surprise. At this point, Liza asked if they determined who and in what order he would accompany. He realized that the girl did not want to go on the road with Red Cliff. Liz strongly stated that she would certainly fulfill this assignment, because it would be too foolish to waste such a wonderful opportunity only because of his own feelings. Suddenly, the girl thought and noted that only one significant obstacle could be on their way during this mission. Miyabi looked at her in surprise without understanding what she was talking about. After Liz told the whole story, Wides with irony asked that it was still a senseless declaration of war, and whether Miyabi really deserved to be a man Liz. It seems that Herd caused him a great skepticism. His look became serious and alert. The man sighed and noted that there were probably 9 of the 10 members of the band were convinced that there is something more than friendship between the boys. Liz and Miyabi too have breathed a lot and added that such an opinion arises on its own. It is obvious to them for a long time. Liz began to say that if they did not clarify this misunderstanding, trouble would only be added. Miyabi noted that if she has not noticed so far, the difficulties had already begun. The guy took a deep breath and reminded that, in fact, he just admitted. His mission in the team lies only in support. Miyabi wondered what the bad. The guy noted that he seemed not heard. Liz lowered her hands, smiled gently and told me, Yabi, that he was too trusting. After that, she cast an icy look at him and said with a bitter irony that if they had listened to her words, she would never have to flee from them. In response, Miyabi wondered. Suddenly he was settled, and he asked her to stay for a moment. He wanted to sum up some of the results. Miyabi analyzed the whole situation in detail, and concluded that they were trapped, because all the circumstances pushed them into relationships relentlessly. Liz with cold calm stated that something needed to do with it. He plunged into reflections, trying to find out what they can do. Putting his hand on his chin, he thoughtfully stared at the distance, completely plunging into his own thoughts. His thoughtful look gradually dropped below with the gloomy expression. Suddenly, a meaningless smile appeared on his face, and he exclaimed that he invented an interesting activity for them. Liz cast a short look at him and noted dryly that it was the worst idea of all possible. Miyabi shouted indignantly, demanding explanations from the girl why she already considers his plan a failure if he did not even have time to say anything. Such a reaction, in his opinion, was extremely impolite. However, she only noted that on his face, and so visible, nothing worthy of this idea would work. Miyabi shouted at the exclamation point that he was just a wonderful solution. He assured that he would be able to dispel this annoying confusion without even resorting to words. Liz looked at him confusedly and did not refrain from the question. How is it possible? The guy smiled maliciously and noted that if the words did not reach, then it would be necessary to force the whole company to understand everything in fact. The look of a deep disappointment for a moment slid on his face. However, she did not object. The girl sighed and said that everything happened exactly as she warned. It was the worst of all possible ideas. Meanwhile, in the guild, someone was interested in his friend if he heard the latest news. They discussed that Red Cliff visited the city, and even visited themselves. The other girl was surprised to the edge and asked if it was true. She confessed that she was their passionate fan, and she was very sorry that she has had a second change at work today, because she could see them with her own eyes. Elena silently watched all this and listened to the girls' conversation. Lowering her gaze, she leaned over reflections on the red rock. Suddenly, a cautious knock came at the door of her room. The girl plunged into the thoughts of the red rock. The legendary team of brave men who were able to stop the monster in the capital 8 years ago, gaining the glory of the heroes in one night. They were spoken only with deep respect. It is unlikely that someone who would not hear about their feats will be found. The girl walked the corridor when Dorta came out of the corner with Tyson and called Eleanor. Laura was also nearby. They stopped, looked carefully at her and asked if they could talk about Liz. Eleanor could not sink as the red rock turned into something like that. Liz opened the door, the surprise flashed on her face and she kept her breath, seeing a man standing on the doorstep. In her head, the memories of the moment when the one she admired. The girl considered this event a true reason for joy. Eleanor, with a warm smile on her mouth, covered her eyes and sincerely greeted Liz. Liz believed that it was still a joyful event, even if a person came in business. She sighed in a hurry, standing on the threshold, and a little uncertain, asked Eleanor the cause of her visit. Accompanied by the melody bell of teacups, Eleanor confessed that she usually does not return home immediately after work. But today she decided to make an exception. Liz, who was sitting nearby, only shrugged. It was quite important for her. At that moment the guy and the girl are uncertain, but they hurriedly met the views, after which they nodded. Holding a box of chocolates, Miyabi began to apologize uncertainly. She confessed that they did something again that should be forgiven. However, Eleanor just smiled warmly and assured, her arrival does not mean that she is about to boil someone. The girl was exciting that she urgently needs to find out something with a boyfriend and another girl today. Maya, surprised to raise his eyebrows, asked, trying to better understand what she means. Eleanor told why she came to this house, and the boys caught carefully every word. The girl barely shuddered, again asking the same question. She got out of surprise, sharply asking, "Is she who now become a leader of the group?" Miyabi, no less surprised, turned her gaze on a girl from her back. Eleanor closed her eyes and sighed. The girl decided to finally share what happened a week ago. All the inhabitants of the Red Sneza gathered together. Dorta returned to Eleonora and asked if she really made an assignment this time. The girl watched the flying bird, thinking why the dove appeared here. They replied that everything was fine, and then wondered what they lacked. Dorty looked at the girl and reported that it was decided to appoint Liz to the head of the detachment. Eleanor asked what he means. The girl asked the boy to repeat her words. In response, he jokingly noted that once it is enough. Laura winked with Eleanor and whispered quietly that all this concerned the task of accompanied by the Safan. The girl told his words, adding that Liz was intended to lead the group. Eleanor denied, stating that it was impossible. In the end, the detachment leader should have the highest rank. She was asked if this rule really exists, even if it is unofficial. Dorty assured that this requirement is absolutely superfluous. Eleanor was dissatisfied with why they made such a decision. These words of Dorty only smiled cunningly. The girl thought about the team, remembering that it was their surprise for Liz. Elmer, with an indiscriminate look, wondered if no one has heard anything about it. Liz exclaimed that among them there are people with ranks A and B, so it is not necessary to appoint it to the leader. Eleanor only noted that she said the same. The girl reported that she has documents confirming the receipt of the customer permission, so they do not have to choose how to agree. Liz was confused and intended to deny. Liz strongly appeared before the boys and stated that the Duke really allowed to treat them so disrespectfully with them. People of a noble kind. Eleanor confirmed bitterly. Unfortunately, so it is. The situation became gloomy, and then Miyabi carefully intervened, mutilating something in a tense silence. The man spoke that this work requires great responsibility. He assured that this was what the Duke sought. Hearing this, Miyabi wondered if it was true. The guy exclaimed that they would have to make a lot of effort. Liz, with a stone face, returned to Miyaba and asked sharply whether she was really serious. The girl said that the Red Guild of the First Class raised an unknown adventure seeker with a rank C to the top of the ratings. These words caused only surprise in Miyaba. She listened carefully, not understanding who was talking about. Liz wondered in a confused guy, as they think, their expectations were highly raised. She scolded and took a deep breath. The girl, with a sigh of thought, asked herself why they were busy with these meaningless things. Meanwhile, the Duke of Transwardini was comfortable in his office. Sitting at a massive desk, he asked the latest news about the confirmation process. The man turned to the girl standing in front of him. Alicia was silently watched according to the Duke. She conveyed that the guard had received a message. Alicia, having shown all her respect, noted that they would like to know the real reasons why they were entrusted to a person without experience. The Duke of Verdaine's trends, thoughtfully resting on his hand, discussed Radcliffe's proposal. He was very interested in such a passionate support found in her address. Alicia listened silently to her husband, barely wrinkling. Then she apologized for her boldness. The girl noted that if a man still decides to participate in the game, then she asks him first to take care of the safety of a young lady. Alicia wanted to warn, if he continues to rely only on the Red Rock and contrary to everything, it will certainly lead to trouble. However, the girl did not have time to agree, because Transwardini cast a fairly cold look at her. The girl frozen at surprise without taking her eyes off the Duke. She was instantly engulfed in silence. A man with a slight smile watched her reaction. He assured that he understands the course of her thoughts. The Duke noted that the girl now remembers Madame Chiffon and shares her feelings. Raising from his place, he added that he should say something else. The Duke of Verdini's trends, passing by Alicia, through her remarks. Let him refrain from unnecessary inventions. He urged the girl to focus solely on performing her duties. Since then, a little time has flowed. The sun's rays were already breaking through the horizon when the carriage rolled to the estate. The carriage, accompanied by several people, stopped at the high gate. Liz and Miyabi came out. The girl looked a little tired, and the guy, on the contrary, could not hide a joyful smile that almost shone from the inside. Before the boys were a girl who sighed, looking at them. Miyabi immediately recognized Mel, called it by his name and hurried to her. Mel turned to Miyabi and Liz and noted that they really came. The young man wondered if it was all that the girl took with her. Mel looked carefully at Miyabi, as if convincingly in the sincerity of his words. She reached out to him her small handbag and added to his help. Mel jokingly called Miyabi her assistant. The guy smiled in response and gladly agreed, attracting interested views of passers-by. Miyabi rapidly turned his gaze to the opposite direction and froze for a moment, covered with slight tension. In the imagination, it flashed. Isn't this a red rock coming? Suddenly, a company came forward on the street without paying attention to anyone. Dorothy went to the boy, put a huge bag in front of him, and turning to me with a basting voice, said he had overdone a little with shopping. The stunned guy could not take his eyes off this baggage. After dawn, Laura approached Miyabi. She met the boy with a warm smile and winked at it casually. The girl put a large bag in front of him, and then with a jokingly note she noted that she seemed to be somewhat overdoing. After other Tyson, he approached Miyabi, who looked at the boy silently and put an even larger bag in front of him. Surprised, Miyabi stared in the face of the guy standing in front of him. This unexpected meeting clearly embarrassed him. At that moment, she struck strongly, rapidly running up and loudly exclaiming to stop everyone. Without spending time, the girl hit Dorothy, Laura, and Tyson on her heads, and Miyabi froze in her astonished. Liz exploded with indignation, screaming at the members of the Red Rock. She wondered annoyed in Dorta what was happening with those strange jewelry on her head and a nasty communication manner. Dee with only barely smiled in response, and, despite the tone of Liz, calmly noticed. He would say that he would rather remain silent. Dorothy, like Laura Antecine, said it in a gentle voice, noting that she wanted to look like Liz. Their looks with delight stopped on the girl. Liz, amazed at such attention, uncertainly joked that even her patience is inherent in the boundaries. Suddenly, Dorta pointed towards and announced that this was the first test. He turned to his assistant and noted that real adventure seekers should not be worried about the burden of luggage. He stood next to a huge bag, and laughing, argued that this guy had to pull his things himself, calling him a meat imprint. Dee carefully inspected the boy and noted that it is possible only if he, of course, would be able to reach all these things. Miyabi looked at the adventurer skeptically, smiling mysteriously, and wondered if he really wanted to tease him with this nickname. You will not call such a braid, but the guy considered it a rather brazen step. And Liz, suspiciously looking at him, noticed that he was surprisingly cheerful. Miyabi confidently approached the Daret, who carefully watched the guy in silence. There was a depressing tension between them, almost palpable in the air. Miyabi squeezed slightly, looked intently at her man, and slowly lifted his hand, directing her straight at him. At the same moment, the huge bag brought by Dort disappeared without a trace. The man shouted, covered with horror. At that moment, Laura broke from the place and rushed to Miyabi. She exclaimed fervently, demanding to return her things. Miyabi strictly, without his eyes, extended his hand to her direction. Suddenly, the Laura's bag also disappeared, forcing the girl to scream loudly from surprise. Tyson also turned his gaze on the young man, in his eyes a slight confusion and tension. The guy with the same face looked back and began to collect his things. At that moment, the man shouted loudly, without keeping his emotions. All participants of the Red Rock came together immediately, sharing the agitated views. They whisper quietly. They discussed how the guy really literally made an inventory. The adventurers confirmed that the rumors were pure truth, not exaggeration. Miyabi watched this, silently standing away. At that moment, someone unfamiliar came to the suspicious adventurers. All participants of the Red Rocks were called by name. Dorta, Tyson, and Laura froze next to the joint, doomed silent. Behind the boys with a dissatisfied look was Liz. The girl wondered if there were not many luggage with them, such respectable adventurers. The surprise of the new moon froze, not knowing what to answer. Laura from Dorta looked around sharply. On their faces the fright was frozen. Liz noted that Miyabi's inventory contains many things, and it was a lot of pleasure. However, the girl added, otherwise I would have to pull a whole cart. Liz turned to Redcliffe, urging him to think again. Miyabi, standing next to the girl, quickly nodded to support Liz. Tyson, Laura, and Doherty, sitting modestly before Liz, also expressed their consent with her words. The girl closed her eyes and said, once you offered me to the position of the leader, now you should make every effort. Dortai immediately answered the girl in the affirmative, and a warm smile on his face. Liz just sighed back. In a moment, her interest switched to Miyaba. Calling her name, he announced their presence. At the same moment, the girl had seriousness. They came to the carriage, from which the people came out. The Duke of Transgardini arrived accompanied by a young Chiffon Vardini. Together with them were the head of the guild and the maid Alicia. Liz, with a focused face, bowed rapidly, and behind her, no less seriously, froze Mebis. Liz was introduced as a leader of the detachment, which is responsible for completing the escort task. She assured that she would do her best to spend them in the capital. The girl also took responsibility for the 2-week path, promising support and protection throughout the trip. Transferdina smiled cheerfully and joked that her maid Alicia again went on a trip with her daughter. The Safan smiled warmly in gratitude, adding that they rely entirely on their support. Alicia bowed silently without saying a word. Guildmaster approached Liz, noticing her alarmed look. The girl looked at her husband, immediately recognizing the leader of the guild. Zion spoke that the mission, which Liz goes with the adventurers of the rank A, will be a great opportunity to learn how to manage people. The man looked carefully at the girl and noted that she was waiting for a good report from her. She smiled, looking at the guilder, and assured that she would do her best. Immediately after their conversation, the chains that restrained the main gate suddenly and powerfully twisted. Miyabi approached Liz, who stood near the newly arrived crew. The young man looked around in a confusion, as if looking for something. He asked the girl where Mel is. Liz replied that she was preparing for the night, and now snapping on the roof of a carriage. After that, the Soffer looked at the carriage window, turning her eyes to her father. The Duke Transredini reminded her daughter not to forget the diary. The girl answered him with a gentle smile, making it clear that she remembered his words. At this point, the main gate opened. A large group of people gathered at the exit of the fortress. This is how the first day of their accompanying mission began. Everyone was waiting for a test that promised to become a real challenge for each group member. After the boys overcame a lot of distance, they stopped in the forest where the bright rays of the sun broke through the crown of the trees. It was a short break, a small pause in their way. Miyabi came out of the carriage and, frozen for a moment, exclaimed, "What a wonderful beauty here." The boys noted that they were going on a schedule, so it's time to take a lunch break. Doherty supported this idea. Laura stretched, kneaded her back, and agreed. Immediately afterwards, the experienced adventurer smiled widely and raised her hand, going to summarize the achievements. But the girl interrupted her briskly, pleasing to the second trial. The girl smiled smugly and noted that even preparation for lunch is included in their responsibilities. She already wanted to turn to Miyabi to tell him something, but noticed the guy had already taken up the case. He raised his hand, and just a cozy place with a neatly placed tables, chairs, and sunny umbrellas. The entire Red Rock Company remained stunned by the surprise. Liz looked at a confusion, getting into an unfamiliar environment. She asked Miyabi to ask if everything looks like as usual. The guy smiled and explained that he decided to change everything, because the usual place would be protracted for such a large company. The boys still stood silently, wary of exchanging his eyes. Finally they came closer, and resolutely demanded explanations. Miyabi only smiled mysteriously, and, gently waving, asked to wait a little while he cooks. The boys sat silently at the table without saying a word. Laura glanced at Dorta, wondered if he wanted water. A man, no less puzzled, nodded silently. And Miyabi just laughed. He only looked at them and smiled cunningly, believing that the beginning of this task is just perfect. Alicia and Safana struck what happened. Alicia looked, not believing in her own eyes, and the Safan just smiled mysteriously, passionate about the unprecedented level of hospitality.
Ja, vad det är ju. Ja, och alltså, om man gör det vi var då, faktiskt så är så där. Och
Smiling, he showed a gesture to one of the vacancies and kindly invited the Safan to sit on a bench. After that, he turned to Alicia gallantly, allowing her to relax and get aside. The young man skillfully planted a surprisingly calm slate on the bench and then arranged Alicia, which did not recover from the shock experienced. However, it was not a moment as the girl mastered herself, and her surprise only intensified. The girl immediately jumped out of her place and asked for a whole voice why he planted her at the table. The guy replied that he had done it, so she could eat. Alicia was in a hurry to explain that she was only a maid. Suddenly, the Duke's daughter turned to Alicia by his name, trying to reassure her. She smiled and suggested that Miyabi's questioning. Alicia was clearly concerned about this decision. At the same moment, the air was filled with a barely catchy, pleasant aroma. Miyabi slowly approached their table with a new dish in her hands. The fragrant aroma immediately spilled around, and Dortak, catching it, did not resist the enthusiastic exclamation, realizing what was before him. He was struck by the fact that he was really cream stew. He could not believe his own eyes. Miyabi prepared a thick vegetable stew with a generous portion of vegetables, and also offered soft milk bread for the dish. Bright rapidly jumped out of his seat and shouted in surprise whether it was really so unexpected. He wondered if this dish was among that guy. Thorns, in response with indignation, raised his voice. They say they could not hear such an incredible here, because now the mission is ongoing. Meanwhile, Tyson has already tasted the dish and only said that her taste was impressive. Dorothy and Laura were intimidated, and having mastered themselves, they quickly took up food. It was at that moment that someone loudly called Miyabi, and it immediately attracted the attention of the boys. Next to him stood a little Mel with an empty cup in her hands, and asked for a little more incredibly gentle, creamy stew. The guy with a smile leaned and took a cup from the girl's hands. Overlooking the dish, he wondered if she had enough food if he puts a little in her dishes. Mel quietly confessed that she would like to get a piece of meat above all. So their break has passed. The sun was already falling just below the horizon, and the boys were preparing again on the road. Liz was staring at the map with a confused look, thinking that, according to their plan, they should have reached the right place for a long time. At that moment, Miyabi stepped sideways and stretched well, kneading his arms. It seemed to him that they were moving much faster than he expected. Suddenly, someone came to the boy and said his name out loud. Doherty, carelessly leaning on a tree and with a smug smile, noted that there was no time for rest. Miyabi sighed heavily, asking if it all was repeated again. He added that Doherty, as always, is marked by his relentless energy. The man made a step forward and stated that Miyabi had already installed one tent at noon, so there was only another cozy tent left for a pleasant journey. Miyabi remembered how he had already been instructed to pull luggage, cook food, and now it is also a task. However, he was not too worried about everything. Liz turned to a guy by his name, but he just sighed heavily and replied that everything was fine. Dorrit raised his hand up and loudly announced that the moment had come for the third test. He suggested that Miyabi demonstrate a tent that he prepared for all. Mayambi smiled, smiling in her husband, already imagining how he will instantly demonstrate their true opportunities for them. The next moment, he showed them the true essence of his plan. Just in the middle of the forest, a huge building appeared, and its swing unspeakably struck Red Cliff. Miyabi allowed them to go through. The man smiled warmly and suggested that they take them to the rooms. Meanwhile, Liz felt a slight anxiety. Tyson, floating from unexpected shock, could not move. Laura and Doherty, not in the power of finding words, only with the confused faces in silence, listened to, as Miyabi quietly suggests to bring them to the rooms. All three took away the gift of language. They kneel, staring at the huge house in front of them. It was hard to believe that Miyabi was in a moment managed to give them space for rest. In an annoyingly pointing finger, he began to demand from Miyabi explanations. He was courty to find out what it means. Miyabi just smiled mysteriously and reported that the house has his own stables. He seemed to be ready to tell the whole truth, but Doherty suddenly interrupted him. The man stated that he wanted to get an explanation. what it is in general, and how he became the owner of this house. Hearing this, Miyabi wondered, looking intently at the structure. The guy touched the ground and noted that from the house to the stable did not lead a single trail. Doherty interrupted him again, explaining that he did not mean it. And he exploded. Such a trifle can turn into a real catastrophe that will be said for a long time, and which will fit their names in history. Doherty came to Miyabi rapidly, exclaiming that it was just amazing. The whole house took and appeared from nowhere. The young man froze, stunned. At the same moment, Miyabi smiled slightly and sighed quietly, looking at Dorta. It just angered the man even more, and he angrily exclaimed that Miyabi would not look like that. He did not understand what Doherty was saying. An extremely angry man turned sharply, looking for support. He addressed Liz by his name, ordering her to express her opinion. At the same time, Liz turned to Miyabi, pointing to the roof and voicing the wish to equip a small passage and roof here. The guy, not hesitation for a minute, politely made all the necessary changes. For the harvest, it became a real shock. She did not expect such an uprising. All three are powerlessly settled on the ground, more and more hesitant. Maybe they are strange here? Miyabi looked around instantly. His gaze stopped at the cohesive company of oppressed adventurers. Miyabi smiled, smiling, convinced of the perfectness of his own design. His tactics against Radcliffe team was to simulate the usual state of affairs, allowing opponents to relax and finally forget about the game. He smiled, hoping that everyone would finally stop getting hung up on this topic. This tactic can be called simply, when the mind does not help, it is better not to worry at all. The guy was in an extremely sublime mood, proud of his approach. Miyabi noted that Liz finally calmed down. It could not but please. At first the girl was extremely worried. At that moment, her legs trembled unbearably. And it was then that D slowly came down from the ground, leaning on some object. He covered his face with his hand, saying that the competition was not yet completed. Meanwhile, Laura and Tyson cast her eyes, and insults filled with Miyabi, trying to stay on his feet. Doherty immediately exclaimed that this hut is nothing more than a primitive papier-mâché design, and it is unlikely that you can talk about some comfort. Liz just sighed back, noting that at least there is a roof over her head and you can hide from rain and wind. It is already a lot of comfort. They were quite aware that all the trials on the road were caused by relentless cold and unbearable famine, which Miyabi had already been able to overcome. Doherty stood confidently on the ground, collecting his thoughts intensely. He broke into the house at lightning speed, which was quite surprised by Miyabi. The man exclaimed that they should definitely find out everything, otherwise they cannot be entrusted with their way to this person. As soon as the boys crossed the threshold of the house, as they subsided immediately. Before their gaze, a dwelling, filled with everything necessary for life, appeared. So there is no reason to blame this place. Immediately after, a group of experienced adventure seekers entered the house. Then Mel hurried. She quickly looked around the room and fascinated. The girl also appeared in the girl, which did not restrain and exclaimed how beautiful it was. Mel walked slowly with the room, and then turned to me. Like, did Abby brought this house himself? The guy laughed at the same time, and confessed that his skills were not achieved to such feats. However, suddenly something unusual fell into his eye. He looked at the red cliff, whose heads were lowered in silence. My abattis was confused, deciding that they had already lost hope. However, it did not seem too important to the boy, and he did not sharpen his attention. Miyabi sighed, and noted that it was time to take dinner. Liz agreed, at the same time confessing that she was already eagerly waiting for this moment. In the meantime, Redcliffe, no less surprised, stood Alish. And it came deep. Small drops of water slowly flowed from Alicia. The girl, confused and embarrassed, looked around, trying to understand how she was here and what she did in this strange place. The Safan quietly reported that the maid is now taking a bath. The girl with a smile rose from the chair and noted that she could not even imagine that she could fall in the bath while traveling. Alicia looked at the room and wondered what she was intended for. The Safan came to the window, looked out, and then calmly informed that the room was allocated specifically for them. The Safan said that she was only recently convinced that they would certainly stay overnight in the big house where they had recently been dinner together. She closed the window with a smile on her face, leaving Miyabi's words. It would really be calmer for everyone. Alicia hesitated for a moment, after which she bowed her head uncertainly and apologized to the lady, feeling guilty. The girl dropped on her knees and confessedly confessed that she could not do nothing at all. The Safa nodded the maid, reassuring. They say everything was fine, and Alicia probably just got exhausted after a long journey at the wheel of the crew. The girl squeezed her hand into his fist and stated that she was only a maid. Alicia tilted her head and added quietly, "She serves only to her lady and will never allow herself to serve someone else." It is covered by a sharp feeling of guilt. Alicia barely audibly admitted that she feels infinitely pathetic. Shufan looked at the maid with a gentle compassion in his gaze. She smiled and said that she had never considered Alicia's work unsuccessful, although it has been as many years since the girl began to serve. Chiffon sat next to Alicia, who kneeled in front of the girl. She turned to her maid by name, gently calling her Alicia Cavalier. Chiffon praised her for their efforts. Then the girl settled on her bed. Alicia watched the Chiffon, which was already sleeping and thinking about how difficult the journey affects the body. She came to the conclusion that such a test is difficult for everyone, regardless of origin. How you are an aristocrat or a common person, it does not change anything. The girl hoped that at least it would not change anything. Alicia settled on the bed, noting that the local mattress is much softer than in the estate. She lay down, focused on forward. Her face remained tense and serious. Alicia closed her eyes. I am sure that she could not change anything. The girl was convinced that although her lady tried to reassure, assuring that everything was fine, she was not allowed to indulge her weakness. Falling asleep, Alicia firmly decided that tomorrow she would surely become the same as before. Meanwhile, the downpour, which poured without stopping. The girl dreamed of becoming an exemplary maid again. Mel chatted on the rain without closing her eyes, guarding them closely. The next day, and it was already the second day, the rain did not subside. Large drops of rain were drowned loudly along the roof of their home. In the morning, Miyabi woke up and went out. He froze in place, in surprise watching the storm, which was abundantly pouring from the sky. Confused, the guy exclaimed aloud. The rain was truly crazy. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him. From the surprise, Miyabi was so scared that he shouted. Miyabi stretched out a small towel and was curious about whether something unusual happened. The girl assured that everything is fine. But suddenly, she was remembered how Radcliffe's boys snored so loudly that they even interrupted the noise of rain. While the guy was talking to the girl, she approached Liz and turned to me, named after Abby. He returned to a girl who informed him that the departure time of departure had changed. They walked into the room until Liz told that they were going to wait until the rain subsided. The guys were not sure whether it was possible to go on the road. It was raining, as if from a bucket. Liz carefully wiped her hair and shared her considerations. The girl cast a serious look at Miyabi and noted that the weather here is extremely variable. She explained, if the rain is slightly subsided by lunch, they move on the path, and if not, you have to stay for one more night. The guy said Liz that he understood everything. At that moment, Mel turned to Miyabi named and wondered what it was. Miyabi stared at the table, and the guy hurried to explain that it was only breakfast. The girl scolded slightly, looking carefully at the boy. She was already going to say that she tried during the duty, so she now deserves a reward. But suddenly, a loud grill of her stomach came in silence. After intercepting this moment, the guy wondered if she wanted something more satisfying. After that, Miyabi treated the girl with a hot meal, a black shoulders with a pork spice on pork broth. He muttered something that it was food for lunch, but eventually agreed. Mel was grabbed with a bowl in front of him. The girl with enthusiasm took the food, joyfully tasting the dishes that she was treated. Miyabi watched her awkwardly, and behind Liz, looked at this scene. Liz approached Miyabi and put her hands on his shoulders. With a smile, she noted that it looks extremely appetizing, and carefully wondered if he would treat her with a piece. Miyabi, a little lost, looked at the girl with a slight fear and asked if such a dish for breakfast. The girl smiled innocently, looking at the boy, and wondered that it could be difficult here. Miyabi was surprised to mark himself how incredible the stomachs of teenagers. In the afternoon, the boys gathered together. Miyabi sighed and asked if it was time to wake these Sonk. Looking to the side of the rooms, the guy moved forward, raised his hand, and knocked on the door lightly. Miyabi and Liz got a small house. Their friends began to call Doherty, Laura, and Tyson in their name, trying to wake them up. Meanwhile, it was still raining outside the window. The guy stopped in front of the door, bewildered and somewhat dissatisfied. Liz, having corrected the hood, wondered if he had overdone with the house. Miyabi agreed quietly, noting that it was quite possible. Miyabi turned to Liz, noting that he suspected they could sleep. However, he did not expect to have so long. While their conversation lasted, the door of the house suddenly dissolved, and on the doorstep, barely translating the breath, Alicia appeared. Miyabi and Liz turned to her instantly. The young man smiled at the girl and greeted Alicia on a good morning. Embarrassed, she asked what hour. Liz hastened to reassure the girl. They detained because of the drain, so everything is under control. The young man smiled at Alicia and reported that they also slept the events on a red rock. The girl, stunned, only repeated with surprise, "Did they really sleep?" Miyabi told the girl that breakfast was already covered in the dining room. He turned to Alicia, who, holding his breath, looked at him in surprise. Miyabi flashed a sincere smile, putting all his good intentions in it. He hinted at the girls that at first they should dress and put themselves in order. Alicia, who stood in front of him, initially looked at him and puzzled. Suddenly, the girl realized that she appeared in front of him in pajamas, with a disheveled hair. Her cheeks broke out with a flame blush. The girl hastily slammed the door of the house, and Miyabi remained standing still with a smile on her face. Liz looked back at the boy and noted that it was a bad decision. Miyabi was only surprised to ask what was here. Liz told the boy that the maids were always careful about their appearance. They both still stood in the open sky under heavy rain. In a moment, Alicia approached them again, closed her eyes and apologized with calm dignity. The girl, stopping before Liz and Miyabi, said she was seeking to regain a good reputation after a recent shame. Alicia suggested to cook or help with other things. Miyabi raised her hand embarrassed and answered her that, fortunately, nothing wrong, so she should not worry. The maid looked at the boy. In her eyes she burned unbreakable determination. She said that these actions were a way of repentance. Miyabi just sighed, making it clear that he perceives everything. The Safan laughed, noting that Alicia has perhaps the most powerful sense of duty around the world. Smiling gently, the Duke's daughter politely noted that they had caused her some inconvenience. So she politely appealed to the maid to do something. Miyabi did not hesitate to answer consent, yet Chiffon personally asked her. Alicia nodded rapidly for the boy, and, folding her hands and modestly closing her eyes, politely asked him to take care of her. After that, Miyabi thoughtfully turned his gaze on the window. The rain after him was constantly pouring, and it seems that he did not work to subside. The young man sat closer to the glass and began to think about how it happened that they had to spend all day here. In addition, his thoughts did not leave alarming news about the Red Rock. Dorte, Laura, and Tyson, leaning low in the honor and standing his knees, sincerely apologized. Their voices swelled sincerely, and they confessed that this time, all the fault was on them. Waking up after lunch, they were completely upset. The boys said it was not some bed there, but a real monster. However, Miyabi later cooked an incredibly delicious shoulders. Seeing the dish, Dort could not restrain the feelings. Tears of joy rolled on his face, because the taste of this dish was simply incredibly impressive. Laura, however, was delighted that her strong teeth made it possible to break the meat into pieces without any effort. Tyson did not restrain his tears, moved to the heart, and exclaimed enthusiastically that they were a real perfect orc dishes. Miyabi added that these dishes were revived when they tasted the ronks. The young man just sighed, mentally noting how quickly everyone got used to the new, quite similar to Liz. This is how the third day of their support began. The water was barely audible to the puddle. Miyabi went out to the yard, smiled, and breathed deep air. The bright midday sun dazzled him, so the guy covered his eyes with his hand. Considering how favorable the circumstances were in this place, the young man decided that they seemed to be going on the road today. Suddenly, a figure of Mel appeared in a small window that hung under the ceiling. The girl turned to me by the name, Abby, and briefly stated that the hungry. The master only sighed and, without arguing, supported the girl. When the boys walked together the corridor, Alicia appeared to meet them. It was already fully dressed. The girl froze for a moment, and then hurried to greet everyone on a good morning. The guy looked around in surprise and noticed that Alicia woke up today. At that moment, Mel silently watched the maid from behind Miyabi's back. Alicia only noted that it is quite common for her to get up at dawn. She closed her eyes proudly and said she could not allow herself to sleep for the second time in a row. The young man breathed in surprise, recognizing it is quite a real maid. And suddenly, someone's laughter came in the air. She smiled sweetly, passionately telling how serious Alicia is. The girl shared that her maid even yesterday lay on the floor, just not to let her sleep the next morning. Alicia, blushing, turned to the Safan and began to reproach the girl, while the lady only laughed fun. Miyabi, noticing this scene, smiled lightly, remembering how harsh Alicia seemed to him. Suddenly, the maid turned sharply, and quite seriously turned to Miyaba, suggested to start cooking breakfast. The girl's cheeks were still pinking gently with embarrassment. Miyabi smiled gently in response, sincerely supporting this idea. The young man noted that Alicia has some special charm that attracts him quite a lot. Meanwhile, the leader of the guild slowly stepped on the long corridor of the castle with an incredibly high ceiling, silently moving its expanses. Suddenly, someone called Zion by name, and the leader of the guild immediately woke up from his reflections, raising his eyes to the one who turned to him. He stood in front of him, George, the head of the production guild. A harsh man with an extremely dissatisfied look told the head of the guild how extraordinary was this meeting. Zion came a little closer to the man, greeting George with his voice. These words were barely heard as deep and oppressive silence fell in the hallway. The man thought that he did not seek to meet with this person, but fate disposed of differently. On his face, notes of inconvenience and confusion appeared. Zion worshipped deeply and noted that they had not seen themselves for a long time. He again apologized for the inconvenience caused by repair. George sighed, tired, and said that he was apologizing, although all this trouble was a waste of time and effort. He twisted and threw that this master was a self-produced shortage to the depths of his soul. According to him, even the most elementary manners inherent in the guilds are absent. The man was extremely disappointed. George joked that it would be nice to even bring this young man to the blacklist. Zion, having heard all these cruel words, only squeezed his lips, holding back himself, so as not to give freedom to emotions and not respond to insults. He sighed heavily and closed his eyes. Zion bowed his head, feeling oppression, and acknowledged that the guy was really careful. He politely asked George to be more condescending, because Miyabi was already getting well, but the man only turned dissatisfied and with a heavy sigh of sighs in the opposite direction. Zion silently watched as George moved away. Suddenly, almost nowhere, the Duke himself emerged behind the head of the guild. Smiling, he noted that, as he sees, George still does not regret artisans. Zion did not hide the surprise from such an unexpected appearance of this respectable master right behind his shoulders. Zion immediately turned and worshipped the Duke, who had already stood his back and stared out the window. He noted for himself the lightning speed of the guild leader appeared nearby. Barely smiling, he said he had something he wants to share with Zion, and then invited him to go to another room. Subsequently, they went to the spacious hall, where the water was flowing around, and extremely beautiful plants were cleared on both sides. From the beauty around Zion, they fell off, silently fascinated by this miracle, and the Duke only watched him quietly with a warm smile. Zion was surprised, confessing that everything happened so unexpectedly that he barely believes his eyes. He noted that such a skillful work is not inferior to professionals. The Duke only smiled mysteriously and confirmed that it really was. He narrowed his eyes. The expression of his face became wary. Finally, he confessed that there is something suspicious in all this. Looking at the head of the guild, he asked if he shared his suspicions. He noted that although he was a master capable of producing only simple quality products, he managed to create a thing that could be compared with the creations of talented professionals. Moreover, he has an inventory hidden in another dimension. Looking at Zion, he sinfully said that thanks to these capabilities, he managed to establish a connection with the possessions of 5 great dukes. His face has become a dangerous expression. He looked carefully at the stunned Zion and asked, "How does this guy see the head of the guild himself?" Guildmaster's view of the sheikhs. The Duke of Transverton turned and said loudly the name of Zion. At that moment, a powerful gust of wind swept the street, and a small bird circled with it. At that moment, a small bird flew through the open window and settled on the back of a chair standing in the middle of an empty office. The Duke instructed this little creature to find the traces of Miyabi traveler leading to Aang. The distance between the Angel and the royal capital is about 10 rivers, that is, about 30 kilometers. The Duke of the Duke went on the road, overcoming wooded thickets and mountain trails. Miyabi, wiping his sleeve with a sweaty brow, walked next to his kwa. On the way, he thought about others who also had to overcome this path in 2 weeks. Behind him was Liz, and Alicia was sitting near the Weeza, managing a cart. In the end, they stopped at the mountain pass. The guy with a tired sigh lowered his shoulders. From morning till evening they walked constantly, not giving a rest. The trials on the way were really difficult, but still they overcame them together. Suddenly, a new surprise was waiting for them. The guy reached out, looking around in a confusion. He still failed to understand why the events were unfolding that way. Miyabi, sighing, wondered why the rain did not stop. Without choosing, they stopped and launched a camp under cold, merciless rain again. In the meantime, 6 days since the start of the escort city, the boys were resting at a small table, and one of them, immersed in reflection, wandered into the distance, looking somewhat puzzled. Mel, meanwhile, was smoking in a corner nearby. Liz, with a focused expression of the face, fired over his own records. Meanwhile, the Safin leisurely grabbed tea and looked closely at a girl filled with anxiety. She was worried about one question. She asked Liz whether they would be late to the capital. Beyond the window, and then densely poured down. Liz sighed and noted that due to the whim of the weather, their arrival would probably have to be postponed for a few days. Chiffon nodded, making it clear that she understands everything. The girl noted that it was so uncomfortable. At that moment, Miyabi approached them and, full of care, noticed the girl that they seemed not to have time for classes. To which the Duke's daughter replied that this is not their main problem. Chiffon has shyly admitted that the reason is that she was lagging behind. Her confession was genuinely surprised by Liz and Miyabi. Words sounded, they say, despite her noble origin, she still remained a carefree girl. The Chiffon turned to the boys with a smile, wondering if they really thought that. Liz and Miyabi were in an indignant shouted that this is not true. The girl laughed melodically in response. The Safan continued with a smile, noting that sometimes such answers are just a convenient excuse. The girl explained that she was returning to Angel to master the art of land management, as well as to establish relations with the guilds and representatives of the aristocracy. After all, if there are no unforeseen events, the next feudal lord will become the Safin. She explained that she had to miss classes because of such a distance, because even long vacations were not expected. The Duke's daughter asked the teachers to prepare the task for her so that she could catch up with the missing material. Teachers had to put homework at a time when the girl would be absent. After the story, the girl glanced at the boys. It was still raining outside the window. Smiling cunningly, she added, "That is why when they arrive, she is unlikely to fall asleep quickly." Liz and Miyabi stared at the Duke's daughter as soon as she listened to her story. At this point, the Safan asked if she recalls the topics of the lessons she missed. The girl sighed slightly, confused, but still confirmed that she remembered. Liz, a little worried, unconsciously clutched into the edge of her skirt and began to speak. Liz, losing her gaze, turned to the Duke's daughter. If he did not mind, she could explain everything in detail. Alicia Chiffon and Miyabi froze, looking at Liz in surprise. The Duke's daughter, tilting her head, asked what she was in mind. After that, the girl took up training. She said that the Chiffon investigated Marfa's experiment on determining the specific gravity in magical mechanics. Liz noted that among all the elements of magic, the earth is the greatest weight. Liz, focused, explained that the element of water is light and has a high penetrating ability, so it is difficult to combine it with other magical elements. The Safan, raising her hand, made it clear that she had a question. She turned with interest. They say, if you take into account Elvin's explanation, is the elements of the same type should not be easy to match with each other? While the Liz was conducting classes, Laura and Miyabi were watching everything on the side. The young teacher did not stop and continued to talk about what explanation the theory of Varamagia structure gives. Miyabi returned to Laura and asked that, in fact, it was happening here. The girl only shrugged with the indifferent expression, saying that she did not understand anything. At the same moment, Miyabi asked if he was really so. He asked the girl whether she was wearing a book about magic on his belt, pointing to the object next to her. Laura looked at the boy closely and wondered if he wanted to see the find. Laura later unfolded her book, and flowers were erupting from under the pages. Miyabi froze from confusion and asked what it was. In response, Laura laughed and sincerely. The girl explained to Miyabi that adventure seekers use magic, relying on her own feelings. Laura noted that it is unlikely that any of them immersed in various theories. She took her charming thing to her hands. A smile blossomed on her face. Laura closed the book about magic and said that there are hardly at least one person who is able to explain something to the noble lady. After these words, she looked to the side. She turned her gaze to Liz, who was delighted with something to tell the Safan. The Duke's daughter also focused carefully on the lesson. Watching them, Laura noted that nothing else was worth waiting for the daughter. A little time has passed from that moment. The Duke's daughter, with delight, shared her impressions, telling how wonderful this experience was. She noted that Liz was well aware of the theory of magical properties of Shulset. Liz answered the Safan that she was able to find the main part everywhere, but there she was given a confusing and complex language. The Safan in response exclaimed that Liza is in vain diminishing his abilities. After all, those who really understood it during their studies spoke quite differently. The Safan looked at the girl with an unstoppable admiration and immediately asked Liz whom she gained knowledge. The girl smiled, acknowledging that she had reached her own. The Safan, stunned, took his breath and repeatedly repeated for Liz her words about self-education. The daughter of the Duke, a little embarrassed, talked about what she heard. Liz brought up Weiss himself. In response, Liz just laughed. Liz smiled and replied that she had no such desire. The girl noted that Uncle Wise just handed her money. Liz explained that it was because of this that she was growing, plunging into books from the library of the Guild of Adventurers. The Safan caught carefully every word. The Safan enthusiastically returned to Alicia without hiding her joy, and asked the maid if she could imagine something like that. She talked about her meeting with a girl whose talent seemed incredible to her. Alicia only replied with a barely noticeable sadness that unfortunately she did not even see it. Liz was completely confused by this situation. But suddenly, when she had to say something, the Safan suddenly looked in her direction. Liz turned away from the girl, throwing it away that it was just an assumption. The daughter of the Duke looked at her with sadness in her gaze, already trying to say something, but at that moment she interrupted her loud sneezing of one of the present. Laura closed her eyes theatrically and sighed. She just told how the rain turned the window glass into an icy hoop. Liz approached Laura and began to outrage, blaming her clothes of all troubles. She persistently advised Lori to dress warmer. In response, the girl screamed that she would not do anything. Laura confidently stated that an open belly was a symbol of youth. In the words of Laura, Liz exclaimed that this was not a reason to dress so much. The embarrassed Chiffon watched the development of events with interest. Laura looked out the window with suspicion. In her gaze, light wrinkles appeared, and she grunted that this rain was acting strange. It was at this moment that Doherty came into the room, soaked in the thread in the steady rain. He agreed with the girl, adding that for such weather it is too early as at this time of year. The adventurers solemnly said the names of Liz and the rest, and immediately the girls focused, becoming much more serious. Dee carefully examined each of them, then reported that it was necessary to convene an urgent meeting immediately. When Dor and Tyson entered the room, everyone gathered around the table immediately. The man, getting out of his pocket, began to talk about the information gained in a neighboring village. The attendees listened closely to his words, and the rain was drumming out of the window. Doherty pulled several sheets out of his pocket, explaining that it was the weather reports in the last week. Mel, carefully studying the records, wondered what percentage of rainfall during this period. The man unfolded the magazines and reported that he was also reported by the rural department of the Guild of Adventure. He added that the weather has been collected here in the last 5 years. Liz took records of the weather and looked at them carefully, and on her face gradually appeared more and more serious expression. Liz frozen in place, affected by the depths of the soul. Her eyes suddenly opened, and the shadow of dissatisfaction flashed on her face. Surprise? The girl could not say a single word. The girl put notes on the table and leaned on him. It was difficult for her to believe that the rainy season began so unexpectedly. Miyabi turned to the girl, stunningly asking whether that is why the rain has not stopped for so much time. Dorta, standing nearby, only sighed, and the gift of the language completely lost from surprise. Dewith, having adjusted the hat, closed his eyes. He told the adventurers that there was even more danger. The man began to explain that their main trouble was snow. He imagined a forest covered with a thick ice crust. Dorta told them that the capital was surrounded by mountain slopes. He noted that this area is reminiscent of a natural protective wall. However, when snow falls, the risk of frostbite increases significantly. In addition, when you travel the valley, you rise very quickly above sea level. The man noted that that is why it would be best to get the capital before the first snowfalls. Liz and Miyabi, stunned, listened carefully to the adventurer's report. In the meantime, Dorta did not stop and continued his story. He announced the boys that he wanted to go and Miyabi tomorrow from tomorrow. Everyone listened carefully to the words of the man, and in the meantime, She turned and looked closely at the adventurer who stood next to her. Liz wondered at the man, whether he was in mind that they would have to travel as if luggage. Dorda explained that he seeks to double their speed. Recorded the hat again, he said. In other words, they would have to run without stopping for 8 hours. After these words, Dorda turned his gaze on the boys and wondered if they could cope in a similar situation. The question was completely puzzled by Miyabi. He looked silently at the adventurer, who seems to be, even in spite of his equipment, that it should increase strength and reduce fatigue, would still experience great difficulties. Miyabi looked at the girl, thinking about her. Miyabi looked at Liz, who suddenly swayed. The girl lowered her eyes and said softly that she could not. Saying these words, she stamped a little. With nodded to the boys, and without spending time returned to them with his back. Then he addressed Liz. They say, in this case, the intelligence would trust the girl. Liz listened to it silently without saying a word in response. A little time has passed from that conversation. Finally, the morning light came. The 7th day of the accompanying task began. Visa with guard again went on the road. The cart, harnessed by a couple of horses, carts of girls and Miyabi, and next to him ran Dorty and Tyson. Sat Elysia was confidently held behind the cart, who was sitting in the place of Kucher with a focused expression, and near her clumsy Miyabi, feeling some inconvenience. In the crew itself, they looked silently into the road Liz and Safang, without saying a word. One day the cart suddenly stopped. A huge tree was blocked in front of the road. Dorte and Tyson went forward to look at the terrain and find a detour. Dante turned to the crew and turned to Miyabi. After scratching his back, he asked the guy whether he could get out of the carriage. Miyabi immediately jumped down, confirming that he understood the man's request. The young man strongly headed to the fallen trunk, which blocked the path. Skillfully using his skill, he made the tree just disappear. Doctor and Laura, who observed this behind, exclaimed from surprise. After a short pause, everyone dispersed in their places. The man exclaimed the passionate words, emphasizing how great it is. According to him, with Miyaba, any road becomes flat and perfect. After some time, the company made a halt again. Laura approached the boy and turned to him. The girl turned to Miyaba and said that she wanted to exchange a dish for something, which would take much less time. The young man nodded in response and climbed quietly behind her. After that, the knight was defeated. The guy stopped without reaching the pass. Miyabi was resting on the bed when someone suddenly turned to her, admiring her achievements. She only sighed from hurt. Liz, who was resting near Miyabi, suddenly started a language about how the Red Cliff residents rely on him. The young man asked if he was really that way. He returned to Lisa with a warm smile, and sincerely noted that the girl was also marked by a remarkable mind. His view radiated sincerity. The guy lay, absorbed in the memories of brave adventurers. Miyabi began to tell how Laura was fond of Liz, because, in order to accurately determine the distance and quantity, you need to master the magic skillfully. Miyabi, smiling with her eyes closed, asked with interest whether the girl was praised by the adventure of level A. No one answered the guy's words, so he was in surprise to cast his gaze on the partition. Turned in his own thoughts, he stood up and quietly called Liz named. He stood up and turned his gaze to the place where the girl slept, thinking whether her mind had already plunged into a dream. At night, during the battle, the girl realized that Miyabi was holding skillfully. She thought it was not surprising why everyone was amazed at her skill. Recently, she has often been immersed in memories, knowing that few people are capable of what he was capable of. The girl remembered Miyabi and was certain. That is what makes him special. After these thoughts, she quickly closed the eyelids. The girl closed her eyes and jumped her eyebrows, plunging into herself. The girl was lying on the bed and thought sadly why she was here at all. She was engulfed in confusion and anxious thoughts. Meanwhile, in Lifeline, as well as around the world, everyone has been engaged in their own business. Sid, with slight anxiety on his face, slowly pulled the water, listening carefully to the countdown of someone nearby. They announced, 150 provinces, 200 departments. Next to him, leaning on his arms and knees, stood Karen, and still constantly told about the same 150 rubles. Sid approached a guy who was quite passionate about the score, and suddenly shook him. The guy fell face forward. Karen wandered angrily with his fists, indignantly shouting questions about Sid's actions. He jumped his eyebrows and coldly asked what the guy himself was doing in the middle of a working day. In addition, he threw several ironic words about the strange behavior of Karen, Sid leaned against the wall and asked the guy if he was training the equipment. Karen again settled in place and nodded back, confirming that he was. The guy with a smug smile shared how on the penultimate day of construction, the teacher handed him a special schedule, the same one that he used. In fact, he even reached more. Karen was convinced that he was already approaching the teacher a step. Miyabi felt great pride in this regard. Sid said with dissatisfaction that in fact, things were not so scattered in Miyaba. Recalling some scenes from the past, the guy exclaimed that he, without exaggeration, is a real monster. Karen with regret lowered his gaze and confessed that he would also be very fond of hunting with Mayab, but unfortunately he was restraining something else. Sid finished the story instead of the guy, saying that it was suddenly revealed the guy had already left the city. Karen sadly confirmed this news. A week ago, Whites told the boys that Miyabi had already gone to the capital. Karen lifted his head and looked up. The guy threw a few words about whether everything was fine with the teacher. The guy remembered Miyabi and wondered what his teacher is doing now. Meanwhile, Miyabi himself looked somewhere, immersed in his own thoughts. The guy looked out of the carriage window and met the girl's gaze, who answered him. Miyabi, meanwhile, returned to Liz asking whether she was fine with her. The girl smiled warmly and asked the boy what happened and why he asked about it. The carriage rolled slowly, accompanied by desperate adventurers. Miyabi looked at the girl and noted that Liz was just tired yesterday. Hearing this, the girl asked if it was true. Liz smiled wide and closed her eyes. She answered calmly that she had a great rest thanks to this cozy place. Miyabi smiled gently in response to the girl, laughed silently, and returned to his place. Miyabi sank into his place, still shuddering from the eerie energy. Alicia sat next to him, and others accompanied them, running around. The guy lifted his head and stared at the sky slightly with a slightly closed look. His thoughts were circling around Dorothy's proposal. At this time, Miyabi was thinking about the girl, realizing that all this was needed for a safe journey. He was well aware that the girl perceives this situation with anxiety. He fell into his eye as she visited the library before leaving, collecting information about the route and possible monsters. Miyabi came to the conclusion that Liz, as a real leader, is ready to take responsibility. Miyabi looked at Dorta and Tyson, who stood in front of him, and plunged into reflections, imagining how the events would unfold. He became clear. Now the role of the leader has actually moved to Dorta. Miyabi cast a dissatisfied look at him, thinking that the man had annoyed Liz. She had no idea that she was going on in his head. It was at this moment that Dorta suddenly exclaimed, noticing something. The man returned to the side of the carriage, turning to Miyabi and Liz. The boys immediately switched his views on him. Dorty raised his hat, looked carefully at them, and ordered them loudly. After the words of the man climbed and no birds jumped out of the carriage. Their views were filled with surprise and delight. A striking picture opened. The boys came to a majestic statue that stood quite close. Miyabi, amazed at what she saw, exclaimed and asked what it was. Dorty explained to them that it was a border stone, a special mark that distinguishes other people's lands. The guy was in surprise in a stone, as if he had already guessed something. With nodded, confirming his assumption. The boys stopped in the middle of the road, looping just to the mountains. Dorta noted that it was here that royal possessions began. From him, it turned out that now they stepped on the earth, Raga Petter. Miyabi listened enthusiastically, not looking at her husband until he told. He added that the capital itself is located on the other side of this mountain range. Suddenly, a giant bird appeared in the sky, and the air pierced a loud infernal roar. Liz felt that something was wrong. She turned and shouted, warning of the monsters who penetrated the sky behind her to the right. Miyabi rapidly turned around and frozen. The monster was rapidly approaching, lifting a shrill scream. The affected birds shook their wings, frightened in the air, and rushed towards the boys standing by the stone. Liz with Dorty strenuously stared forward. The man reported that at the distance of 50 meters in their direction, 3 objects were moving. He asked Liz if she was able to reach them. The girl was confidently prepared, nodding in response. Liz struck the rod sharply, calling for an ice needle flip, which rapidly swore towards the monster. In response, angry birds rushed to her with a crazy crowd. However, the icy attack was futile. The arrow that was racing in the bird did not reach the target. The monster suddenly changed his flight and avoided the blow. Miyabi watched them, and stunned by what he saw, asked if they managed to evade. She got out of surprise for a moment, but quickly mastered herself and rushed into battle again, releasing a few more arrows. Finally, the icy needles reached bird monsters. They were pierced by the girl's attack. They cried out and began to fall down rapidly. Miyabi was frozen in place, very surprised by what she was seeing. Liz looked carefully and noted that she did not expect such. The girl looked with them, they say, the main thing that everyone managed to get rid of. And this is undoubtedly good. She asked if it was true. After that, Liz turned back. Sitting to the carriage, she heard the question of what reception she recently applied. The girl suggested that she was a first-level needle, and carefully wondered if it was true. This assumption was somewhat embarrassed by Liz, and she could not understand why she was asked about it. The Safan met the girl with a friendly smile. Liz, having sat in her place, confirmed that everything happens that way. The Safan only nodded, they say. She expected it to hear. But the Duke's daughter, however, confessed that something here seems strange to her. She began to say that icy needles are just an elementary spell that turns ice into steep shells and forces them to fly. However, the girl noted that she recently noticed that the flight of these needles in the air suddenly changed the direction while driving. The Duke's daughter is interested in Liz with the question of why everything happened. Liz replies that this story is too long to briefly explain. The girl smiled at the Safana and cheerfully noticed that if you speak, it was a habitual control of magic. Liz explained that long-term workouts were needed to master this art. Shafan repeatedly repeated the words about managing magic and confidently noted that she understood everything. The Safan watched Liz, who was looking at the girl with a smile without saying a word. Subsequently, a barely noticeable light of interest appeared in her gaze, and Liz was noticeably lost. In the end, the Safan blossomed into a wide smile, looking at the embarrassed Liz, who did not know how to behave further. Liz turned away from the Safan full of enthusiasm. Shyly smiling, the girl suggested that if the Safan is really interested, she will teach her in love. The daughter of the Duke immediately agreed. Meanwhile, the crew was constantly rolling forward. Tyson, holding side by side with Dorda, noted a great speed of movement. His companion only nodded in the affirmative, completely agreeing with him. Dee, with a cold-blooded look, noted that if they continue to keep this pace, then they will get the destination within 5 days. The adventurer noted that it would be great if the sky remained clear by that time. A little time passed and the night dropped outside, so the boys decided to rest again. On a small stump, which stood a few meters from the target, the ice fragments flicked. The Safan, having a hard breath, was inseparably following them, and near her stood quietly Liz. The girl sighed heavily and confessed that it was really not easy. She sank on the porch, and Liz was left behind her back, watching a young lady. The cabinet looked at her magic wand with a slight confusion. Then she confessed that they had to come across new obstacles every now and then. Liz, smiling, did not look out of the girl and immediately noticed, at first without difficulty, just not to do. The young traveler treated the chiffon with fragrant hot tea and appetizing cookies, and then stretched out her some food, allowing it to take everything she wants. The Safan looked at the cookies with surprise and asked where it came from. The girl suggested that it may have prepared such a delicious dessert. Liz nodded in response and explained that the treats were needed for a snack during a break. Chiffon smiled kindly and confessed that she had already heard it from her father, so she was always alert and waited for any surprise. However, it seems that she completely lost vigilance, forgetting that they are on the road. She said that when it is raining outside, there are aisles in the house, and a chalkboard appears during the rooms. It was just impressive. Taking the teapot in her hands, the Safan closed her eyes and gave a warm smile. She confessed that she didn't stop wondering how great it is. Then she turned her gaze to Liz and asked how the girl met Miyabi. The adventurer, barely noticeably smiling, looked at the young lady and said that Miyabi got lost in a forest near Angel. Liz said that she accompanied Miyabi to the city, but he had no money. So they became a kind of team, just floating downstream. The girl explained, "That's all that happened. The journey originated itself." The Safan looked at Liz and asked if she really acted with Miyabi. Liz, lowering her eyes and slightly smiling, confessed that she usually acts as a magician in the rear, so it probably seems quite unusual for her. After that, Liz turned to the Safan and asked how well she mastered control of magic. The girl laughed and jokingly noticed that she apparently Liz he herself. The benefits of her little, rather she interferes with others. She looked and quietly added that her training was emphasized solely on mastering the most complex types of magic. Liz looked carefully at the girl's face, trying to solve her. The girl smiled uncertainly and confessed to the Safan, who has extremely powerful magic. She always believed that in witchcraft everything decides the natural gift, and she himself got only a crumb of this shaky. There are only 3 key conditions for magic. The first is the theory that determines the way of making magic. The second is a skill that allows you to control magic as the soul desires. Finally, the third is magical power, the inexhaustible energy from which magic is born. It is believed that magical power is of particular importance. Unlike the skills or knowledge gained over time, it is given to a person from birth, and everyone has different things. One got more, the other is less. This is not the case that it does not grow at all. If you use it, it gradually, step by step. Just as the muscles become stronger than constant loads, Liz thought. So she continued to expose herself to a new workout. However, about a year ago, its growth was almost completely stopped. To better dispose of a small margin of magical power, it focused on improving the art of managing magic. In search of a way to use a small amount of magical power for the swing, which usually required considerable energy costs, Liz delved into the study of magic theory. But while climbing persistently honed their skills, those who had these abilities from the beginning rapidly escaped, leaving it far behind. The girl only helplessly watched their backs, realizing that this abyss was not effortless. Without body power, magical energy, and determination in actions, it is simply impossible to overcome it. She did not have all this. The girl sank to the ground and hid from the world, plunging her face in her palm. Her thoughts became even darker and more confusing. Therefore, Liz was slowly getting up, breathing deeply. Her gaze reflected all that difficult that she had to endure. The girl put her hands on her head, realizing that you will not change anything. She has firmly decided to do everything she can, at least try to influence the situation. The Safan watched the torment of Liz and her silence. The girl gave herself a slap, trying to get rid of herself and take herself. She decided that she should now focus on training completely. Immediately afterwards, she pulled a gentle hand to the Safan. The young girl looked at the palm of adventure. With a soft smile, Liz politely asked, "Please, give your hand." Siphon looked at Liz in surprise. The adventurer explained that the charming power is born in the palm of man. She firmly took the Safan by her hand and assured that she would control her magical particles with her own witchcraft. The Safan had to try to remember this new, special feeling. The girl looked at her confusedly and asked if she was really possible. Liz gently took the Safan, closed her eyes, and told her father a calm smile that her father once taught. Deep silence prevailed around, and the night slowly wrapped the house with its tranquility. Miyabi traveled the corridor, strenuously glazing. His face gave up extreme anxiety, and in his throat there was a fear. The guy had a hard time swallowing saliva. Suddenly, one of the rooms opened the door, and Tyson appeared on the doorstep. He, seeing an alarmed Miyabi, wondered what had happened. However, the guy, completely embarrassed, was in a hurry to assure that everything was fine with him and nothing happened. He glanced at Tyson and, gathering with his thoughts, reported that he should say something more to Mr. Dort. He carefully peered into the room of the Red Sneeza and noticed that everyone had already slept peacefully. Tyson returned to Miyabi and asked if the master was going to tell something about Liz. Hearing this question, Miyabi did not hide her astonishment. Tyson brewed the higo fruit tea and treated Miyabi. He noted that he often tasted this drink on a red rock. Miyabi sincerely thanked Tyson, and he was surprised at his own unexpected courtesy. Tyson looked carefully at Miyabi and asked how Liz felt. The guy hesitated a little with the answer, and when he sighed, he sadly reported that the girl is constantly in a depressed state. And all this continues from the moment she started riding in a carriage. For his part, Tyson did not show any surprise, unlike Miyabi, who was stunned by a man if he noticed a weirdness in the girl's behavior. Tyson calmly confirmed. Yes, he almost immediately paid attention to her strangeness. He carefully dug a little tea and noted that Liz belongs to those people whose soul was visible through. Hearing this, Miyabi could not hide her astonishment. Tyson wondered if Miyabi was planning to tell Drade about visas. Miyabi replied to this that now nothing to change. The young man glanced a little on Tyson and confessed that he carefully followed the events that had unfolded after all this. He explained to the man that Red Cliff is currently operating on other principles, and the place of the leader no longer belongs to Liz. Miyabi expressed the opinion that he was confident in the correctness of their decisions. At the same time, since it was chosen by the leader, he expects that they will show her proper respect. He explained that all this happened only because Liz was an adventure search, like all of them. Tyson could not believe his ears. He heard extremely impressed him. He looked at Miyabi, who patiently expected the answer. Tyson was silent for a long time, looking carefully at Miyaba. Suddenly tears appeared in his eyes and rolled quietly. Surprising such a reaction. The guy did not resist and asked why the man was crying. Tyson grabbed his head, covering his face with his hands, and assured that everything was fine with him, so Miyabi should not worry. He was amazed at how he really turned, because he had previously imagined the situation completely differently. In the end, he came to some conclusion. Sighing with a heavy heart, the man noted that this girl had grown up. His gaze was lost somewhere in the distance, and he added that all this happens precisely because she has already become an adult. He lowered his head and apologized to Miyabi for his own inattention. The guy looked at the man in a confusion, trying to understand what was happening. Tyson assured that even if they report it to Dorty, he still was convinced that that man will find a way to say something that he would certainly hurt Liz. Subsequently, he warmly looked at Miyaba and explained that it was this trait that caused Radcliffe fully entrusted to her. Tyson noted that they all hope Miyabi would be able to take care of Liz. The man added that it is important for the guy to just be near the girl. After a few minutes of misunderstanding, he confidently stated that he was clear. Immediately after that, Tyson cursed again, shouting that Liz still conquered the heart of a wonderful guy. Miyabi did not keep silent and quickly assured everyone, "It is not so. They are not a couple with him." Tyson asked how it was possible, but Miyabi did not find what to answer. 2 days have passed since the conversation, and the 10th day of their mission has come. Miyabi looked at Tyson and noted for himself that he had not changed at all, although he probably reflected something in his head. Suddenly, a carriage quickly came out. The girl turned to Miyabi named and reported that they had already got their destination. The young man kept his breath in surprise. The girl cast her gaze on him and said he was looking forward to this moment. Miyabi immediately raised his head, squeezing the ledge in his hands. His face was covered with a large shadow, while he tried to see what was happening around. Lifting his gaze, the guy saw a lot of dragons flying forward and filling the space above the gorge over him in the air. It was a real dragon's abyss. Miyabi opened his mouth with surprise, passionate about charming landscapes around. In his gaze, unspeakable curiosity and delight burned. The guy moved his spirit loudly, stunning in the real dragon that stood in front of him. Liz only sighed, deciding that the shock had caught him late. The girl assured that all the dragons that live in these parts, surprisingly peaceful and quite capable of living side by side with people. In theory, everything should happen in this way, but the path was closed for them. The whole company was looked around, learning that they had come here during the egg-laying period. Dorty with cold indifference noted that all the surrounding lands seemed to be blocked, because during the laying of eggs, the dragons became much more fierce. Dorty put something in his mouth, and then with cold indifference stated that these territories would remain closed for several months, and there would be no opportunity to use them. Laura, puzzled to the edge, addressed the boys asking what to do now. Dort replied that there was no other way out. She would have to use the detour. Liz looked at them in surprise and asked where this trail was leading. Dewith clarified, "If you choose the road that bends the mountains, in 4 to 5 days they will find themselves on the other side of the gorge." The boys glanced at the map and the place pointed out, and everyone was immediately swayed. Dissatisfaction was read on their faces. Laura exploded with indignation, shouting loudly that the route was just ridiculous. Dorta did not have debt and suddenly stimulated in response, demanding explanations that, according to Laura, they should do differently. Liz, meanwhile, plunged into her own thoughts, thinking silently. At the same moment, the girl approached the cart a few steps and led her finger with a new route. This path was missed by a dragon gorge and allowed to get faster. Dorrit was surprised, and Laura with others only watched carefully without breaking the silence. Subsequently, the boys were already at the foot of a huge mountain, whose scale really impressed the imagination. A small spatula with a loud bell hit the solid ground. Laura, whose face was no longer surprised, shook her head and said that the case would not go. Meanwhile, Miyabi, as if playing, sturdily and cleverly paved the whole tunnel underground, which caused the surprise of Laura. Looking at this, Dort could not believe his eyes. Tyson exclaimed to the whole voice, enthusiastically calling Miyabi a real excavation craftsman. Listening to their conversation, The guy urged the comrades loudly to refrain from weird nicknames. But suddenly he froze, surprised to get around, when something unexpected appeared before his eyes. The whole group came out to a huge cave filled with soft light. At this point a waterfall fell majestically, which made the surrounding picture even more exciting. Sharp pegs protruded on top of the caves, and small growths lay below. The light was distributed unevenly, enveloping the space with mysterious shadows. Dort unexpectedly noticed a grotto of stalactites that hid in the depths of the cave. He looked down and noticed that it was impossible to move further. Miyabi looked around and offered to go back a little to try to dig elsewhere. Suddenly on the skin of Miyabi fell a small drop of some liquid, and it was extremely surprised. The guy lifted his head instantly, trying to see where the water flows from. Having gained his gaze, Miyabi noticed the mucus creature that stood above him. His eyes expanded from the surprise. There was a creepy monster right in front of him. The next moment the monster rushed at Miyaba, but the sharp sword instantly cut it in half. Mel rapidly jumped forward and overcame the enemy's lightning movements. Dorty Streamhead rushed to attack the mucus that materialized nearby. He exclaimed how wonderful it was. Liz looked around with horror, fearing that they were trapped. The girl turned sharply, and her face became pale, like chalk. The head did not fit what it is possible. She noticed with horror how monsters began to appear at the entrance to the cave at the same time. From all the cracks in the cave suddenly began to crawl small, slippery monsters. D, with his gaze around, getting ready to explain what the creature was. The boys stopped, surrounding the carriage so that the saffron remained intact inside. The whole space of the cave, both the walls and the vault, was covered with monsters. They came across a real mucus colony. Miyabi struck the ground with amazed, and Dorty immediately covered him with himself. The man was lightning with a monster who chatted. The young man felt confused and surprised, while the humble roar was spreading all over the cave. Dorte, standing next to Miyabi, explained that it was a mucus settlement. What opened their eyes seemed incredible. While Miyabi was sitting on the ground, and D with desperately reflected from the monsters, the Mucusians did not stop going on the offensive. Suddenly, the guy looked on his shovel. He was mentioned that case, as did last time underground. The young man turned sharply, straining. Behind he noticed a pond, and immediately realized that the plan would fail. Because under it water was spilled. Miyabi grabbed his feet and reached for a shovel. He thought that even if there is no water on the surface, it can be hidden underground. At the same moment, a small leg jumped, and with a frantic force, she crashed straight into him. Mel swarked the boy quickly, throwing him over his shoulder that he was disturbing. From a powerful blow, Miyabi flew back, straight to the crew where the girl stood. Mel, which ran past, kept unmoved peace and looked completely focused. The young man who flew into the carriage, Alicia barely held, making a lot of efforts to stop him. Meanwhile, Mel was next to the mucus membranes that flew into the air right in front of her. The girl moved rapidly and unmistakably, straightening with the enemies one by one. The girl flew up sharply, bravely attacked on a few monsters. Her rapid attack did not leave the enemies of the chances. The monster was instantly under pressure, and she confidently landed just among them. There was a small explosion, and to Liz, which also desperately reflected from the monster, a girl came. Mel, looking at this girl, spoke about the way to escape. Liz looked at her with a touch of surprise in her eyes. At that moment, she turned rapidly. Anxiety flashed on her face. She looked at the cave. She cried that the passage was passionate about mucus. Mel's facial expression has suddenly changed. The girl, promising that she would free the road, rushed forward. She broke coldly through the tunnel, easily dealt with every monster that happened in her way. Having reached the end of the trail, she stopped inside, gently hiding her short saber in the vagina. Raising her eyes, the girl saw even more mucus creatures gathered in front of her, and this was a lot of impressed by Mel. The girl rushed forward on the tunnel, relentlessly destroying all the monsters that happened on the way. Thanks to the frantic speed, the girl sharply clamped the brakes, sliding on the ground. But she was near Liz. Mel slightly inflated her lips and sighed disappointedly. Liz, who stood nearby, froze with surprise, and then restrained, gathered with thoughts and lined her lips. The girl turned her gaze to the monster. She was convinced that mucus membranes were mysterious creatures that skillfully possess acid attacks. List remembered that the mucus membranes were moving quite slowly, and their vulnerable place is the nucleus. She remembered well. Until there is only one opponent before her, there is little danger. After these thoughts, The girl confidently lifted her gaze and focused on the monsters. She looked around, thinking that if it were not for this tight room, everything would have happened differently. She imagined her cart fell into the tunnel, and she understood, in a close passage to protect it on all sides would be a real test. After all, the mucous membranes can penetrate even the smallest cracks. The girl squeezed the staff more and wondered, maybe leave a visa, because the Safana should definitely be allowed to escape. There was a deep anxiety on her face, because she did not leave her feelings of guilt and responsibility. It was she who insisted on the route through the mountains. And it was at this moment near her mucus. The monster spread her mouth, preparing to attack the girl. Suddenly next to Liz appeared Dorn and protected it with his own hand. The surprise was frozen with the expression of shock on her face. The girl, stunned, looked at her husband and exclaimed his name. Her gaze immediately stopped on his wounded hand. Sighing, Doherty with a tender in his voice assured that everything was fine. The adventurer looked over his shoulder, looking for his partner's gaze. He said something about Laura on their side. The girl stood on a cart with a detailed book in her hands. Laura seriously emphasized that they should not run. ENT raised her hand, and in the air above her palm shone a healing circle. A mighty seal with a wonderful pattern unfolded right on the ground under the crew and next to the boys. Liz anxiety watched as in her eyes Dorot's hand was recovering rapidly. D on the contrary, kept complete peace. The girl noticed that the hand of a man who was injured was completely restored. She mentioned that magic with the area usually requires a lot of magical energy, and therapeutic magic is even more complicated. Liz amazed at what ease Laura used this spell. She looked carefully at the harsh healer, thinking that this legendary Elfian magical energy smells like. At that moment, her eyes climbed immediately. She realized that it was too early to exhale with relief. The girl did not even allow herself to believe that thanks to Lori, her mistake was correct. It remained an indisputable fact for Liz. The boys were injured through it, and this guilt was no longer erased. The girl scolded, and staring at the distance, caught herself in thought. Now she can come in handy. Liz was determined to fight. She focused, creating icy needles. Tyson also went into alert. At that moment, Tyson struck his fist on the wall of the cave. From the impact, the earth suddenly began to tremble. Liz, stunned, brought her eyes up, not understanding what was happening, as if it were the bowels of the planet that went to move. A massive stone-domed structure suddenly grew around the cart. Liz was amazed. It seemed that the earth itself was rising up. Her gaze switched to Dort, who had already kept weapons. His hair was stuck and loosened as if he were electrified. Doherty looked forward and stated that they all had to burn to the background. At the same moment, a powerful explosion that destroyed everything in its way. Liz watched everything, stunningly stunning. She did not leave her thought. Here he was the real level of rank A. Stone Dome slowly crumbled, and the girl, in the meantime, realized that she did not even approach that level. The guy fled and began to look around. The void prevailed everywhere. Miyabi breathed out with eagerness, noting that everything was just disappearing. No monster remained. Suddenly, the young man jumped vividly and, sparkling his eyes, stated, "Once everything is completed, now his turn comes." Miyabi did not have time to step, as she was stopped by the annoyed Alicia, insisting that it was too early to act. Meanwhile, from the walls of the cave, directly above the small area of the earth where the boys stood, slugs began to fall. Thor has exhausted tired, closing his eyes. It was then that Laura strongly jumped from the cart and exclaimed that it was nonsense. She insisted, "It cannot be destroyed." The next moment, Laura looked at Liz and called it loudly named. Laura shone with a smile and turned to Liz, asking if he knew what the girl's father was in battle. Laura carefully took his hand, and the girl sighed, bewildered. She cast a confused gaze on the Laura standing nearby, and then shifting her eyes to their intertwined fingers. Inside, a bizarre sensation was stuck. Liz could not tread. Whether the manifestation of the magical power of Laura, or something completely different. Laura recalled how one had turned to her in her name, claiming that he had created a magical feature for her worthy of a real girl. She then exclaimed that the man was terribly getting, as if she had asked for something like that. The girl wondered if it was a mastery of magical power. The man asked if Laura was able to master it at the level of intuition. Laura, with irony in her voice, wondered if he really considers it so naive. Playing through sarcasm, she noted that she apparently took his time. The man only laughed back. Laura firmly held his hand and said that this style of combat is extremely important in managing magical power. At that moment, Laura entered the room and asked her husband if he was studying again. Looking at Weiss, she jokingly added that he would still not be able to take advantage of complex magic. At that moment, the man smiled at the girl and said that he was not able to do so. Then he turned to Laura and added that perhaps the girl would work out. Laura looked at the girl seriously and said, "It was for this reason, as well as through your knowledge of magic." She advised to imagine how mucous membranes were able to penetrate through the smallest gap. Liz suggested that they could even break through the passage. However, Laura suggested looking for another better way out of the situation. She confidently noted that they could choose a variant that Liz did not even know. After the words of Laura, Liz suddenly exhaled. It seemed that a brilliant idea came to her mind. Liz thought that if these creatures crawl out of cracks, it is worth closing all the holes as soon as possible. In addition, she noted that there is a lot of water around. Liz was frozen from confusion, because by this moment she did not think of such a decision. Under the girls suddenly illuminated a huge magical symbol. Liz immediately realized what was happening. This technique was the same as the one that they were practicing with the Safan. The girl remembered how that evening in training, affecting the magical particles remaining after the activation of the spell, she directed his trajectory. Liz believed that according to theory, to manage magic at all stages, from creating a spell to its activation, simply impossible. In other words, Liz was able to attack using the magical power of Laura. She felt great tension, because she understood that the level of control here required much more skill. But despite the excitement, Liz was not going to give up. Liz was strongly lifted her head, in her gaze glowing unwavering confidence. She realized that she should act. The girl decided to apply a complex witchcraft. Laura, standing nearby, could not hide the admiration, and looked enthusiastically at Liz. At the same moment, Liz decided to use complete freezing. Everything around instantly covered the thick ice crust that frozen in the air. Above the boys suddenly emerged icy blocks. Laura slammed the book, and Liz was frozen, without bringing her eyes off the strange picture. Meanwhile, Dorrit looked at the girl and said the name Weiss. Liz breathed hard, looked around. On her face there were light wrinkles of surprise. Everything around the cart was motionlessly covered with ice shells. The guy, without wasting time, approached one of the big stones and struck with his fist. The surprised Miyabi stood near the shiny icy cliff, which was generously illuminated, and enthusiastically commented on how amazing it was. The guy remembered something about the slims, the ceiling and water, everything around the ice. Dorrit noted that they probably had a long time with those slims. The man corrected the hat, satisfied that, despite all the difficulties, his efforts were not in vain. Suddenly, Miyabi has attracted his attention. He turned his gaze. An interested expression appeared on his face. The guy was still sitting near the ice. Suddenly, he turned to Dorrit and pointed to a distant ray of light. Miyabi said in surprise that it is not light at all. The man sat side by side and calmly answered the boy. "It really looks like it." And Dorrit added that water seems to be leaked from the outside. The boy's eyes shone with happiness, and he asked if they could go outside. Dorrit quickly called him in name. The man spoke that the ice is moving much slower on the ice, so let the guy dig further, so they will turn back. Miyabi only sighed and suggested that he look at one thing. The young man with a warm smile held some materials in his hands. Tyson and Mel immediately coincided with him, covered in curiosity. Miyabi got to work. He decided to start with cutting of sheet metal parts. Then these blanks had to be bent a little, and then sharpen the lower surface. After that, Miyabi decided that it was time to start mass production. Work boiled with new energy. When all the preparations finally reached the end, Miyabi noted that, after all, the detail should be attached to his shoes. Without spending time, he carefully glued the element to the man's shoes. In a few minutes, all the boys were already armed with this invention. They froze in the crisis, looking around, not hiding their surprise. Laura, Tyson, and Malindort instantly mastered the skates. They slid joyfully from the edge to the edge, shouting the passionate words, and Miyabi only laughed quietly. The guy enthusiastically began to tell how, with their support, you can get there simply lightning. Abby asked me with dissatisfaction, which is why he was not even able to stay on them. Dorrit assured Miyabi that they will be able to move faster. However, he immediately wondered what we're going to do with a cart. The guy replied that he had already equipped it with skills, so there would be no problems. The man insisted that he needs to leave this place immediately. Suddenly, a suspicious noise came. Dee, with frozen, stunned and confused, trying to understand what happened. The adventurer rapidly turned to the side where the noise came from, and the frightened Liz and Miyabi froze. Looking at the ice, Liz suddenly froze. Her look was a reflection of understanding what is happening. She explained that mucus creatures or jelly substances are thawed much faster than fluids. Dorte, Miyabi, and Tyson looked at the ice with surprise, and then spread their mouths from surprise. All the boys moved forward, overcoming the icy surface. At the same time, Liz wondered why she only raised the issue now. For a while, they got out of the icy grotto and staged a short break. Suddenly, she rushed to the girls and swelled her head in a repentance bow. She sincerely apologized to her girlfriends. The girls looked confusedly because of such unexpected behavior. Their faces were amazed. What happened to Liz? Why did she suddenly start apologizing? However, the girl herself did not speak the word at first. Liz was to explain that the reason was her idea to shorten the path through which they were in danger. Having realized her responsibility as a leadership, the girl sincerely apologized, and it surprised the Safana. He did not expect such frankness from her. The Safan stood in front of Liz, who bowed respectfully before her. But in response, the Duke's daughter firmly stated that she could not accept these apologies. It made such an impression that she straightened instantly and exclaimed in surprise. The Safan noted that the most important thing for them is to get to the capital as soon as possible. The cabinet noted that Liz had already weighed the danger of snow and decided that it was the best way out of the situation. She asked the girl whether it was true. Liz, having lost herself, confirmed. Then the cabinet added that the path suddenly turned out to be blocked. The Duke's daughter decided that it was quite logical, because the bypass was not avoided. However, the Safan noted that it was only because of the ingenuity that they managed to cross the valley. The girl was moving her eyes and smiling gently, assuring that everything was fine with her. She emphasized that the apology requesting here is quite superfluous. Liz scratched and wanted to note that if you take into account only the results, then maybe that's... However, the girl still disagreed with this. At this point, the Safan stated that the result is the most important. Liz remained in hesitation. The Safan turned to Liz, named and warned. If focused only on his own restrictions, even purest dreams can turn into poison. Liz was confused, hearing the girl's words. She could not understand that dreams were able to turn into poison. The Safan looked closely at Alicia and asked if something unusual happened. The maid only shook her head. Alicia fell and noted that she just seemed as if the Safan was showing generosity. At the same moment, one of the attendees was rapidly approaching. Dort and Laura, with loud exclamations, rushed to Liz, shouting her name loudly. Amazed at a surprise, Liz screamed of fright. She trembled, asking what happened, justifying she was just thinking and getting lost. In response, Dee confessed that he is now genuinely admired by the incredible work of Liz. With tears in his eyes, the man remembered how perfectly they looked in battle near Laura. He did not refrain from compliment and his skill in witchcraft. Laura, with a joyful smile, replied that it was a merit of their lives. And the girl was overlooked again. Liz believed that, nevertheless, they were really skilled adventure seekers. Dort suddenly voiced what everyone was silent. Finally, the moment came to say. The man added that Liz was the one who was lacking all this time. Dee, shining with joy, picked up Liz and lifted it high. He exclaimed that the girl is now part of the Red Rock. Meanwhile, a wonderful silence prevailed in the city and the city guild. The newspaper reported that there was no decent candidate. Guildmaster sat at the desktop, plunging into reading. The man could not understand the sense of everything that was happening. He wondered, despite the presence of numerous guild branches in Angel, Miyabi's name was never mentioned. In his soul, a suspicion came. Is no coincidence? Zion mentioned that in the Kingdom of Force, all trade occurs only through the guilds. That is why, when a child reaches the age of 12 and is able to work, he is usually immediately given to study in a guild. The man leaned back on the back of the chair, thinking. Even carefully viewing all the accounts of the guilds, he never found any mention of the guy. The leader, with an unconcealed surprise, thought what it could mean. Due to the fact that the guy was not numbered in any guild of the country, Zion suggested that he may be a descendant of a noble family. In addition, it is possible that the heir who has not yet been entrusted with the leadership of the clan. Guild leader recalled the thoughts of the Duke of Trensverdani. who claimed that the boy managed to make a connection with even 5 most influential marquisadic families. And it was at this moment that one of the audience asked the leader how he perceives this guy. The main guild of Zion relaxed on the back of the chair in his office. He thought out if that guy would not be a spy. Meanwhile, the accompaniment decided to rest near a small river. The edge of the reservoir, immersed in reflections, was retired. Her imagination returned to the moment when Dorsch lifted her into the air and urged to join the red rocks. However, something invisible restrained Liz, not letting decide on this step. While the girl plunged into her own reflections, Miyabi approached her. The young man looked at her, said her name gently, and asked what had happened. Liz cast her gaze in response and asked quietly, "They say, just frozen." Miyabi, with a friendly smile, advised the boy that it may be better not to touch Liz. However, the girl immediately reacted, asking him not to speak such things. Miyabi looked at the cave nearby and wondered if she was suitable for rest. Liz replied that everything is fine, because the mucous membranes are most like the place with high humidity. The girl explained to me, Abby, that it was because of this that they rarely choose a well-ventilated, sun-flooded place. After a short pause, the guy asked Liz, asking if something really happened. She sighed uncertainly, as if she were discouraging. The girl, embarrassed, asked in Miyaba where he came from. The young man, somewhat confused, confessed that he guessed only her appearance. Then he asked Liz to share it with him, adding that it may be easier for her after a conversation. At that moment, Miyabi felt a great confusion and sighed heavily. He noted that if it is not a secret, then, of course, he agreed with him. She firmly grabbed him for her clothes, insisting that he would listen to it because it also applies to him. In her gaze, the seriousness of the intentions was felt. Tiny waves, picked up by abandoned pebbles, scatter the water, flicker in the sun's rays. Liz began to share that she had recently received an invitation to join Red Cliff, and this news literally stunned Miyabi. The guy did not restrain his amazement and asked what the Liz answered. The girl, slightly lost, confessed that she asked a little time for reflection. The Trusk girl hugged her knees with her hands and drowned to herself. She remembered timidly, as at the beginning of her adventure road, just after fulfilling the first task, she had already received an invitation. Liz recalls how she was only 10 when she had a rank of Red Clip. Then Dorta suggested that she apply for admission. However, at that time, the desire for independence was above all. But depending on outside assistance contradicted its principles, so Liz refused. She confessed that she was not sure how everything would happen this time, and whether she would have enough strength. However, if you flee from this opportunity now, it is unlikely to be approached by A. The girl, full of doubt, closed her eyes in despair, complaining that it was because of this that her head almost splits from pain. She confessed that these obsessive thoughts were incredibly pressed on her. Liz took her head from her knees and added that, by the way, they also offered to call Niab. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked if he was really invited to join the company. The girl began to assume that now he was probably at the level of D, but was not inferior to any A-Rangar adventurer. Liz noted that if he joined the Red Rock Guild, Miyabi could make a better reputation and more money. She sadly glanced at the guy sitting nearby, and in a quiet voice wondered what he was going to do next. The girl looked at Miyaba with confused emotions. Her eyebrows were slightly scolded. This ambiguous reaction embarrassed the guy. He was confused, not finding what to say. After an indecisive attempt to answer, he only clenched his lips and fell silent. Miyabi turned away rapidly, saying that he really liked both options. Liz asked if he really thought. The young man, having scratched the nape and laughed fun, said, "If a person is able to create, he will never get lost in life." In addition, he added, he is not interested in any title. Liz replied that she understands his point of view. The girl was just talking about her desire to get a higher rank. In the end, it is quite familiar to always have money for an adventure seeker. Miyabi stopped her, throwing a short remark. He turned to Liz, assuring that he had no image on her. He smiled, remembering what Doherty said and others before their journey. Miyabi explained that he wanted to take care of the comfort of Liz first, so he acted as the heart suggested, and that was enough. After these words, the guy looked away. Suddenly, he added that it was only his assumption, but it is something important, which he certainly wanted to tell. Miyabi sighed deeply and noted that this is a really important choice, because whom the way would be chosen will eventually regret it anyway. He told that later, even because of the most relevant mistake, He was not abandoned. But how would it work if he chose another way? The young man smiled gently and confessed that in the moment when the burden of pity almost broke her, she was assisted by only one thought. She made this decision herself. Tears shouted in the eyes of the girl until she looked away from Miyabi. The guy smiled gently and assured that her choice did not matter for him. He will always be nearby, supporting her in any decision. The girl wiped tears from her face and laughed uncertainly, confessing Miyabi that he was reminding her of her father. 30-year-old Miyabi struck it, and even touched a little. He wondered what he could hide in these words. At the same time, she leaned carefully to the guy. Tiredly sighed, she thanked Miyabi, after which she promised a little more to think. Some time passed, and friends just enjoyed a well-deserved holiday. Miyabi sighed loudly, feeling some awkwardness. He slid his gaze to Alicia, who cleaned. The girl looked coldly, as if cutting it through her sharp look. Miyabi came closer and sincerely apologized to the girl, assuring that he would now remove everything. However, Alicia disagreed, reminding that this duty was lying on it from the very beginning. The guy was aware of that he would rush to the eating, because food residues can attract monsters, and then everyone would be dangerous. Suddenly, the boys froze in the place, because a large bear's head with a widely open mouth suddenly emerged nearby. In the eyes of Miyabi and Alicia, the void frozen, and the spooky screams of horror came around, piercing the entire neighborhood. A man with a neatly twisted mustache apologized to the boys for scaring them. Friendly with his hands, he began to tell that they were a traveling troupe that travels different corners of the kingdom of blank. The man of small height, smiling widely, extended his hand and called himself a Dominic, the head of the detachment. Watching them, Miyabi thought about the wandering troupe. The guy assumed that it could be a circus. Dominic exhaled and exclaimed that it was incredibly impressed. He said that they were attracted to the extremely appetizing aroma here, and everything around was reminiscent of a cozy mountain restaurant. It even seemed that maybe some goddess came here for him. Dominic glanced at a small carriage and wondered if they were in fact accompanied by one of the nobility. Dortic Goldley called his name, and then reported that he belonged to the Red Rock. After these words, the whole team became silent. The man immediately exclaimed that he was a supporter of a Red Rock. He was liked by what kind of enthusiasm this team of brave people acted during the invasion of a monster. Dorrit also noted that it is not necessary to return to these conversations. Too much has passed since then. Dominic took off his hat and politely asked Dorda to sign the document. The man was already going to specify the right place, but suddenly his speech became slow. Suddenly, having lost his strength in the middle of the request for an autograph, Dominic began to settle on the ground. It surprised Dorte and Liz, who watched him. The man firmly grabbed Dominic and put him on his feet. Dee wondered if everything was fine with him, to which Dominic replied that he would just be a little dizzy. Workers called the director with anxiety, and Doherty was silently watched. The man wondered if this road was in fact leading from the territory of Targ. Dominic a little uncertainly noted that they planned to arrange the next speech with Angela M.A. He wiped sweat from his forehead and sighed with regret, recognizing that it is probably impossible. He hoped that it was worth a little more, and everything would work, but now he was confused and did not know what to do next. There was an opinion in the head. Maybe seek help from someone else. The boys are apologizing for an unexpected invasion, but if travelers do not mind, they would like to treat them with something delicious. They said that during the journey, the rain did not subside for a moment, so all their luggage to the thread was wet. Dominic told them that all their supplies were ruined before they realized it. A man with pale like snow added that they had not eaten anything for 4 days. With hope in the voice, Dominic exclaimed that they would even have a modest supply of food, because in the village of Draken's Basin, where their journey is traveling, they will be able to replenish the provision. Dee with gooting her teeth, and Dominic bowed her head to the ground, whispering a silent prayer, hoping that desperate adventure seekers would still find a way to save them. Dorte took a step forward and reported that the entrance to the dragon's cave is temporarily closed through the season, when the dragons lay eggs. Therefore, if they do not take advantage of bypasses, it will be impossible to get to the village. Hearing this, Dominic exclaimed loudly, asking what way to go around. His words were trembling, because he already guessed that it was bypassing, and what trials were waiting for him. Dorte noted that he heard earlier, this journey lasts about 4 to 5 days. Dominic's face became even paler. He barely heard it. Suddenly, Liz quickly turned to Dorn. The girl asked the husband excitedly whether this detachment could be made the same road they just came. Liz noted that the village is near this place. Dee, with a hat in the eye and turning away, grunted that nothing would work out of it. Dorte noted that there are still mucus full there, and they are likely not to cope with the protection of so many people. She emphasized that to take such a great danger, an unauthorized luxury. Dorte added that they could not put this truth higher than their own mission. Liz was well aware that there was no lie in her husband's words, but she could not accept it in her soul. Laura returned to Miyaba and wondered how much food he had in stocks. He thought for a moment, and then replied that if you do not take into account the provisions specially prepared for the task, they would have enough food for about another week. However, there were other difficulties. He turned and looked at the detachment. The guy pretended that, without even looking carefully, about 24 people gathered in this group. Tyson asked Miyabi if he had doubt that it may not be enough, even if you give everything to the last. He replied that he had seized these products about the stock, because they would still be spoiled soon. Suddenly, Miyabi began to mutter under his nose, and suddenly broke into a loud sigh. Something important came to him. He excitedly exclaimed that they still had a little black orca meat that can be cooked. Dee with only exhausted and noted that it is not necessary to go so far. The man appealed to Miyabi with a request to get their things from the inventory. The Dominic was so struck that he could not hide his astonishment. They stood in front of them, filled with dried meat, crackers, as well as cheese and nuts. Dorte informed with a smile that they wanted to give them all. Dorte cast her gaze on the Safan and turned to the daughter of Verdini's family, asking whether she denies. The girl smiled cheerfully and assured that she had no reservations. However, most of all, the other was in front of them. The heir to one of the 5 largest Dusical dynasties stood. Suddenly, the Safan froze, carefully staring at the Dominic, who had barely kept on his feet from exhaustion. In a moment, the girl turned to Dorte and asked if he could continue to monitor the place of events. The man did not hide as a surprise. The Safan smiled warmly and explained that it was done to give the people of Brendel to rest. Hearing such words, the whole detachment fell out of surprise. The soldiers rushed into each other's arms, and the Dominic, unable to restrain the excitement, cursed directly in place. At this point, Miyabi was throwing backpacks, laying everything out in place. What was her surprise when she came across a whole tent? Miyabi wondered whether it was thought out in advance in case the boys suddenly wished for something. The young man was confused. He did not give him the thought, to join the red landscape or not. To be frank with himself, he understood perfectly. All this really looked quite attractive. Getting a rank A is a dreamy goal of Liz, and this path is undoubtedly the shortest to it. The guy also did not sit out of work. He made efforts, improving the waterproof crew with the help of a tent of a noble lady. Redcliffe looked at this action with delight, sincerely acknowledging that it was simply incredible. Miyabi thought that they should travel together. Every new day would promise to be full of joy and adventure. The detachment went on, waving the boys for goodbye. Corrupting the words of gratitude loudly, they promised to never forget the help received. Miyabi smiled kindly and waved her hand, and Dorte only watched in silence. For Miyabi, a journey with Redcliffe was not difficult. In memory, the image of a devastated face Liz floated. He was convinced that he never wants to see such pain in her eyes. It was a deep night. Laura, resting near the campfire, shared what was not easy and saturated this day. Dorte wondered if she liked such exuberance, because it is the difficulties that give adventures a real taste. The girl immediately agreed. Suddenly Tyson turned to Dorte and wondered if that man had already invited them to join the Radcliffe team. Dorte immediately confirmed that everything is. Tyson noted that it is usually only at the end of the adventure. The man smiled mysteriously and suggested that it probably happened through Miyabi. Miyabi could not be called a real macho, but the guy was surprisingly pleasant. DeWitt and I could not imagine that he would ever want to see an artisan's assistant in his team. But if he was Miyabi, he would gladly invite him to himself. The fire was gently cracked. Laura said that Liz also had a suite. Moreover, working in the rear, she was constantly alone. She sighed and noted that Miyabi was undoubtedly wonderful. But in the end, he is only an assistant, which means that as a result, the team would simply be completed completely. Dorte emphasized that the success of Liz, who led this mission on behalf of a noble family, could not be a shadow of doubt. So this time she will be able to go to Redcliffe without hesitation and shame. Tyson wondered if the girl could join them. Dorte looked at him and replied that they made this decision together, so he did not see any obstacle in this. Tyson acknowledged that this is true, But his attitude to the situation changed only after a personal meeting with them and talking to Miyabi. He turned to Dorta and Laura by his name, and then strongly told the boys that he was strongly opposed that Liz joined the Red Snez. Laura from Doherty was surprised to look at this man. All the boys from the Red Rock gathered near a small fire. Suddenly silence reigned. All the views stopped on Tyson. Thor, looking at his comrades, heard he was called by name. Laura was also lost. The girl wondered what the resistance caused him. She asked why he spoke so sharply. Tyson glanced and said that these people took Weiss 8 years ago. The man noted that it was for this reason that they swore every effort. From now on in the girl's life, only smiles were persecuted. Telling this, Tyson involuntarily plunged into memories of the events of the last days. Redcliffe remembered how the girl was left alone, and there were only them nearby. The voltage in the air has changed significantly, and Doherty confirmed his words. Tyson looked closely at his friends, addressing them. He wondered how closely the boys were watching Liz. Dort and Laura, smiling excitedly, assured that they did not look away from her for a moment. But Tyson just shook his head. It was not he mean. A man with a serious look stated that the whole point was in the face expression. Doctor and Laura, puzzled, asked what he was in mind. Laura wrapped her eyebrows and looked carefully at him. Tyson was silently sitting in his place, immersed in reflection, until he finally spoke. He confessed that he always believed, for Liz would be true happiness to join Redcliffe. Friends listened carefully when he unexpectedly added that he had something more important. In a close circle of friends near the campfire of the open air, Tyson noted that when he was near, her face was not decorated with any smile. Hearing these words, Dor and Laura froze on the spot, puzzled in a girlfriend. Such an unexpected confession was a lot of stunning. A moment later, they sighed with some surprise, turning to Tyson. Docker and Laura quickly hugged the man, jokingly asking him to stop. Laura wondered if he had been blinded. Tyson was barely noticeable, and suggested that the boys remember when they saw Liz smiling during this trip. Dee thought for a moment, but he could not answer. They couldn't even imagine the happy face of that girl. In their memory, they only had words that they were assigned to the leader, and they were commanded, support it as best as possible. Dorta was in lightweight. The same thoughts were closed to the man when the girl wondered whether they were with Miyabi, only superfluous. The similar manner in his mind, and when she spoke with anxiety about the wounded hand of Dorrit, as well as at a moment when he suggested that her join their company. Doherty does not mention what the expression was in the Liz on the face. Its smile was also wiped out of memory. The man looked around in confusion, Liz frozen, trying to remember. Subsequently, he suddenly began to shake his head vigorously. After that, they went to bed. And even lying in bed, the man could not get rid of the thought. He smiled undoubtedly. He was completely sure of this. So she flashed all night. Dorta met the morning tired, because restless thoughts did not allow him to close his eyelids. Early in the morning, he went for a walk, thinking that Tyson probably also a pessimist. Stepping, the man thought thoughtfully whether he smiled Liz. Suddenly, he stopped sharply. Something attracted his gaze. Dirty noted near Liz and Miyabi. The girl shone with a sincere smile, and Miyabi noted that today he looks much cheerful. Liz added that apparently the whole thing was that he finally managed to sleep. The man smiled, believing that she had just given him a smile. It was at this moment that the smile lazy faded, and she suddenly spoke the name of Dorta. The girl with a slight confusion in her eyes looked at her husband and wondered what brought him here. Dorta could not understand what was happening, and so the 11th day of this difficult accompaniment began. In the end, they went on the road again. When you were running near the cart, he noted that the closer they came to the capital, the more carts became around. The man looked around the road carefully. The cart remained unharmed, and 20 kilometers were still 20 kilometers left to the rest. He noticed a flock of starlings and wondered if he was going to rain again nearby. While they were driving, Dewith noticed Miyabi synced in her inventory, looking for something special. Doretti turned to me by calling Abby and asked if everything was fine. The guy only smiled, explaining that he was a little frozen, so he decided to throw the raincoat. The man with interest noted that the guy's equipment is really extremely convenient. Miyabi smiled at the man and asked him a question. The guy wondered if it was impossible to make a small stop for horses, which caused surprise to the man. Dort looked at the boy closely. In a moment, the crew finally stopped. The young man began to give the girls some object from his inventory. Liz wondered why he gave them such heating pillows. At this point, Miyabi was achieved for the adopted warming. Miyabi, smiling, talking about how it became cold since they went into the mountains. He wondered if it was true. The cabinet replied that this is normal, because in the mountains most often happens. But suddenly, a dark silhouette flashed over the boy's head. Mel hangs over the boy, penetrating his eyes from which blood is cold in the veins. And at that moment, the girl rushed at Miyaba, shouting the passionate words about his softness. The guy, starting to fall, also did not resist the cry. Dorta was watching this scene, stunning in the spot. Liz, which all this action watched from the carriage, suddenly smiled widely and flooded with sincere laughter. At the same moment, Tyson arose behind Dorta's back and stated that he was smiling. The man was worried immediately and began to question whether it was true. With, nodding in a confused manner, confirmed. At least, they will be able to warm it up a little. For a moment, he was already licked, wrapped in a large scarf. She asked what it was and why she was given it. Doherty spoke vividly about the heat that prevailed around. He fussed a little next to Liz, who in response confessed that, truth be told, here was really quite stuffy. Liz wondered in the man why he did not hand over the warm clothes of Lori. Miyabi returned to Laura and offered to get a jacket for her. The girl, however, replied that she forgot to pull her out of his backpack. So the detachment went on with her. Liz began to shoot a scarf with a noticeable annoyance and grumbled at Dortad so that she would stop her weird pranks. Hearing the girl's words, Dortai was completely lost. He opened his mouth, seeking to answer something, but no sound did not break from his mouth. Then the boys moved their way. The man, breathing, ran near the cart. Dorta convinced himself that all this was a continuous coincidence. He repeatedly repeated mentally, "Today, no more than accidental." The man plunged into memories, noting that he was rarely smiled from the baby. He thought deeply. He thought, her smile should be kept. Suddenly, something was alarmed. The man seemed to catch some important detail. Tyson froze on the spot, lifting his eyes up. Miyabi was genuinely surprised to see, and looking back, he said if the snow would fall from heaven. The car stopped unexpectedly, and the whole company, holding the breath, watched the sprouting of snowflakes that slowly fell down. Dorte, concentrated and breathing hard, sharply turned away. Tyson followed him. They moved away from the highway, finally hiding from human eyes. The man raised his leg and noticed the traces left in the snow. He did not believe that in a few hours he attacked so much snow. At that moment, Miyabi was called, they say. They stay here today, so now he will take up a tent. But suddenly his focus was grossly interrupted. Dorta, with a serious look, stated that she should go on. Miyabi perceived this news confusedly. The man hurried to explain to them that the snow could fall until late at night. He persistently advised to go immediately until the snow was still falling asleep. Dorteta did not persecute, saying that in 3 hours they would be on the slope closer to the capital, and there will no longer cause them much trouble. In addition, the man stopped in detail on the tomorrow route, focusing on security issues. At that moment, Liz approached him and asked to wait. The girl spoke, they say. She seems that they should still stay in this place. Dorta turned and looked at the restrained girl near her. Liz began to say that habitual fatigue and cold fatigue. This is not all. They will additionally interfere with frozen soil, limited visibility, and increased activity of monsters at night. The girl was excitedly emphasized that there are too many dangers around. After the words of the girl, Laura called her. But she said that she really was genuinely concerned with the fate of Laura with her friends. Liz frowned and exclaimed that only horses and chiffon were concerned about her. Dora looked carefully at Liz and immediately realized the girl was not like this unexpected change of plans. The man approached the girl and noted that if tomorrow they would have to go snowy roads, the journey would be significantly delayed. He turned to Liz, wondering how they would do in this case. In his thoughts, there was a request. "Come on right now." Liz cast a confident look at the man, confirming his assessment was true. At the same time, she noticed whether Dor did not forget that Miyabi was still with them. In her voice, there was a determination. Meanwhile, the blizzard was increasingly mocking, gaining strength. Another night has passed, and the 12th day of the accompanying task came. With the onset of the morning, Dorta came out of his room. Outside, in the camp, the boys gathered together and were busy. Mel also joined them. He played fun and molded the snowman. The man was a little confused, and Liz spoke seriously. "If they manage to go through the rock, she thinks that you can also try with snow." Liz turned to the boys and noted that they would be able to move further if they cleared the road from the snow. She added that under the leadership of the Miyaba detachment is unlikely to avoid persecution. The girl also noted that today they have the opportunity to get the capital. The girl remembered the past and confidently stated that this time there will be no mistake. She turned to Dorta, asking whether it was true. The man nodded in response, emphasizing, "Acting in this way, you will retain strength and be able to move forward without any difficulty." After that, Dee thoughtfully began to think aloud that it was certainly the right decision. At the same moment, Liz dropped, exhausted hard. The man turned his gaze to Liz. The girl answered him with a radiant smile, assuring that she finally felt relieved and peace, and now sincerely happy. After such a tumultuous emotional scene from the girl, Dee frozen in place of surprise, not taking his eyes from Liz standing nearby. Liz ran to Miyabi, enthusiastically shouting his name and cheering from not giving up. The guy nodded with a smile and assured that he would handle, asking him to rely on him. Dee, stunned, covered his mouth with his palm. It seemed to him that the girl had just smiled. The man wondered if she could feel his praise. Still, he decided, it is hardly a reason for this. He looked at the girl who went on a journey with Miyabi, thinking if it happened that he actually approved her. It passed for a while, and the night again fell into the city. Dorta went to the room, calling Tyson and Laura loudly. The man explained that he wanted to talk to them alone. After that, everyone gathered together in a tight room. Dorte, Laura, and Tyson gathered to truly talk. The man wondered and expressed his opinion. Weiss is a true heart of Radcliffe. He plunged into the memories of the past, about himself, a lonely capable of handling everything alone, about the unrestrained Laura and Tyson, who joined them a little later. The man thought about the joint time, remembering that the Wise was the one who gathered them together. Dorta remembered that after the Wise went to another world, it was the Liz who became the main support and ligament for them. The Fortune remembered the girl with a happy smile and realized what fools they were. They stopped noticing it for a long time, and the man only realized it now. He remembered how, along with Tyson and Laura, he was genuinely glad the girl's appearance, lifting her in his arms and joking, filling the room with laughter and carelessness. The man talked to his close comrades, emphasizing that despite the fact that they had already seen a smile Liz, it is worth thinking again. Laura burst into even more on these words, and Tyson closed his eyes silently. Dorty also hid his face in his palms when he advised his friends to think about how best to express their feelings. Mel, enthusiastically chewing, just stretched out an empty plate in silence. With this gesture, she made it clear that she wanted supplements. Miyabi extends the girl's appetizing spicy sandwich with black orca meat and is happy to say that Mel has enviable appetite. It is amazing it, so it retreats a little. Liz was also eaten with appetite. The girl explained that the animals have much more powerful physical force than ordinary people. When she looked at Mel and wondered whether they were eating so often, Mel confirmed her assumption with the affirmative nod. While the girl ate slowly, she glanced in passing on Miyabi sitting nearby. The guy wondered if everything was fine. Mel, without breaking away from the meal, replied that nothing had happened. Miyabi just sighed and smiled noticeably. Miyabi watched the men who were passionate about themselves and thought. The guy still couldn't understand whether Tyson had done something. The guy could not get rid of the feeling that after that snowy day, something in Dort's behavior changed. Turning into his own thoughts, the young man slowly ate, watching the company watching friends nearby.